Opening the era of black technology. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 The Richest Man. Early in the morning, Hunter went to the hotel to talk to Su Pingin in detail, and figured out what Su Pingin's bottom line was. Hunter left and returned to the law firm to start making arrangements. Niels paid a deposit of £1 million to the target law firm, according to Su Pingin's request. Only 6 of the 11 research institutes are in the UK, 1 in France, 2 in Spain, 1 in Italy, and 1 in Germany. An investigation company must be sent to collect evidence, which requires a lot of money. With £1 million, the working capital of the law firm will not be tight, and it can be arranged calmly, and there will be results in about a week. The investigation company knows very well what evidence the law firm needs, and this kind of thing has been done a lot. Su Pingin looked at the report in his hand and rubbed his head. It is estimated that it will cost more than €400 million to purchase all the equipment. If the salary of the researcher and the cost of experimental materials are added later, Su Pingin is very painful. For the first time, he feels that his stall is a bit too big. There is no way. The research institute has been established, and it is impossible not to move forward. He called Gilbert and handed the catalog to Gilbert. Arrange the purchase and try to save as much as possible, Su Pingin said with pain. Don't worry, boss, I will control it. Gilbert was also shocked when he saw the final total amount. Boss, you need to allocate more when you allocate funds. We haven't paid the greening and decoration costs yet, Gilbert said directly. I will arrange to allocate 430 million yuan to the institute's account. It will arrive in the next few days. Manage those people more strictly. If there are any perfunctory ones, sue them directly to make them understand. We provide them with a good environment and treatment so that they can seriously develop, not for them to enjoy. Hit a few troublemakers hard, and others will be honest, Su Pingin said fiercely. Don't worry, boss, I will make them honest. I know their bad habits, and they will not appear in the Apocalypse Institute, Gilbert said seriously. Gilbert has been in the institute for a long time. He has learned a lot of tricks from those researchers and knows very well how to deal with them. The company has invested so much, and if there is no result, it will affect his position. The two began to divide the institute and plan according to the different research categories. After a busy morning, Gilbert accompanied Su Pingin to have lunch before leaving. Su Pingin could rest in the afternoon, but Gilbert could not rest because he had a lot of things to do. About 10 days later, Hunter had made all the preparations. After talking to Su Pingin on the phone, he directly appealed against the 11 people who breached the contract and the 11 institutes. After the court accepted the case, he held a press conference to announce it. It was very high profile. He notified the mainstream media in Europe and announced these researchers for violating the contract. He promoted the 11 institutes as bandits who illegally robbed the projects and researchers of the Apocalypse Institute. As a spokesman, Stone was a lawyer with good eloquence. His speech completely won the sympathy of the media. The next day, the British media began to report on the incident on a large scale. According to the information provided by Hunter, the list of 11 people who violated the contract was exposed, and the names of the 11 institutes were also reported by the media. It was so loud that you couldn't hide. It is a very serious matter for individuals and companies to lose their credibility. If they cannot reach a settlement with the Apocalypse Institute, their reputation will be recorded, which will affect them in many aspects. Loans, if the lawsuit is not resolved, no bank will lend them money. Job hunting, if you violate the contract, no company will hire you. Daily travel and consumption will be supervised by many departments. This matter has caused a lot of uproar, and foreign countries have also begun to report it extensively. 9 of the 11 research institutes issued statements, saying that they were deceived by a certain researcher and would reach an understanding with the Apocalypse Institute. This kind of reputation is not good. Once it is confirmed, don't even think about any financing. There is no enterprise or institution investing in a dishonest research institute. The 9 research institutes immediately contacted the target law firm. After a negotiation, first, they gave up the researcher and research project, and second, they compensated the Apocalypse Institute for the loss of £1 million, which should be completed within a week. After completion, the Apocalypse Institute will withdraw the lawsuit. The remaining 2 wanted to negotiate with the Apocalypse Institute to solve the problem without paying. As a result, Hunter made it clear that we don't need your money, see you in court. These 11 researchers who wanted to have it both ways were going crazy. They originally thought that they could get more by selling one project to 2 companies, but they didn't know that the Apocalypse Institute would sue them directly without even talking. If you want to reconcile with the Institute will not accept any settlement unless you pay £50 million in compensation according to the contract. Otherwise, you will have to go to jail. Hunter knew Su Pingin's intention very well. He wanted to make an example of him and secretly started to spend money until the trial. The evidence was very detailed. The remaining 2 institutes and those researchers lost the case completely. Those who were dissatisfied could file an appeal, and the losers could only go to jail. For fraud, Hunter sued these researchers for fraud and the institute for illegal possession. If there was no money to pay, your institute would be closed and auctioned. After the first trial, 2 institutes appealed, and 11 researchers continued to appeal. Delay means you have to continue to spend money. Shyanki Company is not afraid of spending money. Just play slowly and see who will be the winner. Researchers have reported to the institute one after another, and they are also very clear about this matter. When Gilbert communicated with him, he stated that the company would not accept any form of settlement. There is only one way waiting for them: jail. Many researchers felt sympathetic. If they really went to jail, their lives would be over. No one would sponsor their research, and no institute would accept them. They could only work in other industries. It was hard to find a job now. Su Pingin stayed in London for more than a month until the institute's equipment came and the project development began. Every week, a service company received orders to blacklist the 2 institutes. The person who contacted them was an Iraqi. They criticized the 2 institutes for serious breach of contract on the internet and ruined their reputation. If you refute one sentence, then there will be dozens of refutations. The impact is very bad. They have already started to contact the target law firm for out-of-court settlement. Su Pingin has arrived in France and received a call from Hunter. €3 million. Hunter, no out-of-court settlement without €3 million in compensation. The research project and the researchers must give up. If they don't agree, don't talk to them, Su Pingin said calmly. I understand, boss, I will do it. Hunter already understood Su Pingin's determination. I leave it to you. If you don't agree, just drag it out and see who can outlast the other. I have plenty of money and time. Let's play slowly, Su Pingin said nonchalantly. Boss, don't worry. I will make them pay the price, Hunter said affirmatively. He said a few words to Su Pingin and hung up the phone. While Su Pingin was busy in France, Su Pingin once again dominated the screen in China. The reason was that the new Forbes rich list was released, and Su Pingin was crowned the richest Chinese and the richest man in China. According to Forbes's estimates, in the next few decades, the rich in China will only have the strength to compete for the second place, and no longer have the strength to compete for the first place. The wealth data behind Su Pingin's name is a string of question marks. Wall Street in the United States values the Apocalypse Group at $100 billion. If the Apocalypse Group goes public, the valuation will be $500 billion, which has brought countless hatred to Su Pingin, and made too many people's eyes turn red when looking at Su Pingin's photos. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan had already called together relevant departments to study the income of the Apocalypse Group. For 4 years, there has not been a penny of tax revenue. This time, this kid must not be allowed to run away. With billions of tax revenue, all units in the city will collectively strive for a well-off life. Su Pingin didn't know that an undercurrent of letting the Apocalypse Group go public began to surge. A company with such performance was not listed, which made financial companies unable to make money. How could this work? They began to move. As a result, Su Pingin was not on the country, and these people could only lie dormant temporarily. When Su Pingin came back, someone would definitely go over to talk to Su Pingin. After Su Pingin got the news in France, he immediately contacted Forbes. In the future, all lists must not have Su Pingin's name, otherwise they would sue him. His attitude was very tough. Just kidding, if I do this to myself every year, I will definitely be watched by more people. This is not what Su Pingin wants. After calling Wu Sike and communicating with him, a few days later, Wu Sike issued a statement on behalf of Su Pingin, saying that Forbes statistics were wrong, and that the net profit of Shyanki Group was only a few billion RMB a year, which was overestimated by Forbes. As a result, everyone began to scold Su Pinggan for being a jerk, and some people even posted that Su Pinggan's tax exemption policy was about to expire, and he said so in order to pay less tax. All kinds of big verses jumped out, and finally had a chance to deal with this troublemaker. They had to severely punish Su Pinggan, and began to seriously collect various data. Not long after, a big V posted an article on Weibo. The article was a long and splendid article, and people could understand it at a glance. They thought that Su Pinggan's statement should have omitted 2 points. First, the profit was omitted by 1 or 2 zeros, and second, RMB should be converted into euros. This article actually received tens of millions of likes. According to Weibo rules, 1 like is worth 1 cent, and tens of millions of likes made the big V famous and money, and he could wake up with a smile at night. There is a manor on the outskirts of Paris, close to the Seine River, covering an area of more than 10 acres. This is what Su Pinggan just bought. The owner of the manor had just completed the decoration of the manor, but suffered a heavy loss in business. He had no choice but to sell the manor. He has never lived in it for a day. Chapter 177, Selling the Research Headquarters? This bastard can definitely do it. The manor, which had never been lived in, met Su Pinggan's requirements. He took a car to see it. It had a private dock, a large garden, a luxurious swimming pool, a main villa, a 5-story workers' building, and a 3-story guest room building. He bought it directly after seeing it. It didn't need to be renovated because it had just been renovated. In particular, the decoration of the master's room was more in line with Su Pinggan's requirements. It had good lighting and a large bathroom. These 2 points were in line with Su Pinggan's habits. Sitting on a large balcony on the 2nd floor, drinking tea and thinking about the affairs of the Celestial Empire, he was busy. Ignoring them was the best way. But he lost his mind and made a statement. This statement was too hateful. Unconsciously, he finished 3 cups of tea. He would go back and think about this matter. This matter was not so easy to handle. If it was not done well, it would be a big storm. He had to make arrangements in advance. He had to put some pressure on Chen Qingshan and Zhang Jianbin in advance, otherwise, he would lose more money and spend money everywhere, especially the research institutes in Europe. A German research institute costs 600 to 700 million euros a year. There are 5 large research institutes in Europe: Germany, Britain, France, Italy, and Austria. The total cost of these research institutes is 4 billion euros. If you add the domestic ones, the research institutes alone will cost 5 billion euros every year. He will have to pay taxes soon, and the profits will be diluted. The cost is not less. Thinking of this, Su Pinggan's breathing became faster. The stall was a bit too big. He rubbed his head, thought carefully, looked at the time, picked up the phone and dialed it directly. In the Celestial Empire, Wei Dongshuo's office, Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan both had smiles on their faces. After a few months, Su Pinggan's tax-free period will be over. The city's finances will definitely be much looser. The two talked and laughed. Ding 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 ding, Chen Qingshan's phone rang, and Chen Qingshan picked it up and laughed. This kid can't sit still, there's a phone call. Chen Qingshan looked at Wei Dongshuo and said with a smile. Wei Dongshuo laughed. Ha. Pinggan, why did you think of calling me? Chen Qingshan's tone was teasing, and Wei Dongshuo next to him also had a smile on his face. Mayor, don't tell me you don't know what the Chinese media is reporting now, Su Pinggan said unhappily. Paying taxes according to the law is the responsibility of every citizen, and no one has privileges, Chen Qingshan said directly, and Su Pinggan's face turned black. Mayor, I have no problem paying taxes according to the law, but there is one thing I want to tell you in advance. I just called together the financial staff to do some calculations and found that my business is a bit too big now, so I have to cut back. The European and Chinese research institutes need to invest more than 5 billion euros each year, which puts too much pressure on me. If you don't have a good policy here, I must move the headquarters, Su Pinggan said unceremoniously. You are threatening me. Chen Qingshan's face immediately darkened. I am telling the truth. You can go and investigate to see if what I said is true, Su Pinggan said directly. He couldn't hide his own expenses, and it was very easy for the country to investigate. What policy do you want? Chen Qingshan asked with a dark face. It depends on you. To be honest, I have received invitations from 2 big cities. As long as I move my headquarters there, the conditions offered are very attractive. I hope you can give me accurate information when I come back from abroad. I don't have much time and can't wait any longer, Su Pinggan said directly. Chen Qingshan talked to Su Pinggan for a few more words and hung up the phone. The relaxed atmosphere in the office disappeared. The smiles on Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan's faces disappeared. Su Pinggan, this bastard, has completely learned bad things and learned the snobbery of foreign countries. Zhang Jianbin has been in a good mood recently. Hangzhou itself is a city with a strong economy. In the future, with the tax revenue from Shianqi Group, the finances will be more relaxed, and many policies that benefit the people can be implemented. Ding 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 ding, the phone next to him rang. Zhang Jianbin picked it up and looked at it, with a smile on his face. Pinggan, what's the matter? Zhang Jianbin's voice was as steady as ever. Mayor, I want to discuss something with you, that's the thing. Brother Zhang, you can handle it. Brother, I've said it in advance. If there's anything inappropriate, please bear with me, Su Pinggan said what he wanted to say directly. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jianbin began to think about it. You bastard, this is not a trivial matter. You must be more cautious. He frowned and began to think about it. Su Pinggan can definitely do it to reduce R&D investment. Selling the scientific research headquarters? This bastard can definitely do it, but giving this kid a tax cut is a lot of pressure. With so many eyes staring at him, this matter is not so easy to handle. Zhang Jianbin's head began to hurt. Su Pinggan hung up the phone and called Ho Minghe and Niels again, asking them to go to Paris, France immediately to discuss urgent matters. Both of them made it clear that they would book tickets and apply for visas immediately. Shianqi Group handled the visas for Iceland, Germany, Britain, France, Austria, and Italy. These 6 countries all used the business green channel, which was very fast and could be completed in a few days. Feeling unhappy, Su Pinggan drank half a bottle of vodka by himself during dinner, took a shower and went to bed in a daze. Zhang Jianbin was already in Qiao Lianking's office at this moment, and both of them frowned. This kid has indeed invested a lot in scientific research, but do those foreign research institutes need such high research expenses? Qiao Lianking asked. I believe Su Pinggan will not lie about this, because it is not difficult for us to investigate. The annual expenses of regular domestic research institutes are not enough. It can be seen that the expenses of research institutes are really not small, Zhang Jianbin said seriously. If he follows the normal policy, how much discount will he get? Qiao Lianking asked. Shianqi Group is different from other companies. At present, it is a business card of China abroad. In addition, Su Pinggan's investment in research and development is also what the top management is happy to see. It is necessary to maintain the momentum of Shianqi Group's emphasis on research and development. Once Shianqi Group is dragged down by the compression of research and development due to excessive R&D investment, it will cause a chain reaction. More companies will follow suit to reduce research and development expenses. Even Shianqi Group can't stand it, and I can't stand it even more. There will be many entrepreneurs with this idea. I roughly estimate that this year, it will be only about 10% at most. There are too many people watching the tax revenue of Shianqi Group now, and it is difficult for us to increase the efforts a little bit, Zhang Jianbin said with a frown. Yes, there are too many people watching this kid, and the title of a troublemaker is really, Qiao Lianking laughed when he said this, and Zhang Jianbin also shook his head and laughed. We two are not the most headaches. I guess Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan are the most headaches at the moment. This kid must have asked J-City for policies. If they really don't give any, I believe this kid will definitely change the location of the headquarters, Zhang Jianbin said directly. Not only that, Shianqi Group is not a small company without a reputation. I believe that many countries are also watching Shianqi Group. Even if they can't give tax exemption policies, they will give very preferential policies in other aspects. It's better for us to give it directly than to expect Su Pinggan to withstand the preferential policies given by foreign countries. Otherwise, it will make the country embarrassed. Now it depends on the courage of Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan. It's time to show great courage, Qiao Lianking said seriously. Qiao Lianking has a very thorough understanding of the current situation. Su Pinggan has many options, but Su Pinggan is patriotic and does not think about going abroad. If Su Pinggan completely lets go of his mind, he will get a lot of actual benefits, and his reputation will drop to the bottom in the Celestial Empire. With Qiao Lianking's understanding of Su Pinggan, it is really hard to say what choice he will make. Cao Jingwei, who has been educated for many years, can become an American citizen and move his headquarters to the United States. It is very unrealistic to expect Su Pinggan to withstand those sugar-coated bullets. The senior official is right. As long as Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan withstand the pressure, this situation will open a gap. I just don't know if they have the courage, Zhang Jianbin said seriously. 3 days later, Ho Minghe flew away from the Celestial Empire. Niels met with Su Pinggan and found a hotel to stay in, waiting for Ho Minghe to arrive. Not only Ho Minghe, but also Wu Sike and Bruce. Experts in finance and law came to discuss this matter. Professional matters are left to professionals. This is Su Pinggan's philosophy. A few days later, all the staff had arrived. They checked out of the hotel and moved into Su Pinggan's manor. The guest rooms here have everything, which is very convenient. What's more, the housekeeper Su Pinggan hired has also arrived. Matt, a British man, has been a housekeeper for 11 years. He said that the clients he serves all own manors. So far, he has only served 2 clients, Guo, and Su Pinggan is the third. After review, the housekeeping staff recruited 12 people, 2 chefs, 2 to maintain the flowers, plants and trees of the manor, 4 to clean the house, and 4 miscellaneous staff. All of them have gone to work and the manor is operating normally. On the second floor balcony of the villa, Su Pinggan and several people were drinking tea and discussing this matter. The tax-free period will be over in another quarter, and preparations must be made. Boss, will the company's headquarters move out of China? Bruce asked. No, the headquarters is still in China, but you and Nils should also consider the plan for the relocation of the headquarters. Prepare more, maybe it will be used, Su Pinggan sighed after speaking. Wu Sike understood Su Pinggan's feelings. He would not take this step unless it was absolutely necessary. However, the domestic public opinion was surging, forcing Su Pinggan to take this step. If he were in Su Pinggan's position, he would probably find it difficult to make a decision. Start from other aspects and see if this matter can be solved. Financially and legally, it must be reasonable and legal, Su Pinggan said seriously, and everyone nodded. Chapter 178, Rumors Can Make a Difference. While Su Pinggan was busy, J-City was not calm either. Ho Minghe and Wu Sike both went abroad to France. This matter had been mastered by Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan. The two were discussing this matter with a serious face. The meeting had been held, and there was no result after discussing for a long time. This matter must be decided by Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan. It was hard to say anything else. One thing was confirmed, that the headquarters of Shianqi Group must not be moved out of J-City. I just received a notification that not only Ho Minghe and Wu Sike went to France, but also Niels, the financial director of the European region, and Bruce, Su Pinggan's exclusive lawyer in Germany, both went to France. Currently, the manor that Su Pinggan just bought has been closed. It is obvious that they are studying the issue of tax avoidance. No one would be willing to hand over tens of billions of funds. I can understand Su Pinggan's approach, Wei Dongshuo said inside. With the economic volume of Shianqi Group, it will be a very high tax in a year. The issue of tax avoidance is also in front of Su Pinggan. It is very common for large enterprises to avoid taxes. Big American companies are playing, big European companies are playing, and big domestic companies are playing, too. Except for state-owned enterprises, they are all playing. State-owned enterprises don't play because they belong to the state and are in a monopoly position, so there is no need to play. Su Pinggan's Super Fish Oil and Super Paint are also monopolies, and they are global patent monopolies, but they are time-limited. The biggest problem now is that Su Pinggan's investment in scientific research is a bit too much. If there is no policy, Su Pinggan will definitely shrink significantly. I didn't expect scientific research to cost so much money. It actually takes so much investment in a year. If it's not a big company, you really can't afford it, Chen Qingshan said beside him. How much Su Pinggan's scientific research investment in a year has been investigated? It is estimated that it will cost 6 billion euros a year. After paying taxes and deducting the expenses of the research institute, Su Pinggan's profit will not be much. Reality will force Su Pinggan to make a bad choice. What can we do? There are too many people watching him. This kid fired in the Magic City and cut off the financial path of too many people. These people are powerful, and now they have jumped out, Wei Dongshuo said, rubbing his head. Wei Dongshuo was really troubled during this period, especially after reading the report given by the Superior Investigation Agency. With such a large expenditure, it really cannot be done without high profits. He asked his superiors, but the response he got was not good. You are the top leader, we will not participate in what you do. This is the answer from the superior. He wanted to go to Beijing to meet the old leader and let the old leader give him some advice, but the old leader accompanied the leader on a visit abroad. Wei Dongshuo was under a lot of pressure. What is the current policy for the largest enterprises in the city? Wei Dongshuo looked at Chen Qingshan and asked. The tax exemption is about 20%, Chen Qingshan said with a frown. In the past few days, for the matter of Shianqi Group, Chen Qingshan has reviewed the preferential policies of all enterprises again. Old Wei, although these companies are not exempt from tax, they can still get about 10% of the profit through tax avoidance. They are all joint stock companies, which is convenient for such operation. Su Pingans is a purely private enterprise, not a joint stock company. Corporate income tax, personal income tax, especially personal income tax, when it reaches a certain proportion, is very high. Shianqi Group is too special. There is no such example in the world. I think no one would be willing to hand over so much profit. The most hateful thing is that so many people are making trouble, forcing Su Pinggan to make the wrong choice, Chen Qingshan said bitterly. The media is deliberately guiding people's hatred of the rich. Chen Qingshan also saw this. Not only Chen Qingshan saw it, but many people also saw it. At this time, you must not do anything to stimulate the public, which will affect stability. How does Gehua Real Estate Company operate? Wei Dongshuo asked, remembering that this company's tax avoidance is very strong. Gehua Real Estate Company is a joint stock company, and it is registered in the Cayman Islands. In addition to the tax reduction it has received, after a series of operations, 60% of the taxes have been legally avoided. Even if Shianqi Group is also a joint stock company, if Su Pinggan does this, believe it or not, the media will report this matter everywhere, and it will cause a bigger storm, Chen Qingshan said helplessly. So, Su Pinggan can only hold his nose and take this loss, Wei Dongshuo leaned back and said weakly. Unless Su Pinggan changes the location of the headquarters, other cities will give Su Pinggan new preferential policies through investment promotion policies. Although the excuse is a bit nonsense, it can be barely justified, but this will not benefit RJ City at all, Chen Qingshan said directly. A week has passed, Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan are both having a headache, and Su Pinggan is also having a headache in France, because if you want to avoid taxes, you have to change the nature of the company, from a private company to joint stock company. According to the current domestic public opinion, if Su Pinggan dares to change the nature of the enterprise, it may cause a lot of waves. Ho Minghe, Niels, Wu Sike, and Bruce, the four of them did have some achievements. Through communication with a tax lawyer, they designed two plans. Without exception, the premise is that they must become joint stock companies and reduce taxes and fees through shares. The simplest is to directly change the headquarters to a tax haven country, which can avoid a lot of troubles. But this one is difficult for Su Pinggan to do. It is not so easy to do. Ho Minghe and the other four left Paris. Su Pinggan must make a decision on this matter, and this decision is not something Su Pinggan can make immediately. He can only leave first and wait for Su Pinggan's next call. No one knows that Wu Sike was picked up by a car as soon as he returned to Beijing. It was not until the evening that Wu Sike returned to his home in Beijing. He opened a bottle of beer and sat in the living room thinking about his worries. What should I do? Should I tell Su Pinggan about this matter? If I don't tell him, I will feel guilty. If I tell him, I may get into trouble. I am in a dilemma and drink a can of beer unconsciously. He opened another can and drank it slowly, the expression on his face changing back and forth. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth, took out his phone and dialed directly. Old Wu, what's the matter? Su Pinggan's voice came from the phone. Pinggan, I was picked up as soon as I got off the plane today, and I had to tell you about the financial plan made in Paris, Wu Sike said directly. Who is it? Su Pinggan asked, with a very surprised expression on his face. The people above, Wu Sike said directly, and there was silence on the phone. Old Wu, don't worry, if they ask you anything again, just tell the truth, there is nothing to hide, and protecting yourself is the most important thing, Su Pinggan said directly. Pinggan, how do you deal with it? Wu Sike said directly. How can we deal with it? Let's take it one step at a time. You notify Lao Ho, and I'll notify them. All kinds of expenses must be cut, especially the investment in scientific research. We must not break the capital chain for our normal development. Once I have less funds, you will see that some countries will risk the supply of superfish oil to launch an all-round attack on my Shyanki group. It's better to protect ourselves. It's nothing more than reducing the scale of the enterprise. It's no big deal. To be honest, I didn't expect to get to this point. Shyanki group has developed too fast, so fast that our foundation is unstable. It may not be a bad thing to completely reduce the scale and become silent. It's not easy to be the first bird to stand out, Su Pinggan said calmly. Wu Sike was silent. He could hear the helplessness in Su Pinggan's words. He comforted Su Pinggan a few words and hung up the phone. He didn't drink beer anymore. He didn't feel like drinking. He went to take a bath and went to bed. Wu Sike fell asleep. Outside, a drone slowly flew away, bypassed 2 buildings and stopped on the rooftop of a building. A man collected the drone and went downstairs directly into a house not far away. Xiao Tao, hand it in directly after you have sorted it out. The others will start to finish it. Leave in half an hour, a tall, expressionless man ordered. Everyone started to get busy. Half an hour later, 5 people left the room, went downstairs and got into the car and left. The car quickly disappeared into the darkness. Su Pinggan put down his phone and sat there in a daze. It took him a long time to recover. He smiled, said nothing, changed into a swimsuit and went swimming directly. The next day, Su Pinggan personally inspected the game company. Hubert accompanied Su Pinggan to visit various departments and played several games with the game developers. There was laughter at the scene. At noon, he had a big meal with a group of senior executives. Su Pinggan was completely drunk and was carried back to the manor by the bodyguard. 2 people carried Su Pinggan to the bathroom to clean him up. Then they lifted Su Pinggan to the bed, covered him with a thin quilt, and put a cup of honey water at the head of the bed before leaving. I slept until the early morning and woke up. I shook my aching head and saw the water on the bedside table. I took it up and drank it all in one breath. The sweet taste made Su Pinggan feel very comfortable in his stomach. He left the room in his pajamas with a cigarette and a lighter, and came to the small garden on the top floor. He lit a cigarette, leaned against the sofa and pressed the button next to it. The cover above his head slowly slid towards the 2 cups, revealing the starry sky. I couldn't sleep. I was angry and drank too much. Otherwise I wouldn't be so out of control. When I was thinking about it, the voice of the star spirit appeared. Commander, you are a little depressed, which is not a good thing. This is the reality. What do you want me to do? Su Pinggan said while looking at the stars in the sky. You have me here. You are not alone. The voice of the star spirit appeared again. Yes, I am not alone with you. Why should I suppress myself? After Su Pinggan finished speaking, his eyes began to shine, and his energy and spirit returned again. Chapter 179. He becomes more mature. With Xingling here, what is there to be afraid of? Even if I have nothing, I will eventually stand at the top of the world. What is there to be afraid of? Su Pinggan was completely awake at this moment. Don't think so much, feel good. Xingling, thank you, it's great to have you, Su Pinggan said directly in his mind. Don't be polite to me, you and I are one, it's my mission to assist you, Xingling said directly. Su Pinggan put out the cigarette butt in his hand, went downstairs directly, and went back to sleep. There were no more troubles, so he went to sleep directly. In the next few days, Su Pinggan met with Paris's deputy mayor Hall, Macron, and several members of parliament supported by Apocalypse Company. The conversation was very pleasant. Before leaving, he chatted with Box of Victory Shield law firm for a while. Next, Italy. After inspecting the institute, Su Pinggan played in Italy for more than 10 days and was very relaxed. The last stop was Austria. Kyle also rushed to Austria to meet Su Pinggan. The two had a serious communication. Kyle left. After playing in Austria for more than 10 days, Su Pinggan returned directly to the Celestial Empire. This time, Su Pinggan brought back a lot of things, 6 big suitcases, and he returned to China by chartering a plane. He got off the car directly in the provincial capital. The bodyguards went to ask for the gift convoy to leave the provincial capital and return home. This time, he brought a lot of gifts, which made his parents very happy. After resting at home for 3 days, Su Pinggan began to go to the company normally. A week later, Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan were a little impatient. Su Pinggan was a little abnormally calm. Now he didn't say a word. This was not Su Pinggan's personality. The tax-free policy would end in more than a month. Isn't Su Pinggan in a hurry? Why is he so calm? Going to work and getting off work, He either went for a drink with the company's people, or had a drink with a few childhood friends, or went to KTV and took a bath together. In short, he was just like a normal person, just like usual. 3 days passed slowly, and Chen Qingshan was a little impatient. Su Pinggan's behavior seemed normal, but it was actually the most abnormal. This was not a good thing. After discussing with Wei Dongshuo, Chen Qingshan went to Shianqi Group tomorrow to meet with Su Pinggan to find out the truth. Just take this invitation with you, Wei Dongshuo said helplessly, taking out an invitation and handing it to Chen Qingshan. What forum? Chen Qingshan asked after taking it. Beijing, Economic Forum. The time is half a month later. I originally wanted to use the excuse that Su Pinggan is not in the country to turn it down, but now that Su Pinggan is back, I will try to persuade him to attend, Wei Dongshuo said directly. Do I have to attend? Chen Qingshan asked. I have to attend, the senior officials called me, Wei Dongshuo said helplessly. Old Wei, do you really think Su Pinggan will attend? Chen Qingshan looked at Wei Dongshuo and said directly. Try to persuade him. This time it is a heavyweight event, jointly organized by 4 departments, and all the participants are CEOs of large enterprises. Your company's assets are less than 2 billion, so you are not eligible to attend, Wei Dongshuo said, and Chen Qingshan nodded. To be honest, I am very worried about Su Pinggan's current state, Chen Qingshan said directly while looking at Wei Dongshuo. Let's find out Su Pinggan's background first, Wei Dongshuo could only say so. The next morning, Chen Qingshan arrived at the office first, looked at the time, it was 10 o'clock, then left the office and went to Shianqi Group. There was no conversation along the way, and soon arrived at Shianqi Group. Su Pinggan welcomed Chen Qingshan into the office, and the two sat on the sofa and drank tea. Pinggan, here is an invitation, please come over. I, the mayor, have become a messenger. Chen Qingshan looked at Su Pinggan and said with a smile. Su Pinggan smiled and continued to make tea without saying anything. Chen Qingshan had a bad premonition in his heart. He looked at Su Pinggan's face carefully, but he didn't see anything. Drink tea. This is an invitation from the great god, Su Pinggan asked with a smile. It's in Beijing, a forum jointly organized by 4 ministries and commissions to analyze the current economic situation, Chen Qingshan said directly. He had learned about the purpose of this economic forum in detail when he went back yesterday. Mayor, the old rules, I will go. This time I will not speak. No matter what, I will not speak. Su Pinggan looked at Chen Qingshan and said directly. Chen Qingshan was stunned for a moment. He actually agreed so easily. Not speaking was easy to say. Okay, I will communicate with the organizing committee. You don't speak, Chen Qingshan said directly. Mayor, to be honest, I really dislike these forums. You have to tell them that I won't speak. Even if the media asks me to, I won't speak, so as to save everyone's face. In addition, there will be no next time. I will not participate in any forums in the next few years. I said this in advance, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Chen Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Although Su Pinggan was smiling, Chen Qingshan keenly felt that Su Pinggan had changed and became unpredictable. The smile on his face made Chen Qingshan feel cold in his heart. This intuition was very strong. The two drank tea and did not speak. This silence further confirmed Chen Qingshan's thoughts. Pinggan, your tax exemption policy will expire in another month. What are your plans? Chen Qingshan asked. Can the mayor give me preferential policies? Su Pinggan asked with a smile. There will definitely be preferential policies, but they will not be very high, Chen Qingshan told the truth. In this case, is it useful for me to be anxious? Su Pinggan looked at Chen Qingshan and said directly. Chen Qingshan was stuck and didn't know what to say. It's okay. I don't blame you. It's right for an enterprise to pay taxes, Su Pinggan said and picked up the teapot to pour a cup of tea for Chen Qingshan. Please, Su Pinggan directly picked up the teacup. Please, Chen Qingshan also picked up the teacup. The two of them clinked their teacups and drank it directly. How is your research institute? Chen Qingshan asked, and changed the subject directly. It will take more than a month to complete, and then we need to order equipment. It is estimated to be around 500 million euros. There are more than 100 projects, and a lot of equipment is needed, Su Pinggan said directly. Pinggan, I hope you can speak at the forum this time. Companies certified by the 4 major ministries have tax reduction policies, Chen Qingshan said, looking into Su Pinggan's eyes. Su Pinggan looked into Chen Qingshan's eyes. There is no need to do this. Even if I am given a 10% tax exemption, I will not speak. Su Pinggan said without blinking, and Chen Qingshan frowned, staring at Su Pinggan tightly. By the way, I won't stay at the hotel arranged by the organizing committee. You know, Miao Yi is in Beijing. We haven't seen each other for such a long time. It's not convenient to stay at the hotel arranged by the organizing committee. I'd better stay outside, Su Pinggan said with a smile. You? Chen Qingshan smiled and shook his head. Pinggan, it's not a good thing to hide your worries in your stomach. I'm leaving, Chen Qingshan said, raised his hand to drink the tea in the cup and stood up and left. Su Pinggan accompanied Chen Qingshan to the car and then returned to the office. He poured himself a cup of tea, holding a small teacup in his hand, and came to the large French window, looking outside, with a calm face and a very calm heart. Chen Qingshan sat in the car, leaning against it with his eyes closed. After a few minutes, he said directly, "Go directly to Senior Official Way." The secretary turned his head and looked at it, and gave the driver a look. The driver understood what was going on. The boss was in a bad mood, so he kept the speed and drove directly to Senior Official Way. After the car was parked, Chen Qingshan got out and went to Wei Dongshuo's office. As soon as he arrived at the door of the office, Wei Dongshuo's secretary Chang Sham stood up and said, "Mayor, the Senior Official Wei is waiting for the mayor." Chen Qingshan nodded, pushed the door open, and then closed the door with his backhand. Wei Dongshuo went to the side and got 2 glasses of water and brought them over. "What do you think of Su Pinggan?" Wei Dongshuo asked. "No opinion, just follow the normal policy," Chen Qingshan said directly. Wei Dongshuo was stunned for a moment. This was not Su Pinggan's character. After Wei Dongshuo was done, Chen Qingshan told him everything that had just happened, and at the same time, he also told his own guesses. Wei Dongshuo also frowned and began to think. "Old Chen, you are right, this is not normal. It's a bit abnormal to agree to participate in the forum so straightforwardly. It's even more abnormal to pay taxes according to normal policies without asking you for policies." Wei Dongshuo frowned and said this slowly. Will he want to change the nature of the company, or does he want to move the company's headquarters abroad? Chen Qingshan said with a serious face. Wei Dongshuo shook his head and denied this inference. He won't do that. If he intends to move the company to another place or abroad, he won't behave like this. He has become more mature. You don't need to worry about his angry thoughts anymore, Wei Dongshuo said directly, and sighed in his heart. You mean? Chen Qingshan looked at Wei Dongshuo. Wei Dongshuo nodded seriously, and Chen Qingshan said nothing. Su Pinggan stayed at home for a week and then left directly. He went to Beijing. The 3-car team drove there and set off directly. The room had been booked, and it was also handled by Jizu Ai. Jizu Ai's family is in Beijing. She is a real Beijinger. Her family has been rooted in Beijing for 7 generations. It is very easy to arrange a better hotel for Su Pinggan. It is a resort hotel located in the 3rd Ring Road. All conditions are absolutely in line with Su Pinggan's habits. Miao Yi received Su Pinggan's call, but she felt a burst of irritation in her heart. It was restless to stay alone in a rented house. The last step arranged by the company's planning department was to break up amicably. It was cruel and helpless. Miao Yi found that Su Pinggan really walked into her heart. Even if Su Pinggan was penniless at the moment, Miao Yi would definitely follow Su Pinggan. But, would Su Pinggan believe it? When Miao Yi was sitting restlessly at home, her agent Qi Yanhong came. Miao Yi got 2 glasses of water and they sat down to talk. Qi Yanhong looked at Miao Yi and thought about it. It would be better for her to be direct. This was the best way to solve the problem. Chapter 180, It is better to forget each other than to support each other. Sister Hong, if you have something to say, just say it. I feel uncomfortable when you look at me like that, Miao Yi said with a smile, and Qi Yanhong also smiled. Yi, are you really in love with Su Pinggan? Qi Yanhong looked into Miao Yi's eyes and said directly. Miao Yi was stunned, her eyes dodged for a while, not daring to look at Qi Yanhong. Qi Yanhong completely confirmed her guess in her heart, and shook her head at Miao Yi. Yi, it is impossible for him and you. It is undeniable that Su Pinggan is a very good person, but there is a huge gap between you. The most important thing is that your living habits are too different. Do you really think you are suitable? Another thing, this time Su Pinggan came to Beijing in person, it has already shown his attitude. Let it go. Only by letting it go can you meet your true love, Qi Yanhong said seriously. Miao Yi lowered her head and said nothing, tears slowly falling. Qi Yanhong saw it clearly, stood up and sat beside Miao Yi and hugged Miao Yi in her arms. Miao Yi burst into tears at this moment. How could she let go of the first love in her life? The next day, Miao Yi went to the hotel as scheduled. After seeing Su Pinggan, she threw herself into Su Pinggan's arms and cried. Su Pinggan patted Miao Yi's back to comfort her. I'm sorry, Miao Yi couldn't say anything more, and looked at Su Pinggan with tears in her eyes. Yi, you can always rely on my shoulder. Separation does not mean that we are on the same path. Su Pinggan looked at Miao Yi and said seriously, and Miao Yi nodded. Go wash your face, my Yi is the most beautiful, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Miao Yi went to wash her face very meekly, and Su Pinggan leaned against the sofa and lit a cigarette. To be honest, whether to break up or not, Su Pinggan really didn't make up his mind. Everything depends on fate. Separation may be a good thing. Su Pinggan knew very well that his temper had changed, and it was completely different from when he was in school. He could no longer treat any woman with the same attitude as he treated Li Tingting. Perhaps, this was the price of growing up. Miao Yi came out after washing her face and went straight to make a pot of tea to accompany Su Pinggan. At this time, silence was more powerful than words, and neither of them spoke. After a long time, Miao Yi spoke up to break the silence. Pinggan, you are here to attend the forum this time. Yes, just like last time, our mayor personally came out, and I must give him face. There is still some time before the forum. You have to be my tour guide. Take me to visit the famous places in Beijing, and taste the snacks in Beijing by the way, Su Pinggan said with a smile. You are lucky, I know a lot of snacks in Beijing, and it will be hard for you not to get fat after this trip, Miao Yi said with a smile. Although there was a smile on her face, there was still a painful expression in her eyes. You didn't notice that I was thinner. From this year to now, I have lost 7 pounds. It's incredible, Su Pinggan said directly. So many. Really, Miao Yi looked unbelievable. It's true. My mom didn't want to agree to come out this time. It was my dad who convinced my mom so that I could come out, Su Pinggan said seriously. Parents are very concerned about their children's weight. Once they lose weight, they feel very distressed. They always hope that their children are white and fat. Miao Yi said with memories in her eyes. Her parents were the same. Let's go and have fun. Don't think about anything else. Just cherish what's in front of you. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he took Miao Yi and left the hotel directly, letting Miao Yi lead the way. Miao Yi had the final say on where to go. This time, the two of them didn't care about so much at all. When they met someone who recognized them, they greeted them politely and satisfied their requests for group photos. They were very free and easy, and everything was done according to their own hearts. Without exception, Su Pinggan and Miao Yi once again swiped the screen, which gave the organizing committee of the forum a headache. It was numb. No one read the publicity of the organizing committee. People everywhere saw Su Pinggan and Miao Yi traveling and eating. The internet is full of the two of them traveling around and taking photos with people. All kinds of social software have unanimously praised the two of them, saying that they are not arrogant, friendly, etc. There is no shortage of news about them, and many restaurants have followed suit. Go to eat wherever there is a specialty. If the store wants to take a photo, no problem. Su Pinggan and Miao Yi are absolutely cooperative, without any airs. The store wants to waive the bill, but Su Pinggan directly refuses and says a sentence, which once again goes viral. Work is hard, and making money is what you deserve. When Su Pinggan said this, the hotel staff recorded it with their mobile phones and uploaded it directly to the internet, which once again went viral and received a lot of likes. The two of them have been having fun without any scruples in the past few days, making too many people want to vomit blood. The two of them have been occupying the top spot on the hot searches of various media, making too many stars want to vomit blood, and too many bosses of fake order companies have already vomited blood. If you receive money from stars and you can't get the first place, you will lose money, and you can't fake orders openly. Now Su Pinggan and Miao Yi are so fierce. Once you get a star to the first place, everyone will definitely see that you are faking data. Everyone looked at the calendar, hoping that the forum would open soon. After the forum opened, Su Pinggan would definitely not have time to show off his affection with Miao Yi. Only then could they turn over. Many people were looking forward to the arrival of this day. When the forum was about to start, Su Pinggan reported another big news. He bought a villa of more than 200 square meters in a high-end community within the 3rd Ring Road, and it was directly registered under Miao Yiai's name. This is a villa within the 3rd Ring Road of Beijing. How much is it worth? It must be tens of millions. Many women began to go crazy in envy and hate Miao Yiai. That's not all. The next day, he went directly to the car dealership to order a large commercial vehicle for Miao Yiai. It was an imported model. Su Pinggan's big move made too many people envious and jealous. An expert on the internet wrote a sentence, which attracted countless fans: if you want to have a daughter, you should give birth to Miao Yiai. If you want to marry a man, you should marry Su Pinggan. This sentence is very popular and once again firmly occupied the first place on all major lists. Young and rich, romantic and unrestrained. With a beautiful woman by your side, this is life, this is the benchmark for men. Su Pinggan's corrupt life made many people dissatisfied. When he was about to use his power to ban the two people, a news report came out. Su Pinggan donated 5 million yuan to 2 children's welfare institutions in Beijing and 5 million yuan to 4 nursing homes in the name of Miao Yiai. At the same time, Wu Sikai announced on behalf of Su Pinggan in J City that he would donate a library building to each of the 15 schools in J City. 150 million yuan of funds had been transferred to the J City government account and would be arranged by government departments. Photos of Wu Sikai and Chen Qingshan holding huge checks began to circulate on the internet. When these news came out, they were generally well received across the country. They were positive energy that must be vigorously promoted. It made many people feel annoyed. If you dare to ban the two people with this kind of public opinion, you are definitely looking for trouble. Many people covered their chests and looked at the photo of Su Pinggan on the screen, and had the urge to vomit blood. It was impossible to beat them, and it was impossible not to beat them. It was a dilemma, and the matter could only be left unresolved in the end. Early in the morning, Miao Yiai washed and dressed neatly. Looking at Su Pinggan, who was still sleeping, the expression on her face was very complicated. After a while, it turned into a long sigh. She said to herself, it is better to forget each other in the world than to support each other in times of adversity. After that, she looked down at Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan must be sleeping soundly now. She lowered her head and gently kissed Su Pinggan's forehead, and left quietly. In the car, Qian Hong looked at Miao Yiai with tears in her eyes and didn't know how to comfort her. Today is the time for the forum to start, and the madness of the two must come to an end. Miao Yiai left, and this bad fate with Su Pinggan came to an end. Miao Yiai knew it very well. Both of them were under great pressure in their hearts, and there were various reasons. Separation was the best choice for both of them. In Su Pinggan's words, it was enough to have such a beautiful time in life to savor. It is better to forget each other in the world than to support each other in times of adversity. At 9 o'clock, Su Pinggan was woken up by the bodyguard. He looked around and found that he was still lying in bed, but Miao Yiai was nowhere to be seen. Mr. Su, Miss Miao left at 7 o'clock and left in her agent's car, the bodyguard said. What time is it? Su Pinggan frowned and asked. It's already 9 o'clock, the bodyguard said. Ask the hotel to send some breakfast over, Su Pinggan said. The bodyguard nodded and turned to leave. Su Pinggan got up directly, opened the windows, the bedroom, the living room, and the windows were all open to blow away the smell in the room, and turned to the bathroom to take a shower. When Su Pinggan came out of the bathroom, breakfast had been delivered. After a quick breakfast and a change of clothes, Su Pinggan left the hotel, took a car to the venue, and sat down in an inconspicuous place at the back. Anyway, Su Pinggan didn't need to speak, so he just sat down and went through the motions. To be honest, there were many media outlets that invited Su Pinggan to speak this time, and the organizing committee was in a dilemma. In the end, they carefully reviewed Chen Qingshan's report and gave up the idea of letting Su Pinggan speak. As a result, the media that signed up for the meeting were all disappointed when they received the list of speakers, especially the foreign media. They simply replaced the people. They had originally planned to send elite personnel, but now they replaced them with people from the Chinese office, who were perfunctory. Some live broadcast platforms even canceled their decision to purchase the live broadcast. Those who had already paid regretted it so much that they wanted to vomit blood. Without Su Pinggan's speech, who would watch it? They lost money, and this time they lost a lot. After the meeting started, Su Pinggan felt very uncomfortable. He keenly discovered that many media outlets would point the camera at him from time to time. He couldn't even take a break and squint for a while, which made him extremely irritable. The people on the organizing committee were also very uncomfortable. Damn it, why didn't they give the camera to the speakers on the stage, but kept scanning the camera to the people below from time to time? They were also very dissatisfied. It wasn't until the afternoon that the situation improved. It was obvious that they had been warned. Chapter 181 10 Advantages. After 4 days, the forum ended successfully. Su Pinggan checked out of the room on the same day and took a car back. Liu Dongdong wanted to invite Su Pinggan to dinner, but Su Pinggan's car had already left Beijing, so he could only find an opportunity next time. After returning and resting for a day, Su Pinggan began to arrange that the finances of each branch in J-City and Hangzhou would work with a local tax department to calculate the amount of prepaid taxes and fees for the next month. The speed was very fast. Each branch was preparing for this matter. In 2 days, various reports were reported to the headquarters. After Ho Minghe integrated it, he took the report and went directly to Su Pinggan's office to report. After taking a sip of tea, Su Pinggan took the report and looked at it. He didn't look at anything else, just looked at the final summary amount, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Please call Jin Wenwen for me, Su Pinggan said directly. Ho Minghe nodded, stood up and went out, and soon brought Jin Wenwen in. Wenwen, you take notes, Su Pinggan said directly, and Jin Wenwen immediately took out a pen and a note. Su Pinggan smiled, pointed to the seat next to him, and asked Jin Wenwen to sit down and take notes. First, notify the Human Resources Department that the salary for the assistant position in the Research Institute will be reduced by 2 levels, and the rest of the recruitment will be temporarily cancelled. Second, notify Qiao Yicheng of Shianqi Technology Company to temporarily cancel all recruitments, and no additional projects may be added from today. Third, notify Yi Changlin to keep the current staff, and the recruitment will be cancelled. Fourth, notify Ling Zhejian of Shianqi Mobile Phone Company to report the current progress, and the development projects will remain in their current state. No new projects may be added. If additional projects are required, they must be reported to the headquarters for approval. Go, do it immediately, Su Pinggan said, and Jin Wenwen went out directly to start drafting documents. Old Ho, strictly control all kinds of expenses. Our difficult days are coming. I have spread my business a little too much. Now is an extraordinary period. Everything is based on the stability of the company. No new projects shall be allocated funds. Let's talk about it after we stabilize it, Su Pinggan said directly. I understand, and the financial system will be strictly implemented. Ho Minghe knew very well what Shianqi Group would face next. It is right to pay taxes, and there is no problem with that. The key problem is that Su Pinggan's business is too big. Several research institutes consume too much funds. They must be reduced, otherwise the company's capital chain will be very tight. If you want to keep it loose, you need to put money in. There is another way, that is to take out loans to continue the company's rapid development, but Su Pinggan does not want to take out loans and does not want the bank to share profits for nothing. Now he can only reduce it. There are many people staring at the Apocalypse Group. With the actions of the various branches of the Apocalypse Group in the recruitment market, everyone has discovered that hundreds of recruitment positions have been cancelled, and the treatment of the remaining signature positions has also dropped a lot. Chen Qingshan and Zhang Jianbin have already received reports. They look solemn when looking at the reports in their hands, especially Zhang Jianbin. The cancellation of so many signature positions and projects shows that the Apocalypse Group has begun to shrink across the board. Will Su Pinggan sell the Apocalypse Technology headquarters in the future? If Su Pinggan really sells it, it will be a big deal. Zhang Jianbin sits in the office alone thinking about this matter and how to guide the Apocalypse Group. The same is true for Chen Qingshan. The headquarters of Renewable Resources in J-City has begun to receive research equipment one after another. The treatment of research assistants assigned to researchers has been reduced across the board. Will Su Pinggan completely stop research in the field of renewable resources in the future? Scientific research requires large capital investment. Once Su Pinggan's funds are tight, will he reduce research projects? How to guide Shianqi Group to continue to maintain this kind of scientific and technological investment? This realistic problem is placed in front of Chen Qingshan. Many entrepreneurs have also seen the actions of Shianqi Group and understand Su Pinggan's approach very well. Scientific research is very expensive. You can't do it without large capital investment, but how to get this part of the funds? All of them are drawn from the net profit. Should I also reduce my investment in scientific research? Many entrepreneurs have begun to consider this issue. At this time, the phone call of Song Jae-min, the boss of Brothers Film Company, reached Soo Ping-in's phone. The two sides communicated for a while. 2 days later, a big news completely swept all media. Miao Yae and Soo Ping-in's Weibo announced their breakup at the same time. The reason was that both of them were very busy and rarely saw each other. Another reason was that their personalities were not very suitable. They both sent messages to wish each other well. Soo Ping-in's Weibo updated one more post: "It's better to forget each other than to help each other in times of adversity." This news completely dominated the screen. They were in love a while ago, but suddenly they broke up. What a sudden change. Too many people can't accept this result. The Weibo posts of both of them were completely blown up. No one explained, neither the two parties explained, nor the companies they belonged to explained. All of them were silent, leaving the outside world to make a fuss. In Shyanki Group, Soo Ping-in's office, Ding Zijin sat in front of Soo Ping-in. There were 4 mobile phones on the table: black, red, gray, and yellow. The prototype of the Shyanki mobile phone has been released. If Soo Ping-in approves it, the plan for the official launch will be launched. Soo Ping-in is playing games on a mobile phone at this moment to test the fluency of the phone. After playing for a while, he is quite satisfied. It is very smooth, without any lag. What is the configuration, how much is the price, and how many units are in stock? Soo Ping-in asked directly. Depending on the memory, there are 2 types, 128G and 250G, and the prices are divided into 2 levels, 5,000 and 6,000. We have 4.5 million units of 128G and 500,000 units of 250G. The first step is to take the pre-collection plan and pre-sell on Dongdong.com, Ding Zijin said seriously. What is our advantage? Soo Ping-in continued to ask. First, our mobile phone uses a domestically produced independent operating system, which is something other mobile phone manufacturers say they cannot match. Second, our mobile phone has undergone a running test and is completely ahead of all flagship phones on the market. It has the best performance and is very smooth. Third, in terms of security, our unique system uses privacy protection programs certified by Europe and the United States. Fourth, the mobile phone applications are very rich, and the ecosystem has been initially completed. Although it is not as mature as the Android and Apple ecosystems, all the commonly used ones are available, and they are still increasing. Fifth, we use the latest generation of chips from the American company TongTong, which is ahead of all mobile phone chips on the market. Sixth, in terms of cost effectiveness, our prices are completely conscious prices. Seventh, we have a joint promotion with Dongdong.com. As long as your customer level on Dongdong.com reaches a certain level, you can buy the phone interest-free, with a maximum of 24 installments. Eighth, the shooting system, professional level shooting configuration, meets the needs of professionals. Ninth, I am the master of my own phone. I can delete or download whatever I want. No software's bound. Only 6 core programs cannot be moved. You are free to choose the rest of the software. 10th, Miao Yae is the spokesperson. We shot an advertisement called, "I'm Waiting for You," with 2 versions. This is the advertisement video. Ding Zijin took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and put it on the table. After Ding Zijin said the last sentence, he was very nervous and looked at Soo Ping-in with a little worry. It was impossible to see any thoughts from Soo Ping-in's face. He was not emotional, which Soo Ping-in had already achieved. Soo Ping-in had already seen Ding Zijin's uneasiness, and did not say anything else. He picked up the USB flash drive and inserted it directly into the computer to start watching. There are 2 videos in total. The similarities are that the picture is beautiful and the music is well configured. Miao Yae in the picture is very beautiful. Miao Yae travels abroad. Every time she arrives at a place, she sends photos to her lover and makes a phone call. The answer is always, "I'm waiting for you." The lover's picture shows a man busy. According to the world map, the lover is also flying around and sending photos to Miao Yae. The answer is always, "I'll wait for you." According to the different backgrounds such as music and lighting, one is warm and the other is sad. Soo Ping-in is a little absent-minded. The scene of him and Miao Yae's love affair unconsciously emerges in his mind, and he begins to be dazed. Ding Zijin feels a lot of pressure on Soo Ping-in, who is absent-minded. Damn the planning department, I will settle accounts with them later. After a long time, Soo Ping-in turned around and glanced at Ding Zijin. Ding Zhijin began to sweat. Su Pingyan in front of him really put a lot of pressure on Ding Zhijin. Have you considered that I broke up with Miao Yi? Su Pingyan asked calmly. I have considered it. The hottest topic at the moment is the chairman's and Miao Yi's affairs. The planning department quarreled with me and would rather be fired than withdraw the planning proposal, Ding Zhijin reported truthfully. I approve this plan. Let's use the warm one. Let's release the sadder one after the phone is launched, depending on the situation. Su Pingyan said directly. Yes, I will know how to do it, Ding Zhijin said seriously. The two discussed for a while, and Su Pingyan also called Liu Dongdong directly. The two finalized a general framework. The rest was for Ding Zhijin to contact and negotiate with the senior management of Dongdong.com. After everything was ready, the promotion plan was officially launched in 3 days. After leaving J-City, Ding Zhijin returned directly to Hangzhou and organized meetings for various departments. After the meeting, he flew directly to Beijing. This kind of thing must be done by Ding Zhijin himself. Others seemed a little unequal. According to the plan, the entire mobile phone company began to get busy. 3 days passed in a flash. On this day, 22.com released a running score picture, which directly shocked the market. The picture showed the running score test of the Xianqi mobile phone, and the score completely killed all the machines on the market. The running score of the Xianqi mobile phone was directly ahead of the second-place Guoguo by more than 7,000 points. This data was shocking, which made many people dumbfounded and dared not believe that this data was true. Just when everyone was skeptical, Xianqi Mobile Phone Company announced that the phone would be launched on Dongdong.com and that everyone could log into Dongdong.com to check the relevant configuration. At the same time, Xianqi Mobile Phone Company said very confidently that if you still doubt the running score data after reading the phone's configuration, then you really don't understand mobile phones. This statement completely ignited people's curiosity. Chapter 182 The trend is set. Xianqi Mobile Phone Company actually dared to say such a big talk. Everyone started to log into the Xianqi Mobile Phone flagship store on Dongdong.com and started to browse information. The detailed data about the configuration of the Xianqi mobile phone was completely exposed, which made many mobile phone companies curse. The chip processor is the next generation chip of Tongtong Company, which is ahead of all models currently on the market. This alone makes many mobile phone manufacturers feel annoyed. Next, the screen is a high-quality screen of Xinxing Company, the same as the screen used by Guoguo Company. The camera system, professional-level camera configuration, beats all camera phones currently on the market in seconds. The mobile phone operating system is of good origin, and the performance and fluency data are ahead of Android and Guoguo Company's system. Just these 4 points are ahead of all companies. The configuration of the Xianqi mobile phone is completely the top configuration. At the same time, 22.com also issued a statement. The running score picture released is the lowest running score picture of 22.com's 50 tests. Under certain conditions, the score of the Xianqi mobile phone will be higher. While everyone was discussing this, the video shot by Miao Yi was broadcast on TV and the internet. The beautiful pictures, the heart-moving music, and Miao Yi's last words "I'll wait for you" melted the hearts of many people. 3 days after the video fermented, Xianqi Mobile Company announced that it would start accepting reservations on Dongdong.com 3 days later. The first batch was limited and first come first served. At the same time, it was announced that Dongdong.com's customers who reached a certain level could directly purchase in installments without interest. For 200 yuan a month, they could own this mobile phone with the world's top configuration. What is Face? The world's top configuration mobile phone is Face. Domestic independent operating system mobile phone is Face. Mobile phone with the highest privacy protection system in Europe is Face. Professional shooting system is Face. As the publicity continued, 3 days passed, and Dongdong.com also opened the reservation system. As a result, a terrible thing happened. In 27 minutes, the order exceeded 2 million. This was a full payment order, which made everyone dumbfounded. With the release of Dongdong.com's data, it caused a huge wave of exaggeration. No one could believe it was true. Those software companies that bet on the Panga system of Xianqi mobile phone cheered directly. 2 million units in 27 minutes, how abnormal, how f-king hell. Moreover, the data is still rising horribly. Ding Zhijin of Xianqi Mobile Phone Company is beaming with joy. After consulting Su Pingyan, He immediately places an order and directly sends a 3 million order to all accessory manufacturers. The accessory manufacturers are also excited one by one. After a day, Dongdong.com released the data, and the orders received throughout the day were 4.94 million units. This horrific data once again shocked all mobile phone manufacturers. They called Dongdong.com to check again and again. In the end, they all got a reply that the data was not a bit exaggerated. Ding Zijin was completely excited at this moment, and directly changed the order to 5 million units, going crazy. All accessory manufacturers said that they would definitely supply on time with guaranteed quality and quantity, and would never lag behind. Now everyone can see clearly that Xianqi Mobile Phone has gone completely crazy. Xianqi Mobile Phone Company and Dongdong.com directly announced that they would continue to accept orders and ship according to the time sequence of your orders. Consumers who did not order the first batch of goods were given certain compensation, and the second batch of goods was guaranteed to be delivered as soon as possible. The orders continue to increase. Looking at the above data, many mobile phone manufacturers' bosses vomited blood. This is all my money, and it was robbed by Xianqi Mobile Company. Su Pinggan, this troublemaker, must die a bad death. The curses on Su Pinggan were endless. It was not until the third day that the number of consumer orders began to decrease significantly, but the current data is already devastating, 9,679,427 units. Ding Zijin directly increased the order to 10 million units, and everyone started to go crazy. Accessories manufacturers and software companies were all crazy with joy. They never dreamed that Xianqi mobile phones would be so powerful. This terrifying sales data has completely exploded. Not only in China, but also abroad, seeing this sales data is also shocking. Xianqi mobile phones are so crazy, and the market in China is so terrifying. It has produced sales of nearly 10 million mobile phones, blinding everyone's eyes. The European market was even more shocked. This data has been firmly at the top of the list of major media for several consecutive days. Many people could not believe this fact. The same is true in the United States. Guoguo Company could not believe this result. As the mobile phones were released one by one, people who got the mobile phones immediately began to experience them. They exposed their own data at using the mobile phones to brush their scores. Many of the data were higher than those announced by Tuta.com. When playing games, it was very smooth, the signal was very clear, and the various responses were very fast. The comments on Dongdong.com were very good. In more than a day, hundreds of thousands of good comments appeared. At this time, the governments of Province Z and Province Y issued a statement that in order to support domestic operating systems, the government will subsidize the personnel who purchased Xianqi mobile phones in various departments. The subsidy is not small. This news made people envious and jealous. Ding Zijin placed an order again, and placed another order contract of 3 million. The sales of Xianqi mobile phones are rising steadily. Su Pinggan saw this result, shook his head and smiled bitterly. He knew very well what the two provincial governments provided to provide purchase subsidies. This kind of thing can only be understood but not expressed in words. Several calls were made one after another. On the internet, the sign of Xianqi Group was once again unfolded. Many people smiled knowingly when they saw this result. This Su Pinggan, what a monkey spirit. Then, Mabo, Lin Yide, and Zhang Wenhan also issued a statement on Weibo, saying that those who purchased Xianqi mobile phones in the company would be subsidized. As good friends of Su Pinggan, they must support it. Then, Beijing and Shanghai also issued the same statement, saying that they would subsidize the personnel who purchased Xianqi mobile phones in relevant units. The official recognition actually increased the sales of Xianqi mobile phones again. Many people sighed when they saw these news. Xianqi mobile phones, the general trend has been established. Su Pinggan, this son, the general trend has been established. Full of helplessness, looking at the sales data on Dongdong.com, I was really a little discouraged. What can I use to compete with Xianqi mobile phones? I have crushed you in all aspects. You have nothing to fight for. After a month, Dongdong.com refreshed the data, and the sales of Xianqi mobile phones this month reached 13 million units. With such a high price and such sales, everyone was speechless. Ding Zijin has already started to act, and has placed another order with a mobile phone accessories manufacturer. The amount is as high as 10 million. Ding Zijin wants to expand overseas markets, and Deputy General Manager Zhang Zijin and Ma Xianqi have already gone abroad. You cannot care about the Xianqi mobile phone, but you must care about super fish oil. Su Pinggan is a very rogue bastard. Many countries do not want the Xianqi mobile phone to enter the country. After repeated consideration, they let it go. Su Pinggan dared to use super fish oil to block the United States and South Korea, and now he has directly cut off the goods from Vietnam. What else can he, Su Pinggan, not dare to do? Stability is the most important thing, so just turn a blind eye. More than a month later, the Xianqi mobile phone officially landed in Japan. There is no way. Japan has entered an aging society. Super fish oil is indispensable. Originally, it was thought that the app of the Xianqi mobile phone was all in Chinese characters, and the sales volume was not high. As a result, the software companies in China were underestimated, or the diligence of the Chinese people was underestimated. All companies were working overtime to translate. The Japanese version of the software was officially launched on the day of the announcement, which made many departments feel painful. This forced Japanese software companies to start developing Pangu system apps. As time goes by, the ecosystem of Pangu system will definitely spread all over the world, and no one will give up. Deng Xiaojun directly announced that as long as foreign software companies do a good job of translating into Chinese and comply with the relevant laws and regulations of China, they will also log into the Chinese mobile phone store system. With more than 10 million user groups, no software company is willing to give up. Of course, the countries where these software companies belong must also have Apocalypse mobile phones for sale, otherwise, they will refuse to log into the mobile phone store system. In the countries that originally boycotted Apocalypse mobile phones, an undercurrent began to move in the country, and quite a number of software companies began to move. With more than 10 million user groups, no one is willing to give up. As time goes by, it is only a matter of time before Apocalypse mobile phones land in their countries. This is inevitable, unless they don't care about domestic software companies. When European countries are still hesitating, the United States actually let it go. This result surprised many people. Guoguo company did not prevent Apocalypse mobile phones from landing in the United States. This is unscientific. Could it be that Su Pinggan threatened the United States with super fish oil again? Everyone was puzzled. This is really not Su Pinggan's business, but it is also related to Guoguo's inaction. Guoguo's sales and profits in China continue to grow. It secretly suppresses China's mobile phone companies, and China's mobile phone products cannot enter the United States at all. Now that the Apocalypse mobile phone has come out, Guoguo has held a board meeting to study whether to suppress the Apocalypse mobile phone. The board is also difficult to decide. From the performance of the Apocalypse mobile phone in China, it can be seen that China attaches great importance to the Apocalypse group. If Guoguo suppresses the Apocalypse mobile phone, what consequences will it cause? Will Su Pinggan threaten with super fish oil? Will China ban the sale of Guoguo mobile phones? These two real problems are in front of them, and the board of directors collectively hesitated. Su Pinggan's rogue methods make Guoguo very worried. Others don't understand Su Pinggan, but Guoguo has worked hard to analyze Su Pinggan. He has the harmless appearance of a Chinese, but he is also a big rogue with the American rogue spirit. When large American internet companies gathered, there was an analysis that the attack on the headquarters system of Dream Company was 30% likely to be related to the Apocalypse group. The fundamental reason is that several major companies have secretly organized people to attack the Apocalypse group. As a result, they all failed. With their strength, they were unable to capture the Apocalypse system. This was very unusual and showed the strength of the Apocalypse group. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Pay taxes according to law, take from the people and use for the people. Long live the motherland. May the motherland live forever and reign over the earth. 4 more chapters today. Su Pinggan has a network expert behind him, which is the fundamental reason why these companies are so cautious. If other companies in China have such experts, the major companies will not be afraid at all, because other companies are not the kind of people who play rogue tactics. Su Pinggan is different. Once you take action and Su Pinggan finds out the consequences. Thinking of Dream Company, many boards of directors of companies are silent. Su Pinggan will endure it. Even mice can rape cats, so he will definitely cause trouble for the company in secret. After dragging it on and on, no company has taken action. This situation also confuses the top American officials. Apocalypse Mobile has come to grab food, but these companies have not spoken out. What does this mean? Acquiescence? Since no one has jumped out to cause trouble, coupled with the activities of the lobbying company hired by Apocalypse Mobile, it has been approved in such a muddle. Things are so weird. European countries are shocked. Asian countries are shocked. American countries are shocked. When did Americans become so easy to talk to? To be honest, Su Pingyan was also confused when he got the news. The company spent a lot of energy and manpower to enter the US market, but there was no result until now. The Xianqi mobile phone was so successful. The whole thing revealed a weird atmosphere. Is there any conspiracy here? Su Pingyan asked Wu Sikei and Ho Minghe. The three were discussing things in Su Pingyan's office. Pingyan, you should be more cautious. It's not normal to be so smooth. Wu Sikei frowned and said. Yes, Pingyan, the Americans are too weird this time. They let us enter the market so easily. I'm afraid there is really a conspiracy, Ho Minghe said seriously. Yes, I will call Ling Zhejian later. We must be cautious and be careful of the Americans. This thing is too smooth, Su Pingyan frowned and said. The three were discussing in the office. A device under the asphalt covering on the roof had sent the conversation of the three people. A place not far from the weather headquarters, a device inside a van perfectly received the recording of the conversation of the three people. This was installed by the telecommunications company when Su Pingyan was not in China. When they installed the signal transmitter on the roof, it consumes very little power when not activated. It is activated at a critical moment and then turned off directly after a period of use. The battery power can be used for more than a year. It is very easy to replace the equipment once a year. This matter is very secret. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan don't know. This time the matter in the United States is too weird, so they have to activate this plan. The big guys received the report and frowned after reading it. Su Pingyan didn't know why, and he called Ling Zhejian personally to be careful. Could this really be a trap set by the Americans? However, this report also proves that Su Pingyan did not collude with the United States. After the Dream Company incident, the big guys began to be cautious. Xianqi Group is now a business card for the outside world. Once something happens, the face will be thrown into the Pacific Ocean. It must be cautious, and cautious again. Ding Zhejian was also a little confused. He didn't expect it to be so smooth. After receiving Su Pingyan's call, he communicated with Su Pingyan for more than an hour, and followed a step by step, without violating any laws, and correcting himself first. Domestic software companies and accessory companies are all excited. Xianqi Group is awesome. It has actually entered the US market. Accessories manufacturers have started to work overtime to produce, and software companies have started to work overtime to produce English versions. American software companies are working overtime to produce the Chinese version. Everything is busy. Xianqi Mobile Phone Company's US branch has been officially established, and the company's headquarters is located in San Jose, California, USA. They recruit people when they should, and cooperate when they should. They have signed a cooperation agreement with Xianping Law Firm, a famous American law firm, and are fully responsible for handling the legal procedures of the branch. If there are any illegal things, Xianping Law Firm will be responsible. The cost is not low, $4 million a year. Xianping Law Firm sent 2 lawyers to the legal department of Xianqi Mobile Phone's U.S. branch to review various contracts at any time, so that the person in charge of the branch can consult various legal matters at any time to prevent problems. Ding Zhejian is also very careful. Time passed slowly. A month has passed since the tax exemption period of Xianqi Group. Under the promotion of some people, the Chinese media once again shifted their attention to Su Pingyan, and speculated how much tax Su Pingyan would pay in a month. As a result, many people were disappointed. Apocalypse Group did not react at all, and J-City did not react at all. Hongzhou did not react either. It was very strange. Just when many people could not help but stir up trouble again, J-City issued a statement. After the tax-free period of Apocalypse Group expired, there were only 2 months left in this year. Because of the statistics of overseas profits, they were merged to the comprehensive accounting at the end of this year, and the tax payment of Apocalypse Group would be disclosed in January next year. This statement temporarily calmed down the restless people, and they all understood it. After all, Poseidon's headquarters was abroad, and the profits would be transferred to the headquarters of Apocalypse Group only after the headquarters settled the accounts. It was also natural to merge the statistics. Time passed little by little. 2014 passed, and it was January 2015. In the middle of the month, the tax payments of Apocalypse Group and Supingen were announced, which surprised many people. Hangzhou Apocalypse Game Company, Apocalypse Mobile Phone Company, and Apocalypse Technology Company, the three companies paid taxes of up to 1.1 billion in 2 months, and the tax payment details were also announced. J-City Shianki Group and Supingen paid taxes for 2 months, amounting to more than 18 billion yuan, and the tax payment details were also announced. The two places also issued a statement that in 2015, they would reduce or exempt taxes for Shianki Group according to the local preferential investment policies, which is in line with national laws and regulations. The tax revenue of almost 20 billion yuan in 2 months made many places begin to envy J-City and Hangzhou. After the results came out, those who wanted to stir up trouble became much more honest, especially the things announced by the two places at the end, which showed a strong sense of warning. Especially J-City, after counting the 2 months of tax revenue from Shianki Group, it directly became a strong economic city in Y province, and the financial tension in the city was completely relieved. Someone broke the news that J-City had issued a notice to clear all local debts in advance. Now J-City is not short of money at all, and the welfare of various units during the Spring Festival this year has also been improved. The municipal government announced that starting next year, it will take out part of the funds to subsidize education and make all primary schools in the city free. It is also planned to add 10 primary schools, 10 middle schools, and 10 high schools in the urban area throughout the year, and each county will add 2 primary schools, 2 middle schools, and 2 high schools respectively, to comprehensively alleviate the problem of tight educational resources in various parts of the city. At the same time, subsidies are provided for electricity and water prices to benefit the people of the city and create a livable city. After the news spread, too many places were envious. A large enterprise completely turned a resource-depleted city around. After comprehensive subsidies for education, electricity prices, and water prices, the living burden of the people of the city will be reduced. This is a great achievement. Pay taxes according to the law, take from the people and use it for the people. This sentence has been perfectly interpreted in J-City. When the Chinese New Year was approaching, another major event occurred in the world. The accident site was still in the South Pacific. This time it had nothing to do with Supingen, nor was it the action of the star spirit, but a natural reaction. An earthquake occurred not far from Australia. There was no loss of life, but it caused Australia to lose 6 small islands and directly sank 6 small islands, which made people uneasy. This time it was Australia, and next time it would be that country, especially the many island countries in the South Pacific. They were more worried on the basis of their original worries, because they did not have a land area as large as Australia. The island sank. What should these island nations do? This reality, severe and unavoidable matter weighed on the heads of all national leaders. Australia and New Zealand took the lead in issuing a statement to further control global greenhouse gas emissions. Supingen didn't worry about these things. Those were things that the big guys worried about. Now Supingen needed to worry about the same thing, that is, to have a comfortable spring festival. After signing the bonus distribution list, each branch began to prepare for the new year. Supingen stopped working early and stayed at home with his parents, or took some supplies to send to relatives and friends. The family purchased more. At this time of year, both parents were the happiest. Their son was doing well and his face was full of red. Of course, there were also things that bothered Supingen, that is, Supingen's marriage problem. Su Hong and Qin Kaiksha kept talking about it until Supingen couldn't stand it anymore. During the New Year break, they talked about Supingen no less than 20 times. Supingen drank too much every time they talked about it. In the end, the old couple could only sigh and stop talking. When Supingen went to visit relatives and arrived at their relatives' homes, this topic could not be avoided, which made Supingen really helpless. Including Lu Haoding also persuaded Supingen to get married earlier and stabilize his temper earlier. It can be said that many people are worried that Supingen will turn into a playboy. Apart from other things, Mabo alone makes everyone worried because Mabo has a deep influence on Supingen. No one knows what Supingen thinks. Now Supingen's ideas are very strange. He doesn't want to invest in any feelings, let alone get married. He will talk about it after a while. He really doesn't want to think about these things now. This year's New Year, Mabo's life is not easy. The reason is very simple. His parents also began to force marriage. Finally, they issued an ultimatum to Mabo, giving Mabo 2 years to either bring back a wife or a child. Let Mabo choose for himself. If he fails to achieve any goal in 2 years, he must obey his parents' arrangements, which makes Mabo's head 3 big. In the end, it was Song Zhemin who spoke to resolve the embarrassment. When talking to Su Pinggan laughed ha. You have a day too. I feel much more balanced in my heart, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Just gloat over my misfortune, but don't expect me to take the blame for you in the future, Mabo said unhappily. Chapter 184 This is an inexhaustible gold mine. No, boss, I have a way to make you feel better, Su Pinggan said directly. Say it, Mabo was not polite at all. I think Sandeezy will not feel good either. You should give Sandeezy a call. I think you will feel much better, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Zioanzi, what you said is exactly what I want to say. I'm hanging up, Mabo said and hung up the phone directly, neatly and cleanly. Su Pinggan listened to the disconnection sound on the phone, shook his head and smiled, and went downstairs to eat. Before he finished his meal, Lin Yad called. Su Pinggan hung up directly and would never answer it. He must be here to call for punishment. It would be stupid to answer it now. Su Pinggan's guess was very correct. Mabo never procrastinated in doing things. After hanging up the phone, he called Lin Yad and seduced Lin Yad with a few words. Lin Yad began to complain. Dad-urged, mom-urged, brother and sister-in-law urged, all aunts and uncles expressed their intention to arrange a blind date for Lin Yad, which made Mabo laugh so hard that his stomach hurt. Finally, he couldn't help laughing. After Lin Yad figured out the situation, he jumped up from the bed, hung up the phone and called Su Pinggan directly. As Su Pinggan hung up the phone again and again, Lin Yad's head began to smoke, and he knew very well why Su Pinggan didn't answer the phone. Su, I'm not done with you, Lin Yad yelled to the sky in frustration. On the 10th day of the first lunar month, Su Pinggan went to the company and met with several senior executives. They held a small meeting. The investment company that Jizu Ai was in charge of once again increased funds, and this time directly allocated 1.5 billion. Jizu Ai's operating funds reached 4.5 billion. Increasing little by little, walking step by step, and being steady, this is what Jizu Ai asked Su Pinggan to do, otherwise Su Pinggan would have increased the funds to 10 billion. Last year, Jizu Ai's profit reached 12%, exceeding the task assigned by Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan did not take away Jizu Ai's profit. He would slowly maintain the growth. Anyway, Jizu Ai's here is highly profitable, and the more funds the better. The next day, Su Pinggan went to the Institute of Renewable Resources to take a look. Chen Fansheng accompanied him throughout the whole process. Along the way, he introduced various projects to Su Pinggan. Chen Fansheng knew the progress of each project very well. After a round, he came to Su Pinggan's office. Although Su Pinggan did not come here often, the office must have one. This is the rule. After lighting a cigarette and taking a puff, Su Pinggan exhaled the smoke from his mouth and asked, "What difficulties are there at present?" "No big problems, there is only a small problem at present. There are 4 project groups whose research is related to the sea. They need to go to the seaside to do experiments frequently, which is a bit expensive," Chen Fansheng reported truthfully. "How can the renewable resources project be related to the sea? What projects are they?" Su Pinggan was really a little curious. Cultivating microorganisms to decompose pollutants in the shallow sea to increase oxygen content and the role of carbon dioxide in the shallow sea. 2 projects, Chen Fansheng said directly, and Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment. "I can understand the first one, but what does the second one mean?" Su Pinggan was very surprised. "When the global temperature drops, it may cause the stratification of seawater at high latitudes, and retain carbon dioxide in deep seawater, which will reduce the carbon dioxide content in the atmosphere and enhance the global cooling effect. Understanding the flow principle of carbon dioxide in seawater and controlling the content of carbon dioxide in the sea will be beneficial to the regeneration of marine resources. If it is well controlled, it can completely solve the problem of shallow sea pollution in some countries and restore the ecological balance of their coasts. At present, the United States and Australia have invested a lot of effort in this regard, and we are just getting started here," Chen Fansheng briefly explained. "So, This is a big topic, and it will definitely not produce any results in a short period of time, Su Pinggan said with a frown. That's not the case. In the process of research, it will involve the subtopics of extracting elements from seawater, the subtopics of toxin stripping, etc. If we can extract some relatively expensive elements from seawater, it will bring us very large profits, Chen Fansheng said seriously. What is the current consumption of this project, and how much is it expected to cost a year? Su Pinggan asked. We don't have much investment now. After all, we have just started this research. There are 10 people in the 2 project teams. It is estimated that the annual cost is about 2.2 million. This kind of research cannot produce results in a short time. I will adjust the funds according to their progress to speed up the production of results, Chen Fansheng said seriously. Su Pinggan thought about it and did not speak for a long time. You should keep a close eye on it and grasp the degree. There must be a certain progress every month. If there is no progress, replace them to prevent them from being lazy and slacking off. When necessary, you can increase financial support. We can't be careless about the project that both the Americans and Australians pay attention to, Su Pinggan said directly. I understand. I also consider this point, so I kept this project, Chen Fansheng said seriously, and Su Pinggan nodded. Funds and personnel can be allocated to garbage sorting and recycling projects. Environmental protection is currently a global trend, especially garbage recycling, which is a huge market. We must plan ahead. Europe has already taken the lead. Take Norway as an example. The profits generated by garbage each year are as high as billions of euros, and this profit keeps rising every year. Various industries are very mature. Norway is a small country and can do this. We are a big country with a large population. We can't copy their model. If the people have no money, who will care about the environment? This brings us business opportunities. Let's solve the garbage problem. Each city invests so much in garbage fees every year, and this fee is still rising year by year. The country's investment is also increasing. We will first plan in J City to establish related industries bit by bit for integration and explore a complete system. Once we solve the garbage problem in J City, will we still worry about having no money? J City is just a small 4th-tier city. How much money will those 3rd-tier, 2nd-tier, and 1st-tier cities have? As long as there are people, this is an inexhaustible gold mine. Therefore, we must increase our investment in this area. Norway, a tiny country, can generate billions of euros in profits every year. As for our country, this is hundreds of billions of euros in profits. According to the law, these profits do not need to be taxed. The sooner the results are achieved, the sooner the benefits will be achieved. Su Pinggan looked at Chen Fansheng and said seriously. I understand. I will focus on this aspect. Chen Fansheng already knew where his work focus was. The two discussed for a long time before Su Pinggan left. That afternoon, Chen Fansheng began to make adjustments, fine-tuning, and increasing the resources for projects related to garbage sorting and treatment little by little without revealing the mountains or leaking water. Every month, a little bit. After a few months, a considerable amount of resources will be accumulated. Africa, Somalia, Daman region, El Port, a huge cargo ship is unloading. There are more than a dozen snipers deployed around the port, and more than 30 people are on guard everywhere, each holding a 3rd-generation FAMAS automatic rifle in their hands. The first group to disembark was a group of people, all of whom were sturdy, all with Asian faces, fully armed, and 50 people. After disembarking, they immediately organized the team. Gavin and York talked to the captain of the team. These are the personnel sent by Apocalypse Security Company. The first batch consisted of 60 people. After training in France, 30 people were sent to Somalia. Today, the second batch came. After 100 people were trained in France, 50 people were selected to be sent to Somalia. York issued orders one by one, and these people began to gather at various locations. Other supplies began to be unloaded, including a Tiger attack helicopter, 50 basic ammunition, and some parts that need to be replaced frequently. 5 combat infantry vehicles, as well as some ammunition, equipment and supplies. More than 2 hours later, the Tiger attack helicopter took off with a full load of ammunition, and a long convoy on the ground began to move. In the front were 3 infantry vehicles, in the middle were 15 armed trucks, and behind them were 5 brand new infantry vehicles. They left the port in a mighty manner and headed straight for the Lindell Mountain military base. This base had been abandoned. After Gavin obtained the right to use it, he immediately repaired it. In name, this base belonged to the Damanhul regional government, but in fact, no one from the Damanhul regional government could enter the base. It cost more than $4 million to renovate the base. The base has its own power generation equipment, satellite communication equipment, water source, and network. It has 3 months of food reserves all year round, as well as ammunition to support uninterrupted 12-hour combat. The supplies that came this time also included anti-aircraft rockets and ground rockets, which were enough to deal with aircraft from surrounding countries. Ground rockets can effectively strike enemies within a range of 100 kilometers. This batch of weapons was ordered by Supingen in France. He attended a cocktail party hosted by Paris Deputy Mayor Hall and met Fitch, a major director of the French Ground Weapons Group, and purchased 24 million euros of arms. The deal was reached. Supingen, Fitch, and Hall clinked their glasses and smiled, each taking what they needed. In Africa, the most powerful country is not the United States, but France. If you want to gain a foothold here, you must have a good relationship with France. Purchasing weapons from the French ground group is a good unspoken rule. Supingen is seriously managing his own connections in France. Not only in France, but also in Germany, Austria, Italy, and the United Kingdom. It is just that France is currently making the fastest progress, while other places are a bit slow. Gavin and York don't have many people, but they are very elite. It will be no problem for dozens of them to destroy your hundreds of fully armed people. They are a trump card in the hand of Balamim, the head of the government of the Damanhul region. They will not be deployed easily, but once they are deployed, all opponents will be wiped out. Chapter 185, Surviving a Disaster Will Bring Good Fortune. Balamanmu, the head of the government of the Damanhul region, had a detailed discussion with Gavin. We came here to make money and train troops. We will not threaten your rule. We each get what we need. Gavin is responsible for eliminating Balamanmu's enemies, and Balamanmu is responsible for providing Gavin with an official identity. So far, the cooperation between the two sides has been very pleasant. Balamanmu's biggest opponent has been completely wiped out. As for Gavin's black-eating other forces, Balamanmu doesn't care at all. Instead, he hopes that Gavin's enemies will be as many as possible, so that Gavin can't do without his protection. Balamanmu's ambition is not small. He will not only be satisfied with the Damanhul region, but also want to annex strongmen in other regions. Anyway, in this hellhole of Somalia, whoever has the bigger fist has the final say, and the central government can't control the local area at all. This place is located on a key road. If you have no money, you can rob. Robbing a cargo ship is enough to eat for more than a year. The robbed materials will be sold legally after layers of transfers, and a complete industrial chain has been formed. Because this place is located on a strategic road, countries around the world are arguing with each other, and they will definitely not feel at ease with other countries controlling this place. They can only send warships for escort, but you can't protect all cargo ships. If you are alone, you can only pray for God's will. Gavin's approach is very simple. He doesn't become a pirate to rob cargo ships, but takes the business of escorting supplies. From time to time, he also does some black-eating black business, and slowly establishes his own control channels. Only by mastering a certain channel can he obtain benefits continuously. There are not many actions at present, mainly because of manpower. Now that 50 people have come, we can also proceed to the next step. Within half a year, a new 50 people will be sent over, and the strength will be increased again. There is no need to worry about manpower issues. The second stage of the strategy began to unfold. The ultimate goal of this stage is only known to Gavin and York. No one else knows. Supingen also doesn't know what Gavin's goal is at this stage. He only knows the final result and doesn't care what happens during the period. The company's branches are stable. Supingen's daily task is to go to the company to drink tea, or find someone to drink 2 cups together. His life is very relaxed. On this day, when he was drinking tea, the phone rang. Supingen looked and saw that it was a call from the United States. Hello, that person, Supingen answered directly. Boss, this is Kyle. Kyle's voice came over. Why use the American phone instead of your mobile phone? Supingen asked curiously. According to the time calculation, it is just after 10 o'clock in the evening in the United States. Why would Kyle call at this time? Supingen is very curious. Boss, an American found me and wants to do a business with you. What is the business? He doesn't want to say, and wants to talk to you face to face, Kyle said directly. Who is it? You won't call me with ordinary people. Tell me, Su Pinggan asked. This person is called Mike, a general who just retired, Kyle said directly, and Su Pinggan frowned. For super paint, Su Pinggan said directly. My analysis is the same. He will fly to China tomorrow and wants to meet you, Kyle said directly. Let him come. I'll meet him, Su Pinggan said directly. Okay, I'll give him a reply, Kyle said directly, and said a few more words to Su Pinggan before hanging up the phone. Su Pinggan hung up the phone and smiled. He knew very well that the United States could not help but use the super paint. If it was not used, it would increase military spending, which was inconsistent with the current strategy of the U.S. president. If it wanted to be used, it would have to allocate additional funds. If there was no kickback on his side, the generals in the Pentagon would not let go. At present, the paint supplier of the U.S. military is DuPont Chemical. It is not difficult to reverse the formula of the super paint, but they cannot produce it. They will not do anything that violates the patent law publicly. Shaanxi Group is not a small company, and Su Pinggan is not the kind of person who will not cheat after suffering a loss. If it were other companies in China, DuPont would have taken action long ago and played a few tricks to make you give authorization obediently. From Su Pinggan's 2 encounters with the United States and South Korea, it can be seen that he is also a rogue who does not play by the rules. If you really play tricks on the Apocalypse Group, Su Pinggan will definitely fight back, even if there is no evidence that it was done by DuPont. For gangsters, suspicion is enough, no need to talk about bullshit evidence. A secret war will only end in losses for both sides, and things will develop to an uncontrollable point. This result is not what DuPont wants. The problem is that DuPont's new product cannot achieve the effect of Apocalypse super paint. How should the U.S. military choose? Continue to use DuPont's paint or purchase Apocalypse super paint? It is not such a good choice. Su Pinggan was able to think that this person came to see him for super paint because Apocalypse Paint Company has now completed the Russian order, and the order from China has also been completed halfway. It will not take long to complete the order from China. In order to prevent Apocalypse Paint Company from occupying their money in vain, companies or armies in many countries are calculating the production progress of Apocalypse Company. It is estimated that at most 1 month or so, they will not be able to bear it, and the United States can't bear it now. But Su Pinggan couldn't guess whether this person represented the U.S. military or DuPont. He would meet him and see. If he wanted a kickback, he had to give a large order. If he couldn't do that, he couldn't expect a kickback. If he wanted to obtain a patent license, he could only dream about it. Super Paint would not license any company. This was an endless gold mine. How could Su Pinggan easily let someone cut him off? Su Pinggan figured it out and smiled and continued to drink tea. No matter who he was, he would never do anything that was not in his own interests. He would talk to this Mike first. 4 days had passed. Mike, an American, also arrived in J-City, China, and checked into the Shangri-La Hotel. He made a cup of coffee and sat on the sofa thinking about things. He had already contacted Su Pinggan and would meet him tomorrow morning. He didn't know if the deal could be completed smoothly. Mike couldn't understand why an entrepreneur like Su Pinggan appeared in China. The military had analyzed Su Pinggan internally. Fortunately, this was recognized. There was no evidence for other problems. Everyone accepts the advent of super fish oil. It is the result of Dr. Luck's many years of research. This is reasonable. You have nothing to check. The advent of super paint, the U.S. military agency has conducted a dissecting investigation on Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan said that he accidentally heard an old professor mention Miao Yuang's name. Miao Yuang's mentor in the Netherlands, Professor Knapp, is German. After retirement, he returned to Germany to live in Dresden, which can be connected with what Su Pinggan said. He wanted to conduct further investigation, but the old professor died in a car accident. There was no evidence. According to Miao Yuang's performance in the Netherlands, a chain of evidence can be barely formed. After all, science is very accidental. Many problems may be solved in a flash of inspiration. Dr. Camille is still alive and secretly talked to Camille. From Camille's mouth, he learned that Miao Yuang is very talented and gifted in anti-corrosion research. He is a rare talent. Professor Camille originally planned that when Miao Yuang became a formal researcher, he would directly sign a guarantee to help Miao Yuang obtain Dutch nationality and keep this genius in the Netherlands. As a result, he had to give up because of hazing. The Americans investigated very carefully, and even found out that Professor Camille had consulted Miao Yuan to join the Dutch nationality, which indirectly proved that Miao Yuan was a truly talented person. All of these can only be described as luck. What can you do with good luck? There is no way. Su Pinggan spent 10 yuan to buy horses and won 500 million. This matter was also under control. Chen Tao, the driver who is responsible for picking up Su Pinggan, was also investigated. After using means, accurate information was obtained, including the fact that Su Pinggan did not win the lottery. It can be said that everything that can be investigated from Su Pinggan's birth to the present has been investigated. The report is more than 30 pages. In the end, a conclusion that is not a conclusion came out. Su Pinggan's luck may be related to Su Pinggan being struck by lightning. Surviving a disaster must have good fortune in the future. No other explanation can explain Su Pinggan's luck. Are there any doubts? Yes, there are doubts in two places. First, the super hacker behind Su Pinggan is the biggest doubt. Several major American internet companies sent people to attack the Apocalypse company system but failed. This was found out. Zhu Hongyan, the search engine developer of Xianqi Technology Company, was also investigated, including Kui Xianyi, the developer of Xianqi mobile phone operating system. Kui Xianyi had a good explanation. After all, Kui Xianyi had sold mobile phone operating systems before, but he just didn't sell them. Zhu Hongyan's evaluation was just a hacker expert. He didn't investigate further. It's not that he couldn't investigate in depth, but he was worried that he would be discovered by Su Pinggan, so he just gave up temporarily. Second, how did Su Pinggan know about several special experts in his company? This is another suspicious point, and it has a lot to do with the first suspicious point. The report listed several possibilities. It is suspected that the hacker is a European, because Su Pinggan only started to intervene in internet-related industries after returning from Europe. And he should have met the hacker in Europe. The French Black Fox security company was also investigated thoroughly. Buck, York, and Gavin, the details of the three people were all found out. In order not to alert the enemy, they did not contact these three people and kept it for later. This is the power of national-level institutions. It is very scary. If you really want to investigate a person, you will have nowhere to hide. The power of the relevant institutions of a big country is unimaginable to ordinary people. Rising without warning and then showing off will definitely lead to being sliced and sliced. There is no other way to go. If Su Pinggan had risen in a very high-profile manner at the beginning, he would definitely be sliced and sliced for research in some secret experimental base now, and there would be no escape. Chapter 186, Profits can be abandoned, but the motherland must never be abandoned. If the Americans don't take action, other countries will. Mastering the means to make you suddenly rise will bring unexpected gains. No one is a fool. If you regard everyone as a fool, you will definitely not go far. Su Pinggan's caution is still worthy of recognition. This time I came here because of the general's intention. If Su Pinggan is on the right track, they will do some activities to see if they can make the White House loosen up. On the contrary, if Su Pinggan is not on the right track, just pretend that this incident never happened. Anyway, Mike is retired, and what he does has nothing to do with the military. The generals' pensions are not small, but they can't let the generals live a decent life. At most, they can make you feel comfortable. If you want to be very comfortable, you must get money from other places. They all have their own means, and kickbacks can be perfectly used for whitewashing. The most important thing is that no one dares to investigate the retired generals. This is a huge hornet's nest. What FBI, CIA and the like dare to attack the generals, and the result waiting for them is disappearance, complete disappearance. Military procurement involves the interests of too many people. Even if the generals don't take action, those companies with military supply contracts must kill you to feel at ease. Dare to cause trouble for the generals, it's simply stupid. After a night, Mike had breakfast and drove to Xianqi Group. He had contacted Su Pinggan yesterday and met in Su Pinggan's office this morning. The agreed time was 10 o'clock. Jin Wenwen got Su Pinggan's instructions and waited on the first floor after notifying the security department. If there was no notification, Mike would not be able to enter the headquarters of Xianqi Group. The security system of the headquarters has been installed and debugged and started to run. Mike parked the car and came to the office building. Jin Wenwen came to meet him. She said a few words in poor English, took Mike upstairs, came to the door of Su Pinggan's office, and pushed the door open. Mr. Su, Mr. Mike is here, Jin Wenwen said directly. Welcome Mr. Mike to visit, Su Pinggan said with a smile, speaking Chinese. Thank you, Mike also spoke in Chinese. He looked at Su Pinggan meaningfully. Needless to say, Su Pinggan knew that he knew Chinese. The intelligence system of large enterprises was indeed not weak. Please, Su Pinggan said. He took Mike to the sofa and waved to Jin Wenwen at the same time. Jin Wenwen understood that she could not be disturbed and closed the door and went out. Su Pinggan began to make tea. His technique was very skillful. Soon, 6 cups of tea were ready. Please, Su Pinggan said. Mike smiled and started to drink tea. Neither of them said anything else. After quietly drinking 3 cups of tea, Su Pinggan continued to make tea. A cup of tea was added to each of their cups. Mr. Mike, are you here for super paint this time? Su Pinggan asked. Yes, Mike said very affirmatively. After speaking, he took out a cigarette from his pocket, opened it and handed it to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan took it and the two lit it separately. The atmosphere became more relaxed. The military or DuPont, Su Pinggan said directly. The military, Mike said very calmly. What are the conditions? Su Pinggan asked Mike, going straight to the point. Su, we need a 20% rebate. If you agree, we will do this. If not, just pretend I have never been here. Mike said directly, without beating around the bush. Do you think I will agree to this condition? Su Pinggan looked at Mike and smiled. Su, this is not a small business. I can't understand why you refuse. You know, the naval power of the U.S. military is not comparable to that of Russia and China, Mike also said with a smile. I know that among the top 10 navies in the world, the United States is the first, and the naval power from the 2nd to the 10th place combined is not as good as it, Su Pinggan said calmly. This matter does not require brainstorming. I used to search it with a ferry when I was in school. It was also reported in the news that the Soviet Union disintegrated and its powerful naval power was shattered, but the United States did not have it, and it was preserved intact. It's just that I don't think highly of your operation. The White House will not agree, and DuPont will not agree to your purchase of my products. Su Pinggan looked at Mike and said with a smile. Su, this is our problem. The question now is whether you agree to this 20% rebate or not. Mike looked calmly and also looked at Su Pinggan. 5%, I won't agree to more, Su Pinggan said truthfully. Su, you are not sincere in saying that, Mike said unmoved. It was an international joke. If an American military supplier dared to mention such a kickback, he would be kicked out in a minute. This price was insulting to the generals. Mike, my price is transparent. I can't raise the price for you. How do you solve this problem? Su Pinggan said calmly. The meaning is very simple. Your domestic suppliers give you high kickbacks because they have high profits. The price is not transparent. Now the price of super paint is transparent. You can't raise the price. It's definitely not okay to rashly reduce the profit. Su, if you want to make this business, you need a lot of investment. 5 or 6 generals will definitely not solve this problem. It will take more than 20 people to come forward, and it also involves government personnel and congressional personnel. There are a lot of people involved. Without enough profit, this business will not be completed. The part we get is not much. Another thing, do you really think we don't know what your cost is? Mike said slowly. Su Pinggan smiled. The cost of super paint is not a secret. Anyone who wants to know can definitely know it. It's just that because the patent is in the Shianki group, these people can only bear it helplessly. General, if I give such a big kickback, China will not agree, and Russia will not agree. I am just a businessman and I don't want to cause trouble. Another thing, you should know how many people are watching my fund account now. My roots are in China. I can't just focus on the present and ignore the future, Su Pinggan also said slowly. After speaking, he made a gesture of invitation and took a sip of tea. We slowly negotiated. Su Pinggan didn't want to give up a big order from the United States. It was a huge profit, but Su Pinggan would not do it if he gave away 20% so easily. Mike frowned. What Su Pinggan just said was really not considered. Key technologies and products are tightly controlled by various countries. Many products cannot be exported. It's just that because of a series of misunderstandings and Su Pinggan's quick actions, they have already been exported, so they can only let go. But if Su Pinggan dares to give the United States such a big kickback, he will have to teach Su Pinggan a lesson and let you know what great power competition is. Mike, Can you estimate the purchase amount? Su Pinggan asked. No less than $20 billion US. Mike looked at Su Pinggan and said. Su Pinggan nodded, which was similar to what he guessed. I have a plan, which can perfectly solve our problem. Su Pinggan stretched forward and whispered for a while. Mike frowned and thought. Su, I'll tell you my bottom line, 15%. If it's lower than this price, this deal will be ruined, Mike said seriously. According to Su Pinggan's plan, there is only a maximum of 8% kickback, which is absolutely not acceptable. Such a small kickback cannot facilitate this transaction at all. Those politicians are very greedy. There is another plan, 3,150 euros per barrel. How to operate is your business. I won't intervene. This is the bottom line of the price. I don't accept bargaining, Su Pinggan said directly. Mike frowned and thought seriously. Su Pinggan took out a cigarette from the table and handed it to Mike. The two lit it for themselves and puffed smoke without saying a word. Su, the final bottom line is 3,000 euros per barrel. Don't bargain with me. We know your cost very well, Mike said, staring into Su Pinggan's eyes. You know very well what the supply price is to China and Russia. This is the bottom line. If you cross this bottom line, my Shaanxi company will be in trouble, Su Pinggan said seriously, looking at Mike. 3,100 euros per barrel, this is the bottom line. If China embarrasses you, you can move your headquarters to the United States, Mike said with a smile, and Su Pinggan also smiled. My roots are in China, and the headquarters of Shaanxi Group will not be built in any country other than China. The price is set at 3,100 euros. This issue is not discussed anymore, Su Pinggan said seriously, clearly expressing his attitude. This is a matter of principle, and he must never violate his principles. Profits can be abandoned, but the motherland must not be abandoned. This is Su Pinggan's bottom line. Once this bottom line is involved, he would rather not do business than betray the motherland. Mike looked at Su Pinggan deeply for a few times, and said seriously, you are more principled than Cao Jingwei. Thank you, Su Pinggan said with a smile. After Cao Jingwei's dream group grew and became stronger, the first step was to change his nationality, and the second step was to move the headquarters to the United States, earning money from China to pay taxes to the American father. As a result, Americans simply looked down on Cao Jingwei and the Dream Group. Su Pinggan's clear statement, on the contrary, won Mike's respect. When faced with major issues, people who stick to the principles are worthy of respect from others. I need to discuss this matter after returning to China, Mike said, spitting out the smoke from his mouth. That has to be done quickly. There are no orders from other companies now. If there are orders, I can only follow the rules set. If I violate the rules, I believe no one will agree, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Mike also laughed, and his laughter was not small, which made Su Pinggan stunned. Su, how the world rules are played, we Americans have the final say. There are not many countries that dare to go against our will, and what can they do if they place an order? In a word, cancel the order for me in a proper manner, Mike said to Su Pinggan in a domineering manner. Do you really think you can run rampant relying on superficial oil? This is because the White House is unwilling to expand the problem. If you don't know what's good for you and continue to commit suicide, it will only take a few minutes to deal with you, and we will deal with you openly. I'll just accuse you of a crime and see who will speak for you. Europe won't care, and China won't care either, because they don't want us to expand the scope of our attack. There's no difference between crushing you and crushing an ant. Mike looked at Su Pinggan and said another sentence. The meaning of beating Su Pinggan was very obvious. Mike left without letting Su Pinggan see him off, nor did he need Su Pinggan to see him off. As a general, he had the aura of a general. Although he came here to discuss business this time, it was also natural to be beating Su Pinggan. Don't think that we can't deal with you just because you are in China. Please subscribe, reward incentives, vote incentives, give Lao Peng some motivation. Chapter 187 How to Play 6G, we have the final say. Su Pinggan stood in front of the large French window, his face livid, watching Mike walk out of the building and head outside. I will let you see that the future me is not someone you Americans can mess with. Su Pinggan had a blank expression, no trace of human emotion in his eyes, and stared coldly at Mike's back. Days passed slowly, and Su Pinggan's life returned to peace. On this day, Su Pinggan did not go to work at home, but made a phone call on the terrace at home. The call was to Gavin, who was far away in Somalia. Boss, I'm sure that the Americans must have secretly investigated the boss. Our relationship with the boss is no secret, Gavin said very confidently. I think so too. If anyone asks you, York, Buck, just say directly that I told you the truth of the year so that you could take revenge, and you just kept your oath. There is no need to say anything else, especially the matter of our gambling fight, which must not be mentioned, Su Pinggan said seriously. I understand. We won't talk about this, but I'm curious, who is the person who followed me back then? How did he find me? I left within 2 hours of talking to Buck on the phone. I believe that even if someone received the boss's call and rushed to my residence, they would never meet me, Gavin asked very seriously. He didn't look for you after receiving the notice, but went directly to the airport, Su Pinggan said directly. Who is he? Gavin asked expressionlessly. This person has no meaning to you anymore. Last year, he passed away. He died of liver cancer, Su Pinggan said, looking at the sky. Lying is really a technical job, and it's very uncomfortable. Gavin was silent. Bullshit, died of liver cancer. He didn't believe what Su Pinggan said. Su Pinggan must have another force in his hands, a very secretive and powerful force. There is another question. Since the Americans have investigated the boss, they must have the intention of using us to threaten the boss when necessary if they don't look for us. Our strength needs to continue to increase, Gavin said expressionlessly. What do you need? Su Pinggan also asked expressionlessly. A big killer that makes the Americans afraid to use it, can be gone now, but must be there in a few years, Gavin said directly. Let me take care of this matter, you don't need to worry, I can tell you for sure that I will notify you in advance before the Americans take action against you, and you will have enough time to prepare, Su Pinggan said lightly. Gavin took a breath of cold air, and had heard some meaning from Su Pinggan's words. In this case, the big killer can be gone, but there must be sufficient reserves of personnel, ammunition and supplies, at least 5 times the current amount, and it would be better to have more armed helicopters, Gavin said bluntly. You don't need to worry, the reserves in all aspects will gradually increase, and they will be transported to you once a month, Gavin, believe me, I can give you a bright future, Su Pinggan said, looking out the window. After communicating with Gavin for a while, the phone was hung up, and Su Pinggan stood there without moving, frowning and continuing to think. Now there is still a huge shortcoming, that is the bank. There must be a bank that can be fully controlled. Citibank is unreliable. Their headquarters is in the United States, and they will definitely not go against the will of the United States. European banks are similar. You must have your own bank, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Switzerland has fallen and must be excluded. Among the global tax havens, only Monaco, Liechtenstein, and Andorra are still making slow progress in intelligence exchange and are listed as non-cooperative tax havens by the OECD. I must go to Europe again. I must improve the bank configuration. I will wait a few more days. If there is no news from the United States, I will leave J-City and go directly to Europe after inspecting the company in Hangzhou. After spending a week at home with his parents, Su Pinggan left J-City directly and went to the Hangzhou branch. This time he did not stay in a hotel, but directly moved into a villa. After officially going to work, Su Pinggan asked Qiao Yichen to handle it. The price of more than 40 million is a commercial villa with complete certificates and licenses. It is said that this developer has great power in Hangzhou. There are only 20 villas on this road, with a large area, all with Suzhou garden characteristics. All kinds of facilities are complete, and the ponds and streams in the garden are equipped with the latest filtration system. The space layout is reasonable, and it is perfectly integrated with a modern and simple taste, with a sense of tranquility. After Qiao Yichen sent the picture data to Su Pinggan was also attracted by it. He directly paid the full amount for the most light-emitting building. The decoration style was also renovated according to Su Pinggan's wishes, and professional management and housekeeping staff were also hired. After Su Pinggan just moved in, he deliberately looked around. It was really good. The combination of East and West, all aspects are more in line with his requirements. I won't go to the company today, I will go tomorrow, and have a good rest today. Just after dinner, the phone rang. Su Pinggan took it and saw that it was Mabo who called. Boss, what's the matter? Su Pinggan asked. Where are you now? I have something to discuss with you, Mabo said directly. I just arrived in Hangzhou today, what's the matter? Su Pinggan asked. Don't ask, I will drive over tomorrow morning, and you will know when we meet, Mabo said directly. Okay, I'll have someone prepare a room for you. Don't stay in the hotel. Stay at my place. I'll send you a location later, Su Pinggan said directly. Okay, see you tomorrow, Mabo said and hung up the phone. Su Pinggan touched his chin and thought for a while. Who cares? He'll know tomorrow. He opened WeChat and sent her location to Mabo directly, then went for a walk outside. The next morning, Su Pinggan called Chen Shufan, the housekeeper of the villa, and explained Mabo's affairs. Then he left the villa and went to the company for inspection. The three companies in Shianki Technology Building started various inspections and cleaning yesterday. They were very careful from top to bottom. Su Pinggan's last knock made everyone remember it clearly, and the company's discipline has been greatly improved. Sitting in the office drinking tea and listening to Qiao Yicheng's report, Shianki Technology Company is currently in a good momentum. Data from last month showed that it has achieved profitability. The profit from app accounts for a large proportion, and the profit from search engines is not very large. Old Qiao, what do you think of the 5G communication reported in the media recently? Su Pinggan looked at Qiao Yicheng and said, I know that many companies are investing heavily in 5G research and development, mainly in the battle between polar code and LDPC code. It is not clear which code will prevail in the end. It is a bit late for us to start the project now, Qiao Yicheng said seriously. It is indeed late. Our company was established too recently and cannot be compared with those companies that have existed for decades. However, we must plug in a tank because our mobile phones are already on the market and have a considerable market share. We have advantages in the system, but we have no advantages in other aspects. We will increase our research and development efforts and find a way to obtain 1 or 2 patents. When we negotiate patent fees with them, we will have something to rely on. It will be dangerous if we have nothing. When we give them patent fees in vain, it will be a considerable expense. I can't use super fish oil every time, otherwise it will create enemies everywhere. Su Pinggan looked at Qiao Yicheng and said seriously. I understand. I will arrange to focus on 1 or 2 projects, and then the patents will offset each other. Qiao Yicheng fully understood Su Pinggan's meaning. That's the first. Second, form a 6G project team for me and start research and development now. We have nothing to do with 5G, but it may not be the case with 6G in the future. Third, focus on developing new codes. As long as we master the core codes, we have the final say on how to play 6G, Su Pinggan said meaningfully. This is the long-term layout. Since you have intervened in the communications market, you must make achievements. If you can't do it now, you must look to the future. If you win in the future, you will get back what you lost before. Changlin, how is the current progress of the game company? Su Pinggan took a sip of tea and turned to ask Yi Changlin. Chairman, the Three Kingdoms game currently operated by the company is operating normally, and the profit is tending to be stable. The annual profit is more than 130 million, which is in a loss-making state. Last year, the headquarters supported us with 300 million funds and basically had no surplus. At present, the company's focus is concentrated on the new project, the Immortal Civilization, which is planned according to the 4 worlds, the High Martial Arts world, the Cultivator world, the Spirit world, and the Immortal world. At present, the framework of the first world, the High Martial Arts world, has been determined. We have obtained authorization from more than 30 famous martial arts writers and can use the martial arts system design in their works. The authorization period is permanent, and a legal contract has been signed on this point. At the same time, we have also designed a lot of exercises. It can be said that there are tens of thousands of cultivation methods, which are countless. They are divided into 4 levels of heaven, earth, and yellow to form a complete system. Players can improve themselves by fighting against ferocious beasts and taking risks in the wild continent to obtain cultivation methods until they break the void. We plan to divide the High Martial Arts world into 50 levels per version, and then every 10 levels per version, until the full level is 120. The first version has a maximum level of 50, and we have ranged more than 20 dungeons. When players' equipment and cultivation are generally improved, level 10 will be opened, and new maps and dungeons will be released. Techniques and equipment will also be comprehensively improved. According to predictions, it will take a long time for players to complete the first version. The gameplay in it is very close to reality, with hunger, money, and so on. It is difficult to reach level 50 without hard work. Even if you reach level 50, there will be techniques, equipment, elixirs, and money waiting for players. It is difficult to obtain these. It is not so easy for you to reach the average level. With a PvP setting, you can develop in a group or alone. Those who develop alone may not belong to those who rely on team development. Moreover, death, demotion, equipment loss, money loss, etc. are all very real. If you want to become a master, techniques, equipment, and brains are all indispensable. Giving players greater freedom will reap considerable rewards after spending a certain amount of time. You can do it in a group or alone. We have made some changes to the career design. There is only one main career, the warrior, and there is no limit to the secondary career. You can increase your survivability and lethality by learning and practicing the secondary career. We will also increase the crackdown on plugins and game studios. Their existence will destroy the balance of the game, and they must be severely dealt with, Yi Changlin reported for a long time. Chapter 188. What the hell is going on? When is it expected to be launched? Su Pinggan's eyes lit up. Yi Changlin fully understood Su Pinggan's meaning. He wanted to make a game that could be played for a lifetime, a game close to the real Jianghu. Now there are more than 60 project teams supporting Xiangji civilization. Many of the people in the project team are people who are very knowledgeable about Chinese studies. They have designed a lot of small programs, applied for more than 800 patents, and have more than 600 people. Many departments are working outside because the headquarters can't accommodate them. It can be said that for the game Xiangji civilization, 90% of the company's resources are invested in it. They are serious about making a real game and have put all their energy into it. It's not fully formed yet, and a lot of testing is still needed. The first version is expected to be in the second half of this year, and the earliest is October, Yi Changlin said seriously. Su Pinggan looked regretful. October, it is estimated that it may not be completed in October. Changlin, don't worry, even if it can't be launched this year, you have to make it a fine product for me. It must be a fine product. Do you understand? Su Pinggan looked at Yi Changlin and said seriously. I understand, but the company's funds are very tight now, Yi Changlin said directly. After listening to Yi Changlin, Su Pinggan smiled. Looking at Yi Changlin smiled embarrassedly. Asking for funds was Yi Changlin's main purpose, but Su Pinggan saw through it. How much money do you need? Su Pinggan asked. It is estimated that it will cost 100 million. We need to purchase some music copyrights and some equipment, Yi Changlin said directly. I asked Lao Ho to allocate 200 million to you. Be patient and make a fine product for me. I will play the game first after all the tests are completed. It cannot be put on the market without my approval, Su Pinggan said directly while looking at Yi Changlin. Understood, I will not let President Su down, Yi Changlin said very affirmatively. After Yi Changlin finished speaking, he picked up the cigarette on the table and handed it to Su Pinggan, and immediately lit it for Su Pinggan, and then handed it to Ding Zijin and Qiao Yichin respectively. The four of them began to smoke. Olding, how are the current mobile phone sales? Su Pinggan asked, spitting out the smoke from his mouth. Chairman, in January we conducted statistics on last year. In 2014, our mobile phone shipments were 16.72 million units. I expect that we will be among the top 5 in sales last year. The reason for such achievements is inseparable from the correct strategy formulated by President Su. We announced early that the mobile phone would be launched, allowing consumers to save money. Many people postponed the replacement of their mobile phones. At the same time, we cooperated with Dongdong.com to provide interest-free installment payments, which increased sales. With the support of advertising and local governments, we created a miracle. This year, our sales will not exceed last year. The focus of our work is on overseas market development, system upgrades and maintenance, and ecosystem building. We will firmly consolidate the foundation of our ecosystem and start the design of the second generation of mobile phones. Ding Zijin briefly reported the company's situation. Su Pinggan nodded after listening. Ding Zijin's mind was clear and he knew what to do next. The four people discussed a lot of things in the room. While they were talking, Su Pinggan's phone rang. He picked it up and answered it directly. Boss, are you here? Su Pinggan asked. Your villa is fine. I'm here. When will you be back? Mabo's voice came out. I'll be back after I make some arrangements. Wait for me to be ready. Ask the kitchen to cook more and we'll have a drink, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Come back as soon as you can, Mabo said directly, and then hung up the phone. I wanted to have a drink with you guys, but now I can't, Su Pinggan said as he looked at the three of them. Yi Changlin and the other two also smiled. It was clear that there was only one person Su Pinggan called the boss, and that was Mabo, the boss of dormitory 507. It's okay. We still have a lot to do in the afternoon, Qiao Yicheng said with a smile. Yi Changlin and Ding Zijin also smiled and said that they had something to do in the afternoon. Su Pinggan understood and smiled as he sent the three of them away. Then he packed up and took a car back to the villa. He didn't know what Mabo wanted to talk to him about, and he was so anxious. When Su Pinggan returned to the villa, he was pulled to the pavilion by Mabo to talk. After hearing what Mabo said, Su Pinggan's mind buzzed and he was completely confused. Are you kidding me? You actually arranged this kind of thing for me? Su Pinggan stared at Mabo with an unhappy look on his face. You think I'm willing? To tell you the truth, if it wasn't because we're too familiar with each other, I would have done it a long time ago, and you would have gotten a bargain, Mabo said with an unhappy look on his face. Neither of them said anything. Mabo understood very well what Su Pinggan was thinking, but he had already said it out loud, so he had to do it. Go meet her. My cousin Zinayan has a top figure. Although she's not so good at business, she's a very independent woman. Give me some face, Mabo said helplessly, looking at Su Pinggan. Blind date. Mabo came here this time to arrange a blind date for Su Pinggan. He had agreed to Song's Hemin that year, but Song's Hemin blocked him during the Chinese New Year. Mabo knew Su Pinggan very well and wanted to refuse, but he had already agreed to Song's Hemin before. To be honest, what do you mean by being too familiar with each other? Don't try that on me, Su Pinggan looked at Mabo and said directly. Mabo opened his mouth but didn't say anything. After a long while, Mabo finally spoke. Song's and I are cousins and have a very good relationship. My cousin has always been a top student, but I've been a poor student. We happen to get along very well and basically had no secrets from each other. I never thought much about it. It was not until high school that Song's and I changed. She grew up and became a very graceful young lady. She had a good figure and a pretty face, and her grades were the best in the school. I was really attracted to her at the time, but I gave up completely after pursuing her for a week. All my tricks were seen through. In Song's and I's words, she knew what I was going to say as soon as I opened my mouth, and it was obvious whether what I said was true or false, which controlled me to death. We had a calm private chat and said whatever we wanted to say. To be honest, Song's and I only felt that I was a good friend, nothing else, and I only felt desire for her, not love. It's the best outcome for us to be good friends. If we really get together again, I'm done for. I have absolutely no chance to turn over. If I dare to act tough, my parents and his parents will not agree. I will definitely end up being abandoned by everyone. Now you know why. It's a very scary thing for a couple to be too familiar with each other and have no private space. Mabo looked at Su Pinggan and told him everything. According to what you said, if I take down Song's and I, it will be very easy to deal with you. Su Pinggan touched his chin and looked at Mabo with shining eyes. Mabo began to feel scared. If Song's and I helped Su Pinggan to tease him, this scene was unimaginable. Mabo shuddered, as if he had done something stupid. You go abroad immediately, I will pay for the expenses, and I will find a way to solve it over there. This matter ends here. Mabo looked at Su Pinggan and said seriously, without any joking intention. Okay, I was just joking with you, let's meet, otherwise, where will you put your face? Su Pinggan said with a sigh. Mabo took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Su Pinggan. They lit one and started to discuss the matter. If she asks me about Miao Yi, what should I say? I can't say that your father arranged it for me. In the future, if we really like each other, the father-in-law will introduce his son-in-law to his sister. This is a good story, Su Pinggan looked at Mabo and said with a smile. Mabo was stunned. Damn, what the hell is this? Mabo slapped his head. Song's and I will definitely ask about this. After all, Miao Yi is an employee of his father's company. Even if he knows it is hype, he probably won't be in a good mood. At that time, Mabo will still be unlucky. Okay, let's take it one step at a time. After meeting your cousin Zinayan, I should go abroad. Everything will go with the flow, Su Pinggan said while looking at the sky in the distance. Jinling, the ancient capital of several dynasties and a famous historical city, has entered the modern society and is at the forefront of the times. There are tall buildings everywhere and it is extremely prosperous. In the office building of Kingayan Building in the commercial district, on the 9th floor, Lingayan Animation Company, In the general manager's office, Song Jae-min and Song Jin-ayu both had stern faces and didn't speak. The entire Lingayen animation company was quiet. The two departments closest to Song Jin-ayun's office had all left. The boss had just had a quarrel with his father, so it was better to stay away. If he knew something he shouldn't know, he might be punished or fired. Including Song Jin-ayun's secretary, everyone evacuated downstairs and left far away to avoid getting into trouble. Dad, our family is not short of money. Why did you introduce Soo Ping-in to me? He is Mabo's brother. He is the same kind of person. I would rather find Mabo than him. At least I can control Mabo, Song Jin-ayun said very unhappily. Is Zhang Wenjun the same as Mabo? He is also Mabo's good brother. He is married now. There is no scandal. The husband and wife follow each other. Are they the same kind of people? I know whether they are the same kind of people. Besides, are you really willing to marry a man you can control? If you are willing, I will say nothing, Song Jae-min said unhappily to his daughter. He just broke up with Miao Yi from your company, and I'm rushing to get involved. What will the outside world say about it? Have you thought about your daughter's reputation? Song Jin-ayu rubbed his head and said, looking unhappy, very unhappy. Jin-ayu, if Soo Ping-in is not serious about Miao Yi, and just has a playful attitude, I will definitely not consider letting you meet him. He is different from Mabo. Mabo is pure play. You know the difference between the two very well. Besides, he has broken up with Miao Yi, and there is no problem with him meeting you. Who can say anything? You are not a child anymore. How long are you going to drag it out? You look down on civil servants, and you look down on the second generation of rich people. Soo Ping-in is the first generation of rich people, which meets your conditions. Song Jae-min stared at Song Jin-ayu and said. Chapter 189. A gentleman is like a dragon. Listen, go and meet him. I forced Mabo to go find Soo Ping-in. You can't make me feel like a nobody. Song Jae-min looked at Song Jin-ayu and said gently. Mabo has already gone to find Soo Ping-in. You, Song Jin-ayu really didn't know what to say at this moment. I'll go. Anyway, there won't be any result. Mabo knows my temper very well. I will definitely say whatever I want to Soo Ping-in. You really know how to find people. Song Jin-ayu really didn't know what to say when he looked at his father. Jin-ayun, it is undeniable that you are excellent, but I think you are not as good as Mabo. Mabo has far surpassed you in doing things, and his achievements are also above yours. He is more smooth and resourceful than you in dealing with people. Think about it seriously. If Mabo is really as bad as you think, why do people like Soo Ping-in and Lin Yad have such a good relationship with Mabo, and why does Mabo's tea company expand so fast? I can tell you clearly that the first capital for Mabo's entrepreneurship was given by your uncle Ma. It was only 1 million, but Mabo turned a profit that year and made more than 100,000 in net profit. The subsequent funds for purchasing the tea base and the funds for the expansion of the company were all solved by Mabo himself. Yes, Soo Ping-in supported Mabo behind the scenes, but why did Soo Ping-in support Mabo? Is it just because they share a dormitory? You are managing a company on your own now. Who of your sisters would lend you money without conditions? Your uncle Ma said that Mabo asked Soo Ping-in for 60 million yuan, but Soo Ping-in transferred 70 million yuan and didn't even let Mabo write a promissory note. There was no loan procedure. Even his brothers can't do this. Why would Soo Ping-in be so willing to do this? This is the charm of Mabo's personality. It is undeniable that Mabo is a bit messy in his private life, but have you seen those women blame Mabo? Not one said anything bad about Mabo. You think they are birds of a feather, huh? Let's not talk about the political careers of Sun Mingyang and Li Rulong. What achievements have Lin Yai made now? What achievements have Zhang Wenjun made? What achievements have Soo Ping-in made now? Why do all of them call Mabo the boss? Just because of the same dormitory? Think about it carefully, Song Jae-min said to Song Jin-ayu with a serious face. Song Jin-ayu was stunned for a moment. He really hadn't thought about this aspect. His first entrepreneurial capital was also 1 million, but he lost all his underwear. After failing 4 times, he didn't lose money until he founded Lingayen Animation Company for the 5th time. The reason why he didn't lose money was largely due to his father, otherwise, he would still lose money. According to what his father said now, he was completely defeated by Mabo. Not only Mabo, but also the good brothers around Mabo were incomparable. Birds of a feather flock together. Think about it and see what kind of friends you are around and what kind of friends Mabo is around. Soo Ping-in is rich, a super rich man. Look carefully at how Soo Ping-in treats his friends. His childhood friends in his hometown are now on a higher level, and his relatives help him if they can. He will even help the neighbors around him when they are in trouble. He can play with anyone. A gentleman is like a dragon. He can soar into the sky and be extremely noble, and he can mingle with fish, shrimps and crabs. He has received unanimous praise. This is talent. His Syanky mobile phone is on the market. Why are there so many underworld governments announcing subsidies? Is it just because of his domestic operating system? Put away your pride. You have nothing to be proud of in front of them. Song Hemin scolded Song Zinayu harshly. Song Hemin spoke a little harshly today. He had to say so. His daughter was very proud. She had been a good student since she was young and grew up in praise. She had developed a proud character. She had been too successful along the way and could not see the reality clearly. Even if the business failed several times, it did not weaken Song Zinayan's arrogance. If she did not change her temper, she would suffer. Now it was time to make Song Zinayan open up. There was silence in the room. Song Zinayan's expression changed very quickly. Song Hemin saw it very clearly. He did not speak. He took out a cigarette, lit it and smoked it slowly. Cough cough cough. Song Zinayan coughed a few times, obviously choked by the cigarette. Song Hemin was about to put out the cigarette, and Song Zinayan said, "Don't put it out, I have to get used to it. I'll go. I won't suppress my character, just go with the flow," Song Zinayan said with a straight face, and Song Hemin shook his head and agreed. 2 days later, Song Hemin took Song Zinayan to Hangzhou. Su Pinggan and Mabo especially invited Song Hemin and his daughter to dinner together. It was the first time he met Song Zinayan. Su Pinggan was really amazed and was obviously stunned. Song Zinayu's face slightly turned red. Song Hemin and Mabo smiled at each other, and the meal was quite enjoyable and relaxed. Su Pinggan also generously invited Song Zinayu to visit Westlake together tomorrow, and Song Zinayu agreed very readily. The next day, Su Pinggan drove to pick up Song Zinayu and left. Mabo and Song Hemin talked while drinking tea in the hotel. "Uncle Song, to be honest, I was really worried at first, but I didn't expect that the two of them would behave beyond my expectations," Mabo said seriously. "It was beyond my expectations. To be honest, I was ready for Zinayu to make a big scene," Song Hemin said honestly. It was impossible not to worry, but Song Zinayu's performance really surprised Song Hemin. "Will they have a chance?" Song Hemin asked. "I don't know. To be honest, I know very well what Pinggan thinks in other aspects. It's hard to figure out this aspect. I have a feeling that Su Pinggan is a bit self-indulgent. Before, he would definitely refuse 100%. Although he didn't refuse this time to give me face, I can't see through it. I feel that he is not a good match for Zinayan. Uncle Song, if this boy has any gossip in the future, you have to bear it." Mabo looked at Song Hemin meaningfully and said. "You mean?" Song Hemin looked at Mabo, and Mabo nodded seriously. "I don't know who in the entertainment industry dares to pull teeth from the tiger's mouth." "Do you really think I am made of mud?" Song Hemin said with a sullen face. "Uncle Song, you must not do this. Let's see what Zinayan means. We can't intervene. If we intervene, there will definitely be unexpected things. Maybe good things will turn into bad things," Mabo said directly. "What should we do?" "Just watch Zinayan suffer." Song Hemin's heart came up to protect his daughter. That was his daughter. No matter who he was, if he dared to hurt his daughter's heart, he would not let it go no matter what he said. "Uncle Song, we should be more open-minded. As long as Zinayan doesn't say they have a falling out, we won't intervene. Su Pinggan is also a man. Syanky Group is so big that he must have a lot of troubles. There are so many temptations in the world. It's unrealistic for him to just stay with Zinayan. I believe Zinayan has also considered this. As long as Zinayan is happy, it's fine," Mabo said seriously. Song Hemin must be given this vaccine in advance, otherwise, he will be implicated in the future. Mabo really knows Su Pinggan. It can be seen from the conversations in the past 2 days that Su Pinggan wants to indulge himself a little. Song Hemin's expression switched back and forth, and he understood what Mabo meant. As a man, there are many things that he won't tell his wife, because telling them will make them more annoyed. If he wants to reduce his troubles, he will definitely indulge himself. This kind of thing is very common. Song Hemin has also had this kind of thing, but when it happens to him, Song Hemin finds it a little difficult to accept. He could selectively ignore this idea before, but now he can't ignore it. "There is one more important thing. Don't suppress Miao Yi," Mabo said, looking into Song Hemin's eyes meaningfully. Song Hemin took a deep breath and then exhaled, saying calmly, "Don't worry, I won't suppress Miao Yi. On the contrary, the resources allocated to Miao Yi will not stop. I will talk to Miao Yi about this matter in advance. This is the best. I analyze that even if Su Pinggan indulges himself, it will only be for a period of time. Once the pressure on his body is released, he will be normal again. So many things happened last year. It is impossible not to have any pressure. You can't go home and vent to your family," Mabo said while pouring tea. Song Hemin nodded seriously. He has been paying attention to the affairs of the Apocalypse Group. A lot of things happened last year. Song Hemin also knew some inside stories. To be honest, Song Hemin was determined not to have anything to do with Su Pinggan at that time. But Su Pinggan was able to resolve all the problems. This method gave Song Hemin confidence, so he talked to Mabo alone during the Chinese New Year and continued this matter. He fully understood the pressure that Mabo mentioned. The two were talking in the hotel, while Su Pinggan and Song Zinai were enjoying the West Lake. After meeting Song Zinai last night, Su Pinggan understood what Mabo meant when he said that he was a little unwilling. She is about 1.7 meters tall, with a slender waist and long legs, fair skin, beautiful eyes, a high nose bridge, a thin face, and delicate features. It is not an exaggeration to describe her as such. Song Zinai's figure is better than Miao Yi's. Although she lacks Miao Yi's gentleness, she has a different kind of charm. She is definitely a beauty who brings disaster. Most people can't stand Song Zinai. A man without strength standing next to Song Zinai will definitely have the name Wu Dalin flashing in his mind, and his end will definitely be bad. After a conversation, the two were very casual and said whatever they wanted. "Now I understand why Mabo said that I was taking advantage of him," Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Song Zinai blushed slightly. Song Zinai is very confident in her figure and appearance. She knows how attractive she is to the opposite sex. And she can guess how Mabo will describe her with her eyes closed. To be honest, I was very resistant when I came here. I also know everything about you and Miao Yi. It's impossible for me not to be angry, Song Zinai said directly, without any politeness. "I can understand," Su Pinggan said calmly. "If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 190 An excellent spare tire. How Su Pinggan treated Miao Yi was obvious to all. No woman would be in a good mood. She was willing to give up so much? Let's not talk about other things. How much is a house within the 3rd Ring Road in Beijing worth? Adding other things, it will definitely make countless women envious and jealous. It is understandable that Song Zinai is unhappy. "Do you regret it?" Song Zinai looked at Su Pinggan and said. "No regrets. Breaking up with her is really incompatible with our personalities. Miao Yi is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. As for me, I have a bad temper like a child. If you keep accommodating me, I will explode sooner or later. Instead of making a mess in the future, it's better to separate. It's better to forget each other in the rivers and lakes than to help each other in times of adversity," Su Pinggan said lightly while looking at the lake under the bridge. "Is this expression you should have on a blind date? No one will accept your state," Song Zinai said very unhappy. "Thinking about other women in front of me, damn it. Are you an ordinary woman?" Su Pinggan turned his head and looked at Song Zinai and said. "Humph." Song Zinai turned and walked forward, and Su Pinggan smiled and followed. It is not the peak tourist season now, and there are not many people in West Lake. The two found a chair to sit down and drink a few sips of water. "Tell me, do fish like to be in the lake or in the fish tank?" Su Pinggan said suddenly. "Each has its own advantages. In the lake, you need to fight for food, and in the fish tank, you only need to eat food when you arrive. Everything has a price. Is that what you want to say? Don't forget, I have a master's degree in psychology." Song Zinai looked at Su Pinggan and said unhappily. "I haven't thought so much, but I really didn't know that you have a master's degree in psychology. Tell me, what is in my mind now?" Su Pinggan looked at Song Zinai and asked. "Your mind is very simple, just go with the flow. There's still a certain contradiction in your heart when you agreed to meet Mabo with me. You know very well that you are not the kind of person who is loyal to one person. You are worried that you will hurt me and it will be difficult to report to Mabo. Is my analysis correct? Song Zinai looked at Su Pinggan with a smile on his face, and Su Pinggan was completely stunned. You are awesome, Su Pinggan said sincerely, and at the same time gave Song Zinai a thumbs up. It is really unacceptable. Song Zinai is right. Song Zinai rolled his eyes at Su Pinggan, picked up the bottle and drank water, ignoring Su Pinggan. He was angry. To be honest, I really can't lie to you, Su Pinggan said softly while looking at Song Zinai. The boss has told me solemnly that I can disagree with dating you, but I must not lie to you. If I lie to you, he will chase me with a knife. At first I thought it was a joke, but now I know it's not. He really treats you as a sister, based on my understanding of him, this is true. This is the first time I have seen him so nervous about a woman. It's not the kind of nervousness in a relationship, but the kind of nervousness that a brother has for his sister, Su Pinggan said seriously. I know, I also treat him as my brother, Song Zinai also said. So, I don't want to lie to you. My heart is not calm now. Maybe I can calm down in a few years. I hope you can understand, Su Pinggan said slowly. It's the same for me. I can't calm down in recent years, Song Zinai also told the truth. If the business can't improve, he can't get rid of the anger in his heart. He is no worse than anyone else. In that case, why don't we just get along as ordinary friends first? If one day in the future we can both calm down, how about letting it all go with the flow, Su Pinggan said calmly. I agree with this proposal. This way I will save a lot of trouble. You are really cunning enough, Song Zinai looked at Su Pinggan meaningfully and said. Su Pinggan smiled awkwardly. A master's degree in psychology is not so easy to fool. I despise Su Pinggan a little bit in my heart. Su Pinggan's intention of making such a proposal was very simple. He was reluctant to give up this top-notch woman of his. He knew that he could not control himself at present, and there would definitely be other women. He would come to find him after a few years when he was calm. The reason why Song Zinai agreed was also very simple. He didn't want to be bothered by his father. Having Su Pinggan as a shield was better than anything else. Another thing was to let it go. If you really can't find someone who suits your heart, Su Pinggan is also an excellent spare tire. Both of them achieved their goals and let go completely. They didn't go back at noon. They were sent back to the hotel by Su Pinggan until the evening. Song Zinai had just returned to his room when Song Zhemin came. Zinai, how do you feel? Song Zhemin asked. That's it, just like that, just ordinary friends. We'll see how things develop after we get to know each other. I don't think he'll be honest in the next 2 years. I can't stand a real relationship, but I can barely accept an ordinary friend, Song Zinai said honestly. Song Zhemin didn't say anything. That was the fact. Mabo's analysis matched Song Zinai's analysis. Now this result might be the best result. After a few years, Su Pinggan will be more sincere and Song Zinai will be tired. Maybe the two of them can really make it. Zinai, Daddy made a mistake in this matter and ignored your feelings. I won't arrange any blind dates for you anymore. You've made your own choice. If Su Pinggan is not suitable, just tell Daddy directly. I will never force you to do anything against your will, Song Zhemin said to his daughter with a serious face. Really? Song Zinai said to her father. Really, Su Pinggan's Shianki group is very big, and he is under a lot of pressure. If he really stays with you, it will hurt you. I selectively ignored this point before, but now I understand that my daughter is the most important, and everything else is secondary, Song Zhemin said sincerely. Thank you, Dad. However, I was serious when I said I wanted to be ordinary friends with Su Pinggan. I was not blind. Humans are social animals. Sooner or later, we have to bow to reality. Although he is not a good person, he is not a scumbag, let's get along first. I will selectively ignore those shitty things. Let's wait a few years. If there is a suitable person, I will not wait, Song Zinai said these words very calmly. Are you serious? Song Zhemin looked at Song Zinai and couldn't believe that this was his daughter's true words. I won't joke about this matter, Song Zinai said very confidently. Song Zhemin returned to his room with confusion. He felt that his daughter was a little strange. Could this be the generation gap? He has always been at the forefront of the market. How could there be a generation gap with his daughter? He was really confused. Mabo was also confused at this moment. Su Pinggan came and talked to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan's statement was similar to Song Zinai. Mabo was completely stunned. Is this still the Song Zinayu in his impression? He actually agreed to such a thing. Song Zimin and Mabo, both of them were completely sleepless. Su Pinggan and Song Zinayu took a shower in their respective residences and went to sleep relaxedly, without any pressure. The next day, Su Pinggan and Mabo went to the hotel early. Today, Song Zimin and Song Zinayu were both leaving. Both of them had a lot of things to do and had to go back to deal with their own things. After having breakfast together and sending them to the car to leave, Su Pinggan and Mabo both breathed a sigh of relief. Back at the villa, they made a pot of tea and drank tea outside. Su Pinggan suddenly said, Song Zinayu is really a top-notch. Damn, you didn't reach this agreement with her because of her figure, did you? Mabo stared at Su Pinggan with his eyes fixed. How is it possible? Am I that kind of vulgar person? Su Pinggan said without hesitation, and he could not admit this point no matter what. You are that kind of vulgar person, Mabo said very impolitely. Little guy, you are still trying this on me. Wasn't it because Li Tingting had a top-notch figure and appearance that you pursued Li Tingting? You had wet dreams in the dormitory and shouted Li Tingting's name several times. Do you really think we don't know? Tell me the truth, aren't you tempted by Song Zinayu, who is such a top-notch woman? Su Pinggan looked at Mabo and asked directly. Mabo kept silent. It was impossible for him not to be tempted, but what could he do? He lowered his head and kept silent. Su Pinggan knew that what he said was wrong. He picked up the teacup and touched Mabo's hand. After several touches, Mabo picked up the teacup and drank. I know you treat her as your sister. I reached this agreement with her just to avoid hurting her. As brothers, I won't make things difficult for you, Su Pinggan said directly. It's good that you know. I won't say anything now. If you are really with Zinayu, break up with other women. Otherwise, you know what I will do, Mabo said without giving in. Boss, if you want to do it for her good, don't interfere in my affairs with her. Otherwise, it will definitely not be me who blames you. Su Pinggan looked into Mabo's eyes and said seriously. You Mabo couldn't say any more after saying just one word. It's hard to say about feelings. We are all men with our own responsibilities. Some things can't be avoided. I'm not the kind of person who does things recklessly. You know this very well, and Song Zinayu knows it too. Although you know each other very well, I feel that was in the past, definitely not now. She is a master of psychology. Do you think I can deceive you? Su Pinggan said unhappily. It seems that you really talked a lot. Mabo looked at Su Pinggan meaningfully. Yes, a lot, definitely beyond your imagination, including Miao Yi's matter. We also talked in depth, Su Pinggan said without any taboo. Are you kidding me? You talked about your ex-girlfriend with your blind date, and Song Zinayu didn't turn against you immediately. Mabo was really surprised. This kind of thing is impossible for a woman to accept. She led the topic. What can I do? Su Pinggan said while looking at Mabo. Mabo frowned and drank tea without saying anything. Su Pinggan also stopped talking. He was very skilled in making tea and pouring water. It took a while for Mabo to speak. If you recognize me as the boss, don't hurt his heart. I treat her as my own sister, Mabo said directly. Boss, we are not boyfriend and girlfriend now, we are just ordinary friends, don't think too much, I have no right to make her sad. Su Pinggan rubbed his head and said. I regret it a little bit now, Mabo said directly. Let it be, if she and I are really destined to be together, then we will be together in the end, just follow your heart, it's not a good thing to change deliberately, Su Pinggan said calmly. Mabo was a little confused and left in the afternoon. He needed to be quiet. It was incredible that Song Zinayu accepted Su Pinggan's proposal despite Su Pinggan's performance. He must think about the problem carefully. Mabo will not feel at ease if he doesn't figure it out. Chapter 191. If you don't pay, everything will be a problem. In the United States, Washington, it has been very lively recently. Many senior officials know that the military wants to use the super paint of Apocalypse Group. The fundamental reason is that the White House has cut the military expenditure of the Navy. Although the military expenditure has been increasing every year, the Navy has not increased much. The generals are very unhappy because all the money has been taken away by the Air Force. Now they finally have a chance to make a fortune and will never give up easily. And this time it is not so simple. Not only is it the Navy's request, but after secretly exchanging interests, the Army generals also expressed their support for the Navy. Several generals in the Pentagon know what is going on. The White House does not agree to DuPont's price increase. Purchasing Apocalypse's products will be said to be unpatriotic and suppress domestic enterprises. More importantly, the United States cannot afford to lose this person. As the only superpower, it needs to purchase paint from other countries. It is embarrassing to lose it in the Pacific Ocean. A batch of Navy warships have also reached the time for maintenance. It is not easy for anyone to keep the stalemate, so now the Pentagon has raised the issue to the White House. Either agree to DuPont's new price or purchase Apocalypse's super paint. You have to choose one of the two. Otherwise, many warships will be lying in the port, which will cause greater losses. The military does not intend to take the blame. The black-faced president is very unhappy. Gentlemen, how about we temporarily purchase a batch of DuPont's products and let DuPont complete the product upgrade within the specified time, the president asked the staff in front of him. Mr. President, the military has communicated with the people of DuPont Chemical on this point, and they gave a very positive answer. It will take at least 3 years, and there is no guarantee that the product's effect will reach the Apocalypse Super Paint standard. The price must be higher than that of Apocalypse Group, because the company needs to use Apocalypse's patents to complete the product upgrade within 3 years, and it must pay patent fees. If the military cannot give a clear purchase contract, DuPont will refuse to upgrade the product, a white-haired staff member reported to the president. The president's face became even darker. A bunch of bastards, each one is greedier than the other, and they are unwilling to take the blame one by one. Is there such a cheap thing? Mr. President, this incident would not be a big deal under normal circumstances. The key is that it involves next year's election. Therefore, everyone is more cautious, and it is not that big of a deal with DuPont. DuPont's supply price to the Navy is the same as it was 8 years ago, and there has been no price increase. DuPont has a lot of complaints because the costs of labor and materials have skyrocketed, plus the funding for some activities. DuPont is already quite dissatisfied with the profits. DuPont Chemical has no shortage of high-tech and high-profit products. If the military does not accept the new price this time, it will probably withdraw completely. Although there are a lot of voices calling for military spending to be cut, military spending is still increasing at a certain rate. It's just that most of the money has been taken away by the Air Force, while the Navy remains unchanged. And the interests of the generals have been infringed. The Pentagon is very aware of these things, but this matter is not so easy to coordinate. Everyone knows that purchasing Apocalypse's super paint is the most cost-effective deal, but the United States can't afford to lose this person. If the military does this, it will definitely be criticized by all the media. In order to reduce this trouble, we can only pass the buck to the president. However, this problem is not unsolvable, the white-haired staff said seriously. Harry, tell us how to resolve this situation. The black-faced president became interested. Submit the military's procurement plan to Congress and let Congress choose. Congress is under the control of the other side anyway, so if there is something, the other side will take the blame, Harry said directly to the black-faced president. Yes, why didn't I think of it? The black-faced president smiled. Let Congress solve this headache. Congress controls the purse anyway, so he can pass the blame perfectly. Also, we have to put pressure on the military and tell them that if they want to solve this problem perfectly, you can communicate with Congress yourself. As long as Congress has no objection, the White House will definitely have no objection. It's up to you how to operate it. Let them understand that it is Congress that blocks their money, not the White House, Harry added. This time, including the black-faced president, everyone nodded in agreement with conviction. Harry is really old and strong. He passed the blame directly on such a dilemma. What is ability? This is great ability. The purchase of paint by the Navy involves the interests of many parties. No matter what, it all costs money. If you give money, everything is fine. If you don't give money, everything is a problem. Now it is perfect to pass the blame to Congress. The president can do it secretly. Not only can he benefit personally, but it will also be good for next year's election. The White House took immediate action after the decision was made. The relevant documents were sent to Congress by a special person the next day. At the same time, the president's staff also went to the Pentagon and had a detailed discussion with several generals before leaving. Only 2 days later, Congress made a clear statement and refused to pass this plan through a vote in Congress. Currently, the Republicans are in power in Congress, and there will be an election next year. This black pot cannot be taken. The two sides began to haggle back and forth, and several lobbying companies also joined in. It was very lively. Recently, there have been cocktail parties every day, and many bigwigs have begun to wander around. Various secret transactions have been staged, and various differences have disappeared bit by bit. After more than a month, the interests of all parties have been balanced and an agreement has been reached. The military submitted an application, the president signed and approved it, and Congress reviewed and approved it. The three parties were not responsible. No one could use this topic to attack the opponent. It was a delicate balance. At the same time, DuPont Chemical received an order for other products, which balanced the interests of DuPont. DuPont made it clear that it would not make any small moves and would not participate in this matter. Greed is greed, but it is stupid not to use advanced products. The top leaders knew this. In addition, the generals had contacted Su Pingin in advance and knew what price they could get. The final profit was several times more than the kickback given by DuPont. Without the trend of interests, how could the generals work so hard? Try changing units. There will definitely be no power to influence the White House and Congress. The power of money is stronger than you can imagine. Su Pingin is already in France at this moment. He has marketed all departments in Hangzhou and communicated with his supervisors and personnel of each department. Only then did he leave with peace of mind and rested for 2 days. Today is the third day. Sir, there is a woman outside, claiming to be Mrs. Bach, saying she has something to discuss with you, alone, Matt reported standing aside. Su Pingin frowned. Woman? What woman? The number of women he knew in France was very limited to the wives of a few supporters. Could it be one of them? No, they would not come to see him. Then who could it be? Please ask her to come in, Su Pingin said directly. Matt nodded and left. Rick, pay attention. Su Pingin turned to the guard and said to Rick. Understood, we will implement the third-level emergency plan, Rick said. Su Pingin nodded, and Rick began to make arrangements. The weapons of all the personnel had been unsafe. There were 2 people in the room, and the rest of the personnel found a position to stand, blocked some lines, and the cameras in the security room began to stare closely. Picking up the book and continuing to read, not worried at all, with the star spirits around. Even if a nuclear bomb exploded around him, it would be nothing. The reason for doing this is purely for show. Since Su Pingin knew that the United States had investigated him, he has been more careful. Everything was done according to normal rules, hiding the star spirits deeper, increasing intelligence gathering capabilities, and installing biological bombs on some key people, just in case. Not long after, Matt brought Mrs. Bach into the villa. She was about 40 years old, more than 1.7 meters tall, still charming, with a confident look on her face. Su Pingin asked Mrs. Bach to sit down, and the servants brought 2 cups of tea, and then left. Mrs. Bach, I don't know you in my memory. Su Pingin looked at Mrs. Bach and said directly. Su, this is the first time we meet today. I'm a bit presumptuous, please forgive me. Mrs. Bach was very polite. Su Pingin smiled and asked, I don't know what the lady is here for today. Mrs. Bach picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. This tea is very good. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the specialty of the Celestial Empire, Xinjiang Maojian. After saying that, she glanced at the 2 bodyguards next to her, and then looked at Su Pingin and said nothing. Su Pingin thought for a moment, waved his hand, and the 2 security guards left. Soon, several guns were aimed at Mrs. Bach not far away, just in case. Excuse me, Mr. Su, what we are going to say next is not suitable for outsiders to know. Mrs. Bach looked at Su Pingin and said directly. I understand, please speak directly, Su Pingin said with a signature smile on his face. Su, have you heard of Venus Housekeeping Group? Mrs. Bach looked at Su Pingin and said seriously. I really know this company. When I just bought this manor, I browsed the website of this company. Finally, after repeated consideration, I chose a local French housekeeping company. From what you said, does this company have anything to do with me? Su Pingin asked curiously. Of course it has nothing to do with Mr. Su. I come from this company, Mrs. Bach said with a smile, exuding a strong affinity. Su Pingin nodded and made a gesture to continue. In addition to the obvious housekeeping services, our group also operates a care service, which only targets the global wealthy circle. Those with assets below 300 million euros will not be included in our customer list. Serving the wealthy is our purpose. All the caregivers are supermodels and celebrities from various countries. Everything is voluntary and there is no coercion. We are responsible for matchmaking and charge a certain service fee. Are you interested in cooperating? Mr. Su, Mrs. Bach looked at Su Pinggan and said directly. Chapter 192 The consequences are really terrible. Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment, and was shocked by what Mrs. Bach said. There are actually such companies. There are really too many companies serving the rich, and the types are really complete. Su Pinggan thought seriously for a while, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Mrs. Bach also took the lead in picking up the teacup and drinking tea. Her movements were very elegant, and she obviously had a unique understanding of etiquette. Why do you come to me now? My assets have long exceeded your standards. Su Pinggan stared at Mrs. Bach with his eyes. Is there any trap in coming to him at this time? Mr. Su, there is a reason why I came to you now. The biggest problem is that you were born in China, and we don't know whether you have the support of the Chinese government. We are businessmen and don't want to cause trouble, let alone get involved in politics. In the past few years, companies that have developed in Europe and the United States basically have this background, so we must be careful. What seems normal to us in the West is a huge problem in the East. Interpol in Asia has received many reports requesting investigations into us, all from China, so we have to be careful. We are not only responsible for our customers, but also for those who join our company to avoid being forced to kill them. Reputation is the foundation of our survival. Our ability to operate smoothly for more than 30 years is inseparable from our principles. Relying on threats, coercion and other despicable means will not last long. We will not go against money. Everything is voluntary. Only in this way can we operate safely and smoothly. After Mr. Su was reported in the news, we began to pay attention to Mr. Su. We certainly don't want to miss a rich man. After several years of investigation and comprehensive evaluation, Mr. Su can become our client because he abides by the contract. That's why I came to see Mr. Su today. Mrs. Bach explained her purpose truthfully. I'm sorry, you came here suddenly today. Also, something happened recently and I have to be cautious. I need to seriously evaluate your company. Safety is my first choice, Su Pinggan said calmly. Mrs. Bach smiled and took a sip of the teacup very easily. Mr. Su, I understand that the United States has also investigated Mr. Su. We have obtained the investigation report from the United States. Because of this, Mr. Su passed our evaluation. Otherwise, we would not come to contact Mr. Su now, Mrs. Bach said very calmly. I didn't expect your company to have such strength. I just recently learned about the investigation of me by the United States. I didn't expect you to get the report, Su Pinggan said slowly with narrowed eyes. Mr. Su, our clients are not only wealthy people, but also politicians. We have been operating all over the world for so many years without any problems. If we didn't have certain means, we would have been eaten up long ago. Mr. Su is a businessman. Mutual benefit and win-win cooperation are the key. If we work together, we can not only cooperate in the field of escort, but also lobbying and public relations business. Moreover, our fees are different from those lobbying companies. If we accept an order from a client, we must do our best to complete the contract. If we fail to complete it, we will refund 80% of the fee. This refund ratio is much higher than those single lobbying companies. Large international companies do business all over the world, and often they cannot avoid dealing with politics. When they encounter a deadlock, we are a good choice. Frankly speaking, we admire Mr. Su's confrontations with the United States, South Korea, and Vietnam very much. Mr. Su knows how to fight for his own interests, which is different from many Asian companies. Although his methods are a bit gangster, only gangsters can live freely in this world, don't they? Mrs. Bach said with a smile. Su Pinggan laughed and gave Mrs. Bach a thumbs up. These words were very realistic. Madam, thank you for your invitation, but I need to know something and I must be cautious, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Everything was said by Mrs. Bach herself. She would not feel at ease if she did not investigate Su Pinggan. It is better to be safe than sorry. This is something that must be done. I understand. We know that there is a super hacker behind Mr. Su. This is related to the second thing I came here for today. As long as Mr. Su tells me any information about this hacker, I will give him $10 million. I wonder if Mr. Su is interested, Mrs. Bach said seriously. I didn't expect that the things I thought were secrets were known by many people, Su Pinggan said, shaking his head. Mr. Su, this is very easy to guess. Your Apocalypse Group system has been attacked more than 100 times, but in the end, it was as stable as a rock, and all the attackers failed. These attackers include the world's 10 largest internet companies, which is easy to explain. It is difficult for Chinese people to have this level. Therefore, many people are interested in this master and have offered high prices. Mr. Zhu Hongyan also launched several counterattacks, causing considerable losses to the attackers. We can probably lock Mr. Zhu Hongyan's identity. Although he is also a master, he can't make a firewall with such performance. We have also received commissions in this regard. The customer is very curious about this master. If Mr. Su can provide certain information, the price can be negotiated, said Mrs. Bach very affirmatively. Su Pingyan hesitated for a moment, and communicated with Xingling in his mind. Now he can start the second step of the plan. It is impossible to keep it secret. It will only attract more people or institutions to dig deep, which is not good for the Apocalypse Group. $100 million. I will tell you his nationality, Su Pingyan said calmly as he looked at Mrs. Bach. No problem, this question is worth the price. I hope Mr. Su won't fool us, Mrs. Bach also said calmly. The two of them stared at each other, trying to find flaws in each other's eyes. Of course, I am also a person of status. Although $100 million is a lot, it depends on people. For me, I can have it by doing nothing and taking a break for a while, Su Pingyan shrugged and said nonchalantly. Mrs. Bach shook her head and smiled bitterly. What Su Pingyan said was not false at all. With the profitability of super fish oil and super paint, $100 million is really nothing. Mr. Su, give me an account number and I will handle it immediately, Mrs. Bach said slowly, taking out a tablet from her small bag. Su Pingyan also smiled, picked up a pen very easily, wrote down the account number of VP Bank on the note, handed it to Mrs. Bach, watched Mrs. Bach start to operate, and Su Pingyan started a new round of boiling water and making tea. Ding. The mobile phone next to him thought for a while. Su Pingyan picked it up and looked at it. There was a text message from VP Bank, and the bank account had an extra $100 million. Su Pingyan looked at Mrs. Bach meaningfully. Although Mr. Su's level in VP Bank is not low, our level is higher. All bank transfers around the world can be completed instantly. I think Mr. Su can now tell me the nationality of this master, Mrs. Bach said with a smile. I admire you. I recognize your strength. As long as you can prove that you abide by the contract, we will definitely cooperate. There is no end to the money on this planet, and when is what I want. Su Pingyan looked at Mrs. Bach's serious expression. It is our honor to cooperate with Mr. Su. I hope we can also get a little bit of Mr. Su's luck, Mrs. Bach said with a smile. The strength of a large organization can always be reflected in some insignificant little things. You can't think too much. If you think too much, you will not be able to sleep. That kind of strength will suppress you and give you nightmares. He's an American. This is the only thing I can say, Su Pingyan said calmly. Mr. Su, there is a question. If I have such a master behind me, I will definitely not let everyone know. Why did you tell him this information? Mrs. Bach said seriously. If Su Pingyan's answer cannot satisfy Mrs. Bach, the $100 million will be recovered through other means, and then it will not be a matter that can be solved with $100 million. It's very simple. This is agreed by him. Our meeting today is within his expectations. It's just that it was his wife who talked to me about this matter. If someone with status asks me, I will still give this answer, because this is the only thing he agrees to tell me. I don't understand this system firewall. Zhu Hongyan explained the power of this system to me in great detail. I realized that I would be asked this question at the time, and I had a very detailed communication with him and obtained this authorization. Since the wife asked me today, there is no problem for me to say it, but this master will definitely visit you, and I think you are also prepared for it, Su Pingyan said calmly. Visiting us, revenge or something else, Mrs. Bach looked serious. This is not a trivial matter. A hacker with such ability has a very terrifying destructive power, definitely at the level of a nuclear bomb. I don't know about this. It depends on you. If you are hostile, it will be a catastrophe. If you hold a peaceful mentality, maybe you can cooperate. I am just one of his collaborators. A piece of advice to Madam, don't play tricks, the consequences are really terrible. When Su Pingyan said this, there was a trace of fear on his face, and this expression was discovered by Mrs. Bach and remembered in her heart. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Su. I will also give Mr. Su a good news for free. The United States will contact Mr. Su again in the near future to purchase super paint, Mrs. Bach said with a smile. Su Pinggan's eyes lit up immediately, took a few deep breaths, and directly picked up the teacup. "Thank you for your reminder, madam. I think we will cooperate happily," Su Pinggan said with a smile. "I believe this." Mrs. Bach also raised her cup and clinked it with Su Pinggan. The two drank directly, looked at each other, and laughed. Only the two people themselves understood the meaning. Mrs. Bach left, and Su Pinggan personally saw her off to the car. He then returned to the villa, sat down, looked at the business card left by Mrs. Bach, and began to ponder. The computer in Su Pinggan's study on the third floor had already started running, and a comprehensive investigation was being carried out under the control of Xingling. Chapter 193, Voluntary Choice, Don't Regret It. Mrs. Bach's car crossed the whole of Paris and drove into a manor on the roadside. After parking the car in the parking lot, she went straight to the villa and went straight to the study on the second floor of the villa. In the study, 3 old men were waiting for Mrs. Bach. Each of them held a red wine glass in his hand. Mrs. Bach came in, and one of the old men handed Mrs. Bach a glass, sat down and started talking. "Fall, your prediction is correct. He is indeed very careful now. He was stimulated by the actions of the United States." Mrs. Bach took a sip of red wine and said directly, "This is normal. No matter who the rich people in the world are, they will be very careful when they know that they are being investigated by the United States. If they are not careful, there will be problems," Four said slowly, shaking the wine glass in his hand. "There is another thing. $100 million bought the nationality of the hacker," Mrs. Bach said again. This time, the 3 old men were not calm and sat up straight. "Which country?" Andy asked directly. "The American." He was willing to speak because, although he spoke out, I saw a trace of fear in his eyes. Although he concealed it well, he was not sophisticated enough. Mrs. Bach explained the matter. "Should we investigate it?" Jerome said with a frown. "No, we must not conduct any form of investigation. The risk is too great. We can't take it. This kind of people are too powerful on the internet. If they really fall out, the losses we will suffer will be incalculable," said Forel with a serious face. Everyone else nodded and rejected Jerome's suggestion. "Gentlemen, think of a countermeasure. I analyze that this master will find us soon. If we can't deal with it well, our network system will completely collapse," Mrs. Bach said with a serious face. "Let's cooperate on an equal footing. A secure network system is also what we need," Jerome said seriously. "Yes, the proportion of our business conducted through the internet is increasing. Cooperation is a win-win situation. We must adhere to our principles and not participate in any struggles. Otherwise, we will be abandoned by all customers, no matter what the reason is. No one will trust us. The rich have great power and have their own unique channels. Once something happens, it cannot be concealed," Andy said seriously. "I agree with Andy's opinion. Su Pinggan said that he is just one of the other party's customers. It can be seen that the other party is not without activities. It is so secretive and undiscovered. It is conceivable that the other party is not without any power. We just need to maintain equal cooperation. We will not participate in anything else. Once we participate, I have a hunch that we will be in big trouble, subversive trouble," Mrs. Bach said seriously. "Everyone, our group has been running for decades without any problems. The fundamental reason is that we strictly abide by our principles and do not participate in the struggles of all parties. This is the basis for our safe survival. I propose to convene a board of directors to confirm our principles again and thoroughly disinfect those who violate the principles. Otherwise, we will suffer great losses. What do you think?" Jerome looked at several people and said. I agree, Andy, Mrs. Bach, and Forel all expressed their opinions. "When will he get back to you?" Forel looked at Mrs. Bach and asked. "Within 3 days. I think that Master will definitely be able to obtain enough information within 3 days. As long as we have used the internet, it will inevitably leave traces," Mrs. Bach said very seriously. "Notify the others to come over, so that it will be faster," Andy added on the side, and everyone nodded. This matter must be taken seriously. That night, Su Pinggan took a shower and sat in the living room with a glass of juice. He talked to Xingling in his mind, and the investigation of Venus Housekeeping Group had been completed. "According to what you said, they really abide by the principle of neutrality," Su Pinggan said with a frown. "According to the current investigation results, I have conducted a comprehensive inspection of the secret network of Venus Household Group. Their customers are really all over the world, And they are all top rich people. I also scanned the investigations of several major countries on Venus Group. The comments at the back of the top secret documents are that they can cooperate, but it is difficult to control. They adopt the principle of equal cooperation internally. There are really many models and stars who cooperate with them. They provide certain protection for these people who join. Relying on a good reputation, they constantly get fresh blood. The profit is much higher than yours, Xingling reported truthfully. Su Pingyan shook his head and smiled bitterly. The profit of Venus Household Group must be higher than his own. The rich care about enjoyment, not money. Spending 100,000 is a great number in the eyes of ordinary people, but it is not seen at all in the eyes of the rich. It is unimaginable how much profit a rich person with assets of more than 300 million euros can generate every year. This group of people is really smart. The corruption of capitalism is unimaginable. When do you plan to contact them? Su Pingyan asked. The day after tomorrow. I monitored their board of directors meeting the day after tomorrow. Give them a surprise. They will know what to do, Xingling said directly. I am looking forward to it, Su Pingyan said with a smile. A night passed, and early the next morning, Su Pingyan called Buck. Buck drove directly to Su Pingyan's manor, talked with Su Pingyan for more than an hour and left. After returning, he directly contacted Lin Hansheng from the Celestial Empire. Lin, the third batch of personnel is 200 people. This is the boss's instructions, and 150 people are left behind, Buck said directly. I need to verify, Lin Hansheng said with a frown. It is not a good thing to suddenly increase the number of people. These people are not ordinary people. What does Su Pingyan want to do with so many people now? Lin Hansheng is really a little worried. So far, Lin Hansheng has issued 17 pensions. All these 17 people died in the battle. It is not known how many people will die in the future. Lin Hansheng is really worried. You can verify it at any time, Buck said indifferently. Bart looked down on Lin Hansheng's courage and thought that Lin Hansheng lacked the spirit of adventure. If you want to make a lot of money without taking risks, who will give it to you? If you don't want to take risks but still want a high salary, your brain is not normal. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hansheng called Su Pingyan directly and asked about the increase in manpower. Su Pingyan narrowed his eyes after listening to Lin Hansheng's words, and actually persuaded himself to give up the plan to increase manpower in this area. Hansheng, your heart has changed. Leave Shianki. There is no place for you in the future Shianki group, Su Pingyan said lightly. There was a silence on the phone for a while, and Lin Hansheng's voice came over. I will submit my resignation report tomorrow. Thank you for your care over the past few years. Take care, Su Pingyan said and hung up the phone. It is necessary to speed up the inspection of senior management. Those who are unqualified will be kicked out of Shianki Group. With their own high salaries, they are still half-hearted. Such people cannot be kept, regardless of good or evil. The expression on Su Pingyan's face became much calmer. He picked up the phone and dialed General Su directly. The voice of Chen Qilin, Deputy General Manager of Shianki Security Company, appeared. Lin Hansheng has resigned because he is against the overseas mercenary plan. What is your opinion? Su Pingyan asked directly. I listen to Mr. Su. Being a mercenary is a voluntary choice. They must know what the consequences are. Since they have chosen, there is no need to regret. I am willing to retire in Shianki Group, Chen Qilin said very seriously. Opportunities always favor those who are prepared. This sentence is really true. Su Pingyan smiled. He was not wrong. Chen Qilin was more ambitious than Lin Hansheng and dared to fight. Tomorrow you will hand over to Lin Hansheng. Don't let me down. I don't need to say more about the consequences of getting off the bus halfway. In your words, it is a voluntary choice. Don't regret it if you have chosen it, Su Pingyan said and hung up the phone directly. Chen Qilin knew very well what Su Pingyan meant. He would definitely not regret it. The development of Shianki Group is different every year. Following Shianki Group, there is meat to eat. If you go back to the previous state of hunger and fullness, Chen Qilin would rather go abroad to be a mercenary. Which international large enterprise does not have dark forces? All of them have them. Only with the protection of dark forces can they go further. Su Pingyan is now a qualified boss of a large enterprise. Liu Jianhua, the manager of the Human Resources Department, and Ho Minghe of the Finance Department have received calls from Su Pingyan. They know very well what they should do and all agreed. Chen Qilin thought for a while, looked at the time, took out a bag of peanuts and 2 bottles of white wine from the cabinet next to him, left his office, went straight to Lin Hansheng's office, stood at the door and knocked. "Come in." Lin Hansheng's voice came over, and Chen Qilin pushed the door open. Lin Hansheng saw that it was Chen Qilin, and his eyes narrowed. Chen Qilin went directly to Lin Hansheng's sofa and shook the wine in his hand. "How about a drink?" "Okay." Lin Hansheng agreed directly, stood up and took out a bag from the refrigerator next to him. "This is a roast chicken that Lao Yu gave me yesterday. I didn't have time to eat it. Today we will eliminate him," Lin Hansheng said as he came over with 2 cups. Lin Hansheng put the peanuts on the table, tore the roast chicken, wiped his hands, and Chen Qilin filled their glasses with wine. "Cheers." The two clinked their glasses and took a big sip. "Guo Tao is still strong enough. I haven't experienced this taste for a long time," Lin Hansheng said to Chen Qilin. "I experience it often. This hot and spicy taste makes me addicted. I can't change it in this life," Chen Qilin said with a smile. "Are you taking my place?" Lin Hansheng looked into Chen Qilin's eyes and said. "Yes, Mr. Su just called me," Chen Qilin said truthfully. Chapter 194 Mr. Zero. "Qilin, you are well aware of the cruelty of foreign mercenaries. So far, 17 people from the first 2 batches have been killed. The pensions have been paid in full, but this money cannot buy back the lives of those brothers," Lin Hansheng said to Chen Qilin with a serious face. "You can't buy back their lives, and it has also brought pain to their families. We have discussed this matter seriously. When there were casualties among the first batch of personnel, the brothers were not concerned about how many died, but whether the company would pay the pensions in full. We did pay it. You can see from the choices of the brothers. More people have signed up and they are more active. They know very well what they are facing. Our country's existing policies are very good. People can live in peace without taking risks, but this kind of peace is not what they want. They want to make a lot of money and improve their family's financial situation, but what do they have except their strength? Without education and skills, what can they use to change? They don't have the capital to change. Now that they have this opportunity, you can see that no one is willing to give up. There are many who dare to risk their lives. They are all good men with family responsibilities. As long as the family can live well, there is nothing they dare not fight for. The reason why I agreed to Mr. Su is because everything Mr. Su does is abroad and will not cause any harm to the country. I have my own principles. If what Mr. Su does endangers the country, I will leave without saying a word. To be honest, I admire Mr. Su. It's not a skill to make trouble in China. It's a real hero to make trouble abroad." Chen Qilin looked at Lin Hansheng and clearly expressed his attitude. He was not ambiguous at all. "Qilin, what do mercenaries do? Don't say you don't know. Are you really willing to watch them step into the quagmire?" Lin Hansheng also counterattacked without any hesitation. "Brother Sheng, I only care about one thing. As long as President Su doesn't do anything that harms the country, I will follow him all the way to the end. President Su is a person worth following. Look at Feng Xia and Lei Peng now, how they are treated. Let's not talk about Feng Xia, let's talk about Lei Peng. You know his background. Lei Peng and I have had a drink together, and Lei Peng told me in person that if he hadn't followed President Su in Shanghai, his family would have broken up long ago." Before meeting President Su, Lei Peng had been in Shanghai for 3 years, barely able to make ends meet. He went out early in the morning and came back after dark every day. At the end of the year, his pockets were empty. Every new year, Lei Peng wished he was dead. "I've worked with Su Pinggan for 3 years, and every new year I go home in glory. My parents, wife, and children are all happy together, and every year is better than the year. Now, he has brought his family over, bought a house, and the family lives are well off life." Believe it or not, if President Su asked Lei Peng to do something dark, Lei Peng would definitely do it without saying a word, because President Su is worth his life. What kind of life did we live after we were demobilized and refused to join the administrative department? What kind of life do we live now? Let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about how we got the house we live in and the car we drive now, etc. I don't know much about big principles. Following Mr. Su can make my family live a good life, which is worth my efforts. Chen Qilin began to calm down after being excited. Lin Hansheng couldn't say a word. "Qilin, if you get involved in such a dirty thing, can you turn back?" Lin Hansheng looked at Chen Qilin and said seriously. "Brother Sheng, what dirty things? With Mr. Su's current income, do we need to do dirty things? We have communicated with Buck. The number of mercenaries is at most 200 people. It will not increase. It is for self-protection. The Apocalypse Group has national protection in China, so there is nothing to worry about. As for foreign countries, you and I know that foreign countries follow the law of the jungle. Which of those big companies in Europe and the United States is clean? How many opponents have been killed by them? Don't say you don't know. We are from different backgrounds than Lei Peng. We have served for so many years. Haven't we seen enough dark things abroad? If you don't have a certain amount of power to deter, these people are just fish on the chopping board. Steam, stir fry, deep fry, and fry them at will. I think Mr. Su is right. Foreigners can play, so why can't we? Not only do we have to play, but we also play better than them. We don't cause trouble, but it doesn't mean we are afraid of trouble. Chen Qilin did not hide his attitude. The two people said that they didn't accept each other. After finishing a bottle of wine, Lin Hansheng took out another bottle. After 2 bottles of wine, no one could convince anyone. They parted unhappily. It was the first time that the brothers of many years had serious disagreements. The next day, the two of them made the handover expressionlessly. Lin Hansheng went to the Human Resources Department to handle the formalities alone without letting anyone see him off. In the afternoon, Lin Hansheng resigned through the letter of intent, and Chen Qilin took over as the general manager of Shianqi Security Company. Chen Qilin communicated with Buck, and a new round of registration was launched. This time, there were 200 places, and 150 places for special departments. The company's internal registration was very enthusiastic. Death is not scary, but it is not making a lot of money. If there's a chance, no one will endure a salary of more than 2,000 a month. In Foer's manor, 7 men and 1 woman were chatting in the garden. There was no one within 10 meters around. There were some cut fruits on the table, and 2 bottles of red wine that had been sobered. 8 people held a glass in their hands. Madam, when Su Pinggan said that, there was fear in his eyes. His technology company is not big. Why would he have such an expression? I can't figure it out. Haley looked at Mrs. Bach and asked calmly. Haley, there are many ways to make a person afraid, especially in the internet. Let me give you an example. If your every move is monitored by the internet, how would you feel? The call records in your phone, the phone book, various applications, your bank account, your various consumption, where you are, countless cameras staring at you, etc., are all controlled by others. Can you bear it? Mrs. Bach said with a smile. This is indeed a terrifying thing. Can the other party do this? Haley frowned and said, this situation can drive people crazy. In fact, our organization can barely do this. If you are in Europe or the United States, we can monitor everything about you. The other party is a supermaster. Do you think he can do it? Andy sighed after speaking. Others also felt the pressure that Mrs. Bach said. This matter is not a small matter. It is completely worth convening a board meeting. If this matter is not resolved well, it will be a major catastrophe for the company. Gentlemen, madam, I agree with Foer's opinion, peaceful contact, equal cooperation. The reason why our group has been running smoothly for so many years is that we stick to our principles. What the rich need is security and our neutrality. To be honest, I had a dream when we gave up our neutrality, we were actually besieged. God, I woke up in shock at that time, Longley said and took a sip of red wine. I think that when we give up our principles, there is a great probability that what Longley is worried about will happen. We must stick to our principles, strictly observe neutrality, and not participate in any fights. Andy looked at everyone with a serious face. Everyone nodded and agreed with what Andy said. The Venus group knew too much. Once it could not maintain neutrality, no one would be at ease. At that time, it would definitely be surrounded by the rich people around the world. Vote. I agree to stick to the principles and cooperate with a super hacker on an equal basis, Jerome said and raised his right hand. Everyone looked at each other, slowly raised their right hands, and voted unanimously to cooperate on an equal basis. Gentlemen, we need a toast, Mrs. Bach said with a smile, and everyone was smiling. Ding 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 ding. Everyone's phone rang at the same time, and everyone was shocked. Mrs. Bach answered the phone first. Who are you? The caller ID was a string of zeros, obviously not a normal number. Find a computer connected to the internet, bring a microphone, and let's talk. You already have the result, don't you? An electronic voice came from the phone, and then hung up. Mrs. Bach looked at the others. Everyone hung up the phone one after another. The content of the call was exactly the same, and everyone had a solemn face. Fall, bring a computer, Jerome said and gestured to Fool. Wait a moment, Fool said and left. Not long after, Fool came with a computer, turned on the computer to connect to the wireless network, and plugged in a small microphone. Soon, changes appeared on the computer. The numbers 0 and 1 kept flashing. Not long after, a three-dimensional human figure appeared on it, sitting on a sofa, holding a cup of coffee. Sorry, it will take a little time to clear the tracking program in the computer, the person on the screen said and took a sip of coffee. Everyone looked at each other, and For said, what should I call you? You know we have no ill intentions, you already have ill intentions. Sue's system is my test product. You disturbed me while I was testing, but it doesn't matter. The test went very well. My firewall completed the test perfectly. What do you want to talk to me about? You can call me Zero, the computer man said this very calmly. Mr. Zero, we really have no ill intentions. We admire Mr. Zero's firewall system and hope to cooperate with Mr. Zero. I believe Mr. Zero already knows what our Venus group is. Our system needs comprehensive protection. Mr. Zero, please make an offer. For was very straightforward and stated his purpose directly. I like your directness. 40 million euros a year, Zero directly quoted the price. To what extent can it be done? For continued to ask. No hacker can break into your system, including the Pentagon's network team. If it is broken from the outside, I will be responsible. If you have an insider and it is broken from the inside, I will not be responsible at all, Zero also said very directly. For looked around and asked everyone's opinions through their eyes. Everyone nodded and accepted the price. Chapter 195 We are almost reaching the gold layer of this gold mine. 40 million euros a year, we accept. When will it start? For said directly. Your security network center needs to be upgraded, and some equipment needs to be replaced. I will send the catalog to your email address. When you complete the update as required, find a trustworthy person to contact me. I will install the defense system through the network and give you the ultimate control password, Zero directly stated the plan. No problem, how do I need to contact you after completion? For asked very calmly. When you are finished, I will contact you within 3 days for installation. I will send you the operation manual. This is the account number. You should handle it before the equipment is installed. Goodbye. Zero disappeared after saying that. A box appeared in the middle of the computer screen, with a bank name and account number on it, and a timer below, which automatically disappeared after 3 minutes. For took a picture of the account number with his mobile phone, then turned off the computer and made a shutdown gesture to everyone. Everyone understood what For meant and turned off their mobile phones directly. For let out a long sigh. The opponent's strength is beyond our expectations. He can actually control our phones at the same time. It's incredible. Can network technology reach such a level? Langley frowned and said. This shouldn't be a difficult task. We have WIF signals here. If the other party controls WIF, they can indirectly control our mobile phones. However, this technology is not available to most people. For you have always been responsible for network security. You should be responsible for it this time, Haley said directly. No problem, I'll complete this task, For said directly, and everyone nodded. Everyone began to discuss Zero. What happened just now left a deep impression on everyone. Mrs. Bach now more or less understood why Sue Pingan's eyes showed fear. Zero's existence is indeed terrifying. A day later, Sue Pingan contacted Mrs. Bach. Mrs. Bach came in person, talked to Sue Pingan for a while, and solemnly handed Sue Pingan a black envelope with a website address, account name and password. The account cannot be changed, and the password can be changed 3 times a month. After explaining it, Mrs. Bach left. In the study, Sue Pingan turned on the computer and entered the website address. The webpage of Venus Housekeeping's official website appeared. Sue Pingan directly entered the account password and pressed the confirmation button, and the webpage began to change. The webpage URL began to change. After several changes, a user interface appeared directly. Sue Pingan slowly browsed the introduction, especially the role of the star standard, and saw it very carefully. He also checked his own star standard, which turned out to be level 5, 100 stars. Sue Pingan smiled, not bad, and gave himself the top identity standard, more than 300 million euros, less than 500 million euros, for a 1-star level customer. Each level of customers is divided into 3 small levels, white star, blue star, and gold star. According to your consumption and employee evaluation, accumulation is carried out, which is very detailed. No wonder foreign game companies have such experience in the construction of power system and rule system. It turns out that this kind of thing has penetrated into all aspects. Although this accumulation is not developing fast, it can be accumulated step by step. And the achievements are unlimited. After browsing the relevant rules, Su Pinggan went directly to the home page. As soon as he clicked it, Su Pinggan's face was shocked. Several photos of European celebrities who were very familiar to him came into view. Such a level of stars were actually Venus's escorts, which was incredible. There are countless beauties of all kinds in Europe and America. Su Pinggan saw that all the people on this page were already famous, and some of them were not cheap. Another category is those who have been in the industry for a while but are not very famous, and the prices are much lower than those of stars. The last category is the new stars who have just debuted, the models who have just debuted, and the stars who have just debuted. In short, there's everything, which will definitely dazzle you. Su Pinggan took a few deep breaths before reluctantly closing the web page. Today he has learned a lot and learned about the corruption of capitalism, which will definitely open your eyes. In the next few days, Su Pinggan met with Deputy Mayor Hall and several members of parliament sponsored by the Apocalypse Group. Macron has been promoted to Minister of Economy at this moment, and it is a pity that he is not in France. However, Su Pinggan still visited Macron's wife and had dinner at Macron's house several times. Macron's wife still remembers Su Pinggan, because Su Pinggan is the only Asian invited by Macron to dinner at home. After giving a not expensive gift and talking for a while, Su Pinggan said goodbye, carefully managing this relationship. After finishing the work in Paris, the next stop was Italy. This time, Su Pinggan was not single. Through the website of Venus Company, he directly clicked on a local Italian model star, Michelle. Michelle is 20 years old this year. She has been in the modeling industry in Milan for 2 years. She has attended many brand conferences, but she is not popular. If she continues to go on like this, she may have to quit the modeling industry in a few years. This is a bowl of rice for youth. It is difficult to have a suitable opportunity after missing the golden age. There will not be many endorsement contracts. The decline in quality of life is inevitable. By chance, she joined the dark web of Venus Group under the introduction of a senior in the modeling industry. The people of Venus Group contacted Michelle and asked Michelle 3 times. Everything is voluntary and no information shall be leaked. Once there is a leak, the consequence is that Michelle will disappear from the earth. Michelle thought seriously for 2 days and voluntarily signed a contract with the people of Venus Group. After a month of short training and a comprehensive physical examination, Michelle's information was logged on the dark web. How much income he earns depends on his luck. Venus's intelligence network is very powerful. Once the members and the rich have infectious diseases, they will all be disqualified from the dark web. Every year, some people will be removed from the dark web. The rich are no exception. Every year, the rich must undergo a comprehensive physical examination in a large hospital. Those who fail to submit a report will also be removed from the dark web. There is a reason why the Venus Group's dark web is recognized by so many people. This kind of comprehensive service for both parties is very well done. Security is what everyone needs. At the Genoa seaside holiday villa, Darian, the general manager of the Apocalypse Equipment Research Institute, was chatting with Su Pinggan on the beach outside, reporting on the current progress of the institute. A vehicle carrying Michelle entered the villa. The new generation of biogas power generation equipment needs to be accelerated. I hope to make a breakthrough this year, Su Pinggan said, and took a sip of juice. Boss, we will be able to complete the design in about 3 months. The day before yesterday, we have already made a breakthrough in a key technology. Thanks to a special fermentation product from the Austrian Institute of Biology, information exchange can really greatly increase our chances of breakthroughs. According to the original plan, we need to look for this fermentation product everywhere. Now, everything is not a problem. If it is really completed, the effect will be more than 3 times that of biogas power generation in Norway, Darian said with a smile. This is really a good thing. The Austrian Pippin called me the day before yesterday and said that the technology of drying and processing domestic waste into a new generation of fertilizer has made a major breakthrough. Now you have given me another good news. I believe that the new generation of urban domestic waste treatment projects will be available soon. Su Pinggan was smiling, and he had seen a steady stream of money coming towards him from a distance. I congratulate the boss first, Darian said with a smile on his face, and Su Pinggan laughed. The richer Su Pinggan is, the easier his life will be, and the easier life will be at the institute. One thing leads to another, and it is linked to his own interests. Michelle was led by bodyguard Captain Kent into the villa and came to Su Pinggan's bedroom. Miss Michelle, this is the boss's bedroom. Remember, don't touch this, and this, otherwise, no one can save you. I understand, Michelle answered seriously, knowing very well that if she broke the rules, she would not end well. You take a rest, the boss is talking to someone outside, Kent said, turned around and left. Kent left the villa and came to the beach, whispered a few words in Su Pinggan's ear. Su Pinggan waved his hand, and Kent left directly. Darian, are there any problems with environmental protection? Are there any deficiencies at present? Su Pinggan asked calmly. Boss, we can solve the environmental problem. The biggest problem now is to remove items that are not domestic waste. A lot of domestic waste is wrapped in packaging, which is very troublesome. Most of them are plastic, and there are packaging with other ingredients. Paper packaging has no effect, but other packaging will have a significant impact. This is the biggest problem. At present, the project team led by the professor is focusing on solving this problem and designing a set of equipment that can sort out these packaging. Once completed, the biogas power generation equipment can be completely formed, Darian said very confidently. Domestic waste collection, classification and sorting, fermentation and power generation, and biological treatment after fermentation to process it into fertilizer. The recycling of plastics is also a key topic, which requires the UK and the Cheyenne Regeneration Research Institute to make a breakthrough. I think this matter is a bit simple, Su Pinggan said with a frown. Boss, I believe there will be a breakthrough. The collision of Eastern and Western wisdom will produce perfect results. We are almost digging into the gold layer of this gold mine, and we must never give up, Darian said seriously on the side. Yes, it is impossible to give up now that we have progressed to this point. You just hurry up here, and I will notify them to speed up the efforts as well, Su Pinggan said while looking at the sky in the distance. Chapter 196 Negotiation. There is one more thing. Mayor Ogden of RMY wants to meet with you, Darian said while looking at Su Pinggan. Do you know what it is specifically? Su Pinggan asked. It should be related to the Costa Weapons Company. This company is about to go bankrupt. No domestic company is willing to take over, so we can only look for foreign investment, Darian told the truth. Nowadays, the world's weapon suppliers are monopolized by those big companies. This involves the national level. There are many restrictions from the government. Small companies have a hard time. If I really want to take over, this is a bottomless pit. Su Pinggan didn't want to get involved in the arms industry and cause trouble for himself. Then I'll just reject him directly, Darian said indifferently. You don't have to reject him. After all, he is the mayor. Just say that I really hope to meet him. It will be embarrassing for Ogden if you say it. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he took a sip of the juice, and Darian nodded. The two chatted for a while and Darian left. Su Pinggan sat there alone to rest, talking to the star spirit in his mind. Let me acquire, what do you mean? Su Pinggan was very puzzled that Xingling would let him acquire this weapons company. Your second step plan requires it. If you acquire it now, you can prepare in advance. It is better than being in a hurry at that time. This company has the ability to produce submarines. I can prepare some drawings for you and produce some scientific research submarines to prepare for the future, Xingli explained. Su Pinggan began to think, and it took a long time before he spoke. If I intervene in the weapons now, will more forces stare at me? I am still very weak and can't withstand such a blow. You produce small single-person scientific research submarines, not military ones. Those arms dealers will not care. This kind of small single-person submarine will quickly transform into an attack submarine when we need it. At the critical moment, it will definitely drive your enemies crazy. After Xingling explained, Su Pinggan laughed. Su Pinggan liked this kind of thing the most. The South Pacific has been a bit calm recently, Su Pinggan said with a smile, his eyes looking at the sea in the distance. You should read the news. There are already 4 typhoons forming over there. They are slowly increasing. It won't be long before several typhoons form. This time, it includes the Indian Ocean. 2 will form over there too, all of them are formed naturally. It has nothing to do with me, Xingling's voice appeared. Su Pinggan laughed and couldn't help laughing. He stood up, stretched his arms and legs, and walked directly to the sea to swim a few laps to vent his inner joy. Michel had seen Su Pinggan swimming in the sea on the balcony. After thinking for a while, he turned and went to the wardrobe. This kind of seaside resort provides swimsuits for men and women. There is no need to worry about the quality. They are all the best. He picked one and put it on and went downstairs. He asked the staff to prepare a plate of fruit and went to the beach with a fruit plate. It costs €80,000 a week. The service must be in place. If the best customer's evaluation is not good, the price must be reduced. If the service is good, the tip is yours. These people are all wealthy people. They are not short of money. Whether you are willing to make more money depends on you. After a month of intensive training, Michel knows very well how to please these wealthy people. Su Pinggan swam in the sea for more than 10 minutes before going ashore. Michel came to meet him with a bath towel. Su Pinggan smiled when he saw Michel. He didn't expect that her figure was even hotter than in the photo. She was over 1.7 meters tall, with 2 long legs and a satisfied smile on her face. When the two met, Su Pinggan didn't take the bath towel, but took Michel's waist and kissed her directly. When he let go of Michel, he slapped Michel on the butt, and Michel's face turned red. Su Pinggan took the bath towel and wiped his body while walking. The two returned to the table and sat down. Su Pinggan drank a glass of juice and ate a few pieces of fruit. "Why didn't you take a rest when you just came here?" Su Pinggan said with a smile, and his voice became Italian when it reached Michel's ears. "It didn't take long to fly. Milan is very close to here," Michel replied with a smile. "Are you familiar with Genoa?" Su Pinggan said. "I'm quite familiar with it. Some advertising shoots require the sea as a scene. I have been here many times and I like the seafood here very much. The price is much cheaper than in Milan." Michel is also quite talkative. The two chatted, and the awkward atmosphere slowly disappeared. Not long after, the two stood up and went to the sea to play together. After playing for a while, they saw the fire in each other's eyes, a fire that the sea could not extinguish. They left the beach and returned to the villa, and a different kind of madness began to unfold. In the afternoon, Su Pinggan received a call from Ogden, and agreed to have dinner together tonight. The place was arranged by Ogden, and Su Pinggan said that he would arrive on time. When the Research Institute acquired it, Su Pinggan got in touch with Ogden and became one of Ogden's supporters. He needed to provide Ogden with €100,000 of support every year, and the funds would be deposited into one of Ogden's fund accounts on time. It can be said that the current corporate bases of the Apocalypse Group abroad are very happy to cooperate with local snakes. This is also one of the reasons why no one in the branches of the Apocalypse has troubled me. "Hello, I am good, everyone is good." Su Pinggan turned on the computer and began to browse the information about the Costa Weapons Company. Su Pinggan looked at the information and was a little surprised. This company actually had no foreign debts, which was very unusual. He frowned and thought. Michel accompanied him and slowly came behind Su Pinggan. He began to massage Su Pinggan's shoulders with his hands. Men have a special charm when they concentrate on thinking. Looking at Su Pinggan, Michel's expression changed back and forth, and no one knew what he was thinking. After receiving the news, he saw Su Pinggan's photo. He was Asian, which made Michel instinctively want to refuse. As a result, he saw the 5-star mark behind him and gave up the idea. Without a legitimate reason, 5-star customers cannot be refused. This is one of the regulations. He can only accept the order. This is the first customer. Michel has no choice. After seeing Su Pinggan's name, Michel's eyes widened, and his face was full of astonishment. There are really not many people who don't know the luckiest person in this century. He has no opinion at all. Costa Weapons Company originally belonged to the Bisso family. The Bisso family is an old family. The family is also quite powerful in the local area and is also a supporter of Ogden. The Bisso family contacted Italian companies, but none of them were interested in acquiring them. They could only look for foreign capital. Unfortunately, foreign capital was not easy to find. Although the company had no foreign debt, its production line was seriously aging, and coupled with a shrinking market, it was not easy to sell. The Apocalypse Group had money and had investments in Genoa, so the Bisso family set their sights on the Apocalypse Group. The middleman was Ogden. If Ogden did not want to increase the number of unemployed people, he had to facilitate this transaction. Ogden was also very troubled by this matter. It was not an easy task to convince Su Pinggan. This could be seen from the fact that Su Pinggan acquired the 3 research institutes. He also had his own calculations. After some operations, Su Pinggan did not pay much. In the international weapons market, if Su Pinggan did not understand, there were people who did. It was impossible to just hire someone who knew the business. It was really easy for the rich to understand an industry. If they did not understand it, they could just leave it to professionals. Su Pinggan thought for a while and had a rough idea in his mind. He leaned back and closed his eyes to enjoy Michelle's massage, which was very relaxing. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked at the time. It was almost time, and he needed to leave. He went to change clothes directly. Michelle helped him fix his tie, very gently. The convoy of 3 cars set off. The 3rd floor of the Michelin restaurant was the meeting place between Su Pinggan and Ogden. Ogden specifically instructed that no one should come up. The restaurant manager knew Ogden's identity very well and agreed directly. When Su Pinggan arrived, Ogden had already arrived. The two shook hands and sat down. They opened the red wine and drank 2 glasses. "Su, is Costa Weapons Company interested?" Ogden said straight to the point. "If the price is right, we are interested. If the price is not right, we are not interested." Su Pinggan also smiled and expressed his opinion. 13 million euros, this price is very sincere, Ogden also said with a smile. This price is not sincere. If the other party is unwilling to lower the price, this matter will be regarded as never happening. Su Pinggan clearly refused, very straightforwardly. "Su, I can ask the little peso of the Peso family to come over. You can talk face to face. I believe this price can be negotiated," Ogden said with a smile, and Su Pinggan frowned. "Su, the unemployment of hundreds of people has a big impact on me. Give me some face. If Xiaobisuo is unwilling to give a suitable price, I don't blame you," Ogden said to Su Pinggan with a serious look. If it weren't for the unemployment rate, Ogden wouldn't care about this kind of shit. The price of 13 million euros is not sincere at all. This is why Ogden asked Xiaobisuo to come anytime today. If Xiaobisuo doesn't know what's good for him, he must put some pressure on Xiaobisuo. "Okay, I'll give you this face. You can notify him to come over," Su Pinggan said directly. Ogden has made a lot of efforts in the research institute. Now directly refusing will make Ogden look bad. Ogden nodded, took out the phone and notified Xiaobisuo to come over. After talking for a while, he hung up and started chatting with Su Pinggan. The two talked and laughed very easily, and didn't care much about the next negotiation. It didn't take long for Xiaobisuo to arrive. He was in his 30s. Costa Weapons Company was an asset allocated to him. The company's current situation was not unrelated to his withdrawal of funds from the company. 3 years ago, Little Bisso had withdrawn the funds for the company's equipment upgrade. If not, it would be no problem for Costa Weapons Company to support it for a few more years. Now, if they want to transform the company, they need a greater investment. The 3 shook hands and sat down together. Ogden handed Little Bisso a glass of red wine. "Peso, 13 million is not enough. You tell the truth and give a sincere price, otherwise, I will not intervene." "Uncle Ogden, this price is not high, but I give Uncle Ogden face, 10 million euros, and I will not accept any price reduction." "Su, you are getting a bargain at this price." Little Bisso looked at Su Pinggan and said with a smile. Su Pinggan smiled. "The production line of Costa Weapons Company has no value. If it has value, it is the value of a pile of scrap metal. As for the land, I will buy a new piece of land of the same size for 4 million euros. As for the buildings on the ground, they have a history of more than 20 years. I need to spend hundreds of thousands of funds to demolish and rebuild them. As for the research equipment, God, the equipment from the 1970s, am I going to use it as an antique exhibition?" Su Pinggan said a few words very impolitely. After that, he began to taste his red wine slowly, without even looking at Little Bisso. He was completely brain dead. 10 million euros is a damn bargain for me. Do you think I am brain dead? What an idiot. Little Bisso frowned. He didn't expect Su Pinggan to know so many things. It completely messed up Little Bisso's plan. The current scene is different from what he planned. He looked at Su Pinggan deeply. 8 million euros, no more bargaining. All the patented technology and personnel reserves accumulated by Costa Company over the years belong to you, Little Bisso said, staring into Su Pinggan's eyes. Mr. Bisso, I give the mayor face and give a fixed price of 6 million euros. No bargaining is accepted. You and I know very well how much the so-called technology and personnel are worth. Su Pinggan also looked into Little Bisso's eyes and said, "Are you kidding? I won't accept this price. I sell land and scrap metal for more than this price. I get more by selling equipment to African warlords," Little Bisso said directly. "Then I can't help you," Su Pinggan said with a smile. "Selling to African warlords, those people are stupid to buy your equipment. If Costa didn't have several relatively good national qualifications and certifications, Su Pinggan probably wouldn't even bother to talk about it. It's a complete waste of time." The scene froze. Ogden looked at Little Bisso and felt helpless. How could such a smart man like old Bisso have such a stupid son? He needed to speak up, as if to repay old Bisso's favor. "Little Bisso, let me tell you a price. If either of you disagrees with this price, I will not participate in this matter. 7,200,000, what do you think?" Ogden looked at the two and said directly. 7,500,000, this is my final bottom line, Little Bisso said to Su Pinggan. And Su Pinggan smiled. He raised his hand and hooked it at Little Bisso, and the meaning was very clear, asking Little Bisso to come closer to speak. Little Bisso slowly stretched his head over with hesitation in his eyes, and Su Pinggan said a few words in Little Bisso's ear. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. I can't just wait for the money. Little Bisso shrank back with a thoughtful expression on his face. Ogden was very surprised to see this scene. He didn't understand why Su Pinggan's few words made Little Bisso react like this. It was obvious that Little Bisso was very conflicted. The three of them didn't speak. Su Pinggan and Ogden tasted the red wine leisurely, looking at Little Bisso who was in a dilemma. Now Little Bisso needed to make a decision by himself. For a long time, Little Bisso looked at Su Pinggan with red eyes. Just when he wanted to speak, Su Pinggan waved his hand to stop Little Bisso from speaking. "Just say whether you agree or not, don't say threatening words. As a large international company, Apocalypse Group will not care about the power of your family. You are an adult, don't do anything stupid." Su Pinggan stared at Little Bisso's eyes expressionlessly. The two looked at each other. Little Bisso retreated when he saw Su Pinggan's emotionless and cold eyes. "Okay, 5 million is the deal. Let your lawyer go to Costa Company to handle the formalities tomorrow." Little Bisso raised his hand and drank the red wine in the glass. He stood up and turned to leave. He was too embarrassed to stay. Ogden was shocked. 5 million, Little Bisso was crazy. He looked at Su Pinggan, who was smiling, with deep meaning. What did Su Pinggan say to Little Bisso that made Little Bisso do such a stupid thing? Then, Ogden and Su Pinggan changed the topic and talked about romance happily. After dinner, they separated with their own concerns and went back to their own homes. Su Pinggan had no pressure, but Ogden was full of worries. When he got home, Ogden took out his phone and dialed it directly. Soon the call was connected and he told what had just happened. 5 million, is this bastard crazy? An old voice came from the phone. This was old Bisso, Little Bisso's biological father and Ogden's old friend for more than 20 years. "I think that Little Bisso's decision is related to what Su Pinggan whispered to him. There is no other explanation," Ogden said with a frown. "You don't know what it is either?" old Bisso asked. "I don't know. I think it's not a small matter." "A small matter won't make Little Bisso struggle for so long," Ogden said seriously. "Could it be that he has some handle in Su Pinggan's hands?" old Bisso proposed a possibility. "I don't know, but I think you'd better check Little Bisso carefully to see if he has done anything stupid recently, otherwise, the consequences will be serious. As an international multinational company, Shinopsis Group is not that simple. You and I are aware of his investment in other countries. Have you seen other companies in Shinopsis get this treatment? This shows the strength of Shinopsis Group. We must treat this matter calmly," Ogden said with a serious expression. There was silence on the phone for a while, and then old Bisso spoke. "Let me check this matter. If Su Pinggan really has some handle, I hope you can come forward to mediate and resolve this matter. I am just a child. If that's the case, I'll come forward," Ogden agreed readily, as he had a deep relationship with old Bisso. Su Pinggan returned to the holiday estate with a satisfied smile, sat down to drink tea, and had an unconcealed joy on his face. The next morning, The Lion law firm in Rome sent people to Genoa. This law firm has considerable strength in Rome, with complex connections, strong strength, and good reputation. It is the partner of the Apocalypse Group in Italy. Last night, Su Pingin called the person in charge and explained what happened. This was a small matter. Since the two parties had communicated the price, it was not a big deal to go through the legal procedures. An experienced lawyer set off with a young lawyer. The contract must be strictly reviewed and must not cause losses to customers, especially to key cooperative customers. The Apocalypse Group is a key cooperative customer, and the annual cooperation funds of €2 million must be taken seriously. Early in the morning, Su Pingin got up early, washed up, and started morning exercises. He has developed a good habit of exercising. After running for a while, Su Pingin stopped, stood for a while, and returned to the villa with a serious face. He came out with a phone and made a call alone on the beach. Mr. Su, Jizuai's voice came over. Zuai, have you invested a lot in the stock market? Su Pingin asked. A lot, about 1.8 billion, Jizuai said truthfully. Withdraw immediately. I got the news that the stock market is very abnormal. Someone is setting up a trap, Su Pingin said directly. I will withdraw immediately. It will take at least half a month, otherwise I will be discovered, Jizuai said directly. The smile on his face disappeared. He understood what Su Pingin meant very well, and his face was solemn. Within a week, you must withdraw. Just say that I want to concentrate funds for a big project and deposit the funds into my personal account. It must be seamless, Su Pingin said directly. I understand, I will arrange it immediately and withdraw 100% within a week, Jizuai said affirmatively. Loans to listed companies must also be recovered, as long as they don't lose money. Concentrate funds. When something happens, it will be our time to be active, Su Pingin said calmly. I will immediately withdraw all the funds, Jizuai understood what Su Pingin meant. Once the stock market collapsed, there would be opportunities everywhere. With sufficient funds in hand, you can buy. After telling Jizuai to keep it strictly confidential, he hung up the phone and walked alone on the beach. Zingling, will the stock market really collapse? The upward momentum of the stock market is very strong now, Su Pingin said in his mind. Financial institutions value profits too much? People who play with finance are greedy and have an infinite desire for profits. Now most of the stock prices are hyped up, not supported by actual performance. It is a rise without foundation. I have analyzed the network data and found that several large institutions have already built short positions. Although it is very secretive, it can be seen that they have received some accurate information. We just need to protect ourselves, Zingling said his analysis. You say, is it possible for us to intervene? Once the market plummets, this part of the profit will evaporate in a huge amount. Su Pingin was really tempted. This matter must be thoroughly investigated in the end. What you need now is stable development, not intervening in everything, Zingli said very impolitely. I understand, Su Pingin said with a deep breath, understanding what Zingling meant. After walking for a while, Su Pingin received a call from Daco Headhunting Company, which needed a general manager for a weapons company. Then he called Niels and asked Niels to arrange for financial personnel to come to Italy to take over the finances of Costa Weapons Company. After everything was arranged, he returned to the villa for breakfast. Michelle had already washed up and went downstairs in silk pajamas. She came to Su Pingin naturally and gave Su Pingin a kiss, and then accompanied Su Pingin to have breakfast. Jizuai summoned the 4 deputies and announced the order to immediately withdraw funds. Everyone was shocked and asked Jizuai what happened. The boss is going to carry out a big project abroad, which requires a lot of funds. We must complete it within a week, and act now. If any of you fail to complete the plan to withdraw funds, there will be no place for you in Shianki Investment Company, Jizuai issued a strict order. The 4 deputies already knew the severity of the matter, and they came out of the meeting room and started to act. The funds in the stock market are easy to handle. Now the stock market is rising and it is very easy to sell. The only thing is that the loan repayment needs to be negotiated. However, the stock market is good now, and the repayment is not a problem under the right conditions. More than 200 million funds were recovered on the same day. Time passed day by day. On the 6th day, Jizuai called Su Pingin. The 3.3 billion funds had been remitted to Su Pingin's overseas account. Su Pingin breathed a sigh of relief. Zuai, secretly investigate the chemical industry, especially companies related to our Yankee company, screen suitable acquisition targets, and at the same time, screen out companies with really good performance. When they are in trouble, we will directly purchase a batch of their circulating shares at a low price, wait until the stock market picks up and clear the warehouse directly. I believe it will bring us a lot of returns, Su Pinggan said with a smile on his face. Boss, you really learned bad things, Ji Zuyi rubbed his head and said. There is no way. People always have to grow up. I can't just look at the money and not want it. With such a large expense, I can't not work hard to make money, Su Pinggan said with a wry smile. After chatting with Ji Zuyi for a while, Su Pinggan hung up the phone. Su Pinggan didn't know that the country had already focused its attention on him again. So much money left the stock market and entered his overseas account. I really want to know what Su Pinggan's big project is. He opened a bag of peanuts, took out a bottle of wine, and drank it slowly. He thought about the various projects of the Institute in his mind. Which ones can be accelerated, which ones cannot be accelerated, and which projects are omitted, all need to be clarified one by one to facilitate the next step of development. A night passed, and Su Pinggan didn't wake up until after 10 o'clock. He drank too much last night and slept until now. He shook his head and got out of bed to wash up. He took a hot bath and had breakfast. He felt much better. The next day, Ogden arranged for people to start a secret investigation of Zyobisuo to see if Zyobisuo had recently made any mistakes, or if there was anything bad involving Zyobisuo. It was obviously abnormal to sell the company at such a low price. The reason must be found out. Old Peso was no exception. He began to secretly arrange people to conduct an investigation. After all, little Peso was his child. He was old already. So he would help as much as he could. When he died, everything would depend on little Peso himself. Chapter 198 Golden Grass Project. Su Pinggan has a 10-star rating on the Venus Dark Web. This rating can only be made by people who have accompanied Su Pinggan. The higher the rating, the more high-quality beauties can be attracted. The Research Institute has inspected it, increased the research and development of equipment, and communicated with the British Research Institute, focusing on garbage sorting and processing. It notified France to set up a project team to focus on the research and development of the control program of the garbage sorting factory. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Tomorrow, Su Pinggan will attend the acquisition press conference and leave Italy. Things in Italy can come to an end and he can set off for Austria. After a day of rest, the next day, Su Pinggan and Ogden attended the press conference together. The Apocalypse Group acquired the Costa Weapons Company. This news surprised many people. The Apocalypse Company actually intervened in the weapons industry. Later, Su Pinggan's announcement reassured many people that the Apocalypse Group will transform the production line, especially the submarine production line, and will produce single-person submarines for scientific research experiments and underwater tours. The ordinary weapons production line will not be expanded, and the original 4 production lines will be compressed into 2. Correspondingly, the original staff will pass the assessment and stay. This result has been temporarily accepted by all parties. The original submarine design department of Costa Company was merged into the Apocalypse Mechanical Research Department, focusing on the development of single-person small submarines. Only 3 of the original researchers were retained, and the rest were dismissed. 10 small submarine researchers were recruited again. Costa Weapons Company was renamed Apocalypse Weapons Company. The new general manager Bannon was provided by Deco Headhunting Company. He was of Italian nationality and was the president of a Dutch weapons company. Now he has jumped to Apocalypse Company. As for how much money the acquisition cost, it has not been announced, but this matter cannot be hidden from those who are interested, and they will definitely conduct an investigation. If Apocalypse Weapons Company is really as Su Pinggan said, many companies will not care. If it is different, then it will be well arranged. Su Pinggan talked to Bannon carefully and gave Gavin's contact information to Bannon. The guns and ammunition that Gavin needs must be supplied by his own company. This part of the cost is accounted internally, and purchasing bullets produced by his own company will save a lot of costs. The next day, Su Pinggan left Italy and went to Austria to inspect the Apocalypse Biological Research Institute. Many people flew to Italy to investigate the Apocalypse Weapons Company to see if it was as Su Pinggan said, that the strong financial resources of the Apocalypse Group made people very worried. After a day of rest, Su Pinggan, accompanied by Pippin, began to inspect the Biological Research Institute. Currently, the Biological Research Institute is carrying out a total of 39 projects, and 497 patents have been submitted so far. 124 of the patents have been authorized, which can bring in more than 20 million euros in revenue each year. Although it is still a loss, it has also improved significantly. Supingen still recognizes Pippin's strength. Are there any products suitable for Poseidon? Supingen asked. Yes, we have improved a multidimensional dietary supplement of Poseidon and obtained 8 global patents. This multidimensional dietary supplement can only be produced by us because we use nanotechnology, which is very easy to absorb. We cooperated with the Austrian military and paid a fee. 5 special teams used it in a 1-month field survival training, and the effect exceeded expectations. According to the test data, within a month, all personnel ate food to fill their stomachs and took a multidimensional pill every day. The muscle energy of all aspects of the body did not decline much, and the physical strength was sufficient. Our product is very important for a field survival, Pippin introduced truthfully. How is the cost? This is what Supingen is concerned about. Boss, the cost has not increased, but decreased. General Manager Kyle has reached an agreement with the military of several countries. It is currently being tested and is expected to complete all tests this month. Once passed, the special forces of any country cannot do without this product, including scientific expedition teams, astronauts in space, etc. All need this kind of product, and sales will definitely not be a problem. Pippin introduced it in detail. Supingen nodded. He didn't need to worry about anything when leaving it to Kyle. Kyle knew very well how much profit he needed and would definitely sell it at a good price. Supingen was very confident about this. Are there any other projects that have the possibility of breakthroughs recently? Supingen said as he walked. Boss, there is a special project that is likely to make a breakthrough in the near future, and the profits it brings will definitely exceed super fish oil, Pippin whispered in Supingen's ear. Are you sure? Supingen was shocked. It was unimaginable that the profits could exceed super fish oil. Take me to have a look. Supingen became interested. He must be itching to have a look. Boss, this way, Pippin said directly. He took Supingen directly to a small yard at the back. He actually had to go through 5 security checks along the way. All personnel were not allowed to bring any electronic devices in, and they were also searched. Of course, Supingen was an exception. This made Supingen even more curious. He wanted to know what products made Pippin so cautious. Boss, in addition to having to pass these 5 security checks to enter, you will be discovered no matter where you enter from. We have installed laser defense systems, magnetic defense systems, infrared defense systems, gravity defense systems, and environmental defense systems in other directions. 5 major defense systems. Even if you are a cold-blooded animal, as long as you enter our defense range, you will be discovered, Pippin introduced in detail. After entering the courtyard, the number of patrol personnel increased significantly. This is the team that I asked Manager Buck to send here. In the words of Manager Buck, these people have passed 6 inspections and their safety can be assured, Pippin said beside Supingen, and Supingen nodded. Everyone stopped outside, and Pippin accompanied Supingen into the room. More than a dozen staff members were busy conducting experiments. There were a lot of bottles and jars. A middle-aged man with messy hair came over. Boss, this is the project leader Dr. Tangen, Pippin introduced. Doctor, thank you for your hard work, Supingen said with a smile, giving people a very friendly feeling. Welcome boss to inspect, please come this way. I couldn't help but make a few test products yesterday, boss, you can taste them, Dr. Tangen said excitedly. The group came to a room on the side. Supingen and Pippin sat down and waited. Dr. Tangen took out a box from the safe very solemnly, carefully placed the box in front of Supingen, and slowly opened it. Supingen was stunned for a moment. There were 5 cigarettes in the box. Could this project be cigarettes? What the hell is this project? Supingen was a little confused. Dr. Tangen saw Supingen's confusion, picked up a cigarette and handed it to Supingen. Boss, taste it and I will explain it to you slowly, just like smoking. Supingen nodded, took out a lighter from his pocket and lit it, took a puff, and slowly exhaled, feeling it carefully. There was no difference, it was just a little less powerful than the cigarettes he usually smoked. Boss, let me introduce you to the Golden Grass Project. It does not contain a trace of tobacco, Dr. Tangen said excitedly. Supingen was stunned after hearing this. It does not contain a trace of tobacco. How could this be possible? He clearly felt the taste of tobacco. He took another puff with confusion. Yes, it was a real tobacco taste. Could it be that there was something wrong with his taste? This was absolutely impossible. Seeing Su Pingyan's reaction, Dr. Tang En was very satisfied and began to introduce his golden grass project in detail. Su Pingyan was stunned. Dr. Tang En is a double doctor of botany and biology at the University of Copenhagen. He doesn't like to drink, but he likes to smoke a few puffs. He is also addicted to smoking, but smoking is not good. A good friend named Budkra also has the same hobby. As a result, he died of lung cancer. Seeing this consequence, Dr. Tang En had the idea of quitting smoking. As a result, he tried several times but failed. When he was frustrated, he received an email. It was an email sent in advance by the dead good friend Budkra. The email contained Budkra's research report, which was about transforming a tobacco-related plant to have the taste of tobacco but without the harm of tobacco. Hundreds of plants had been tested, but all failed without exception. He hoped that Tang En could complete this project and prevent smokers from getting lung cancer. The document included Budkra's conjecture and action. After careful consideration, Tang En made up his mind to complete this project. He started wandering around with his backpack on his back. It was not cheap to carry out this project. At the beginning, he received sponsorship from several tobacco groups. As a result, 5 years later, all tobacco groups canceled their sponsorship because Tang En's research made them see no hope. There were still several million euros spent on research every year, which was not worth a loss, so he directly terminated all sponsorship contracts. Tang En did not give up and continued his research with his own money. For this reason, his wife divorced him, and Tang En did not care about the children who were already married. He sold all the property divided after the divorce and began to explore everywhere, hoping to find a suitable plant. There were no suitable plants in Europe, Asia, and America, so Tang En set his sights on Africa. He was busy in Africa for 2 years, but had to stop temporarily. He had no money and could only return to Europe and his hometown Austria. When the Apocalypse Biological Research Institute was recruiting, Tang En became excited again. He talked with Pippin for no less than 10 times before convincing Pippin to fund Tang En's research. Tang En once again went to Africa with sufficient funds. This time, Tang En had a harvest. While searching in the primitive forest, he was attacked. A temporary bodyguard was killed and Tang En was injured and fell into the river. As a result, he was rescued by an indigenous tribe. Chapter 199 Nothing is more important than you. While recovering from his injury, he found that the elders of the tribe were smoking a plant. Tang En became interested, and the elders gave Tang En some. As a result, Tang En's eyes lit up after taking a puff, and he keenly discovered that the plants he smoked had the effect of relieving his addiction to smoking. He immediately took another puff and tasted it carefully. Yes, his feeling was right, not an illusion. He immediately opened the wrapped cigarette and carefully identified it. It was certain that this was not any tobacco known at present. After carefully asking the old man, this grass was very easy to find in the deep forest. It did not grow on the ground, but grew on the trunk of a tree called rattan. People in the tribe called it rattan grass because this grass would entangle the rattan tree when it grew up. Tang En exchanged 2 rattan grasses with his personal belongings, left with the 2 rattan grasses, and returned directly by plane. After talking with Pippin, Pippin immediately realized the value of this rattan grass. He directly arranged for Dr. Tang En to conduct research in the newly completed small courtyard behind, and purchased whatever equipment was needed. At the same time, he contacted Buck, a French black fox security company, and sent a team of trustworthy personnel to protect Dr. Tang En. 5 azimuth systems were arranged around the courtyard. Since there was no result, Pippin did not report it for the time being, thinking that he would report it to Su Pingyan after a clear result, giving Su Pingyan a huge surprise. Pippin knew very well that Su Pingyan held the future in his hands, and he was also very clear about what would happen if he left halfway, so he did not leak any information. In addition, the interests involved were huge. Tang En was valuable, but Pippin was not. At most, he would be given a sum of money or a new passport. As for Su Pingyan's revenge, other companies would not care. After comprehensive consideration, it was better to follow Su Pingyan honestly to have a future. Pippin was lucky. If he really betrayed Su Pingyan's interests, he would probably die of cerebral hemorrhage before he came into contact with those tobacco giants. Biological bombs are not a joke. All the heads of research institutes have one in their minds. Tang En sliced the rattan grass and extracted a substance from it, named BT01. B was taken from the first letter of his good friend Budlak's name, and T was taken from the first letter of Tang En's name, in order to commemorate his good friend. BT01 can relieve smoking addiction, but it is very difficult to extract. With the current extraction process, large-scale extraction is not very realistic. Tang En changed his mind and began to cultivate a new generation of rattan grass. The focus is to increase the BT01 substance contained in the rattan grass, and then crush the rattan grass and add spices to make a substitute for cigarettes. In the past 6 months, he has been busy testing this substance to see if it will cause harm to the human body. After hearing this, Su Pinggan's eyes lit up, and he stood up and walked back and forth panting. You can imagine how much profit this is. The profit exceeds superfish oil, that is 100% more. Once it succeeds, I really don't need to worry about money. This matter must be planned well. Doctor, if this project succeeds, I guarantee that you can become a billionaire. Su Pinggan made a solemn promise to Tang En. And Tang En's eyes began to shine. Billionaires, Tang En dreams of this day. Pippin, meet all the doctor's needs. The Golden Grass project is directly classified as top secret. I will arrange another team to come here. The protection force must be doubled. Su Pinggan looked at Pippin and said directly. Okay, boss, but I hope to maintain the current status of the institute for the time being. Once we increase the number of people in large numbers, it will arouse suspicion from those who are interested, Pippin said calmly. Su Pinggan nodded and calmed down. Pippin's consideration was correct. He couldn't act rashly. In this way, I will arrange a team of people nearby. Once there is a problem, you can directly mobilize this team of people. This is the best, and it can be kept confidential to the greatest extent, Pippin said directly. Doctor, how long do you expect to complete all the tests, and when will the new generation of vine grass be completed? Su Pinggan turned his head and looked at Tang En and asked. Boss, the test will take more than half a year, and the new generation of vine grass will not be available until May next year. The experiments we are currently conducting still need to be adjusted. If we want to test out vine grass suitable for survival in Asia and America, it will take a long time. Tang En told the truth. If Europe, Asia, and America conduct planting experiments together, can we advance the experiment? Su Pinggan asked. Yes, it can be advanced. As long as the nutrition is sufficient, it is not a problem at all. The growth cycle of rattan grass is only more than 2 months. It will stop growing when it grows to about 4 meters in length, Tang En said very confidently. Doctor, I hope you can add a project to mix rattan grass with some plants with short growth cycles to see if this mixture can replace cigarettes. Su Pinggan looked at Dr. Tang En meaningfully. This is possible, but it cannot be done now. We don't have much rattan grass now. We can only wait for the new generation of rattan grass to be cultivated before conducting experimental mixing. The cigarette that the boss just smoked was made by me using a dead rattan grass, Tang En explained, and Su Pinggan nodded. He was anxious. After comforting Dr. Tang En for a while, Su Pinggan left. After exhorting Pippin for a while, Su Pinggan returned to the hotel. When he returned to the hotel, he opened a bottle of beer and drank a few mouthfuls of cool. He took out his mobile phone and called Gavin. Soon, the call was connected. Boss, you are looking for me, Gavin. Immediately send a team of 12 people to Austria to meet me. They must be trustworthy people. Do you understand? Su Pinggan said directly. What happened? Do you need to bring weapons? Gavin asked. No, weapons and equipment can be solved here. The Institute has made a breakthrough in an important research. This team will be stationed near the Institute and can provide support at any time if anything happens. You understand what I mean? Su Pinggan stated his request. I will send someone to go tomorrow. The boss can arrange someone to pick them up at Innsbruck Airport. I will send the flight time to the boss, Gavin said directly. How is your side now? Su Pinggan asked. Very good, not many tasks, mainly training, Gavin said easily. Gavin, arrange a vacation to relax. You and York will take turns, and give the people below appropriate time to relax. It's not good to be tense all the time, Su Pinggan said with a smile. I definitely have no objection, boss. Our business is not very good. We need to give certain subsidies for holidays. Otherwise, they will be reluctant to spend money. You Chinese are really different from those people in Europe. The original staff went to the casino and found women when they had money. The people arranged by the boss rarely do this. To be honest, I am very worried that they can't stand it mentally. Gavin expressed his concerns. Change the way. You can arrange with York to take turns to go on vacation. By the way, find a safe place and arrange a girl for everyone to relax for a few days. Rotate and do it once every quarter. In this way, they will definitely not have any pressure, Su Pingan said with a smile. Gavin laughed directly. Su Pingan was very generous today, which exceeded Gavin's expectations. Boss, I am very sure of one thing now, that is, once the research breaks through, it will bring huge profits to the boss, otherwise, the boss will not be so generous. Su Pingan also smiled. Gavin, I have seriously considered it. Let's do it once every 4 months. 3 months is a bit too frequent and it is not good for their health. Gavin's face darkened. Su Pingan was too cunning. Although it was only an extra month, one less relaxation in a year would save a lot of money. The capitalists were really stingy. Okay, I'll arrange it. After the first batch of people relax, I'll also take a vacation. I must relax, Gavin said directly. Tell York that the cost of your 2 vacations will be on my account, Su Pingan said with a smile. I like this sentence, Gavin said with a smile, and hung up the phone after chatting with Su Pingan for a while. Su Pingan did not stop, and continued to call Pippin, asking Pippin to rent a house nearby, preferably with a yard, and a team of 12 people to come tomorrow. Pippin promised to ensure completion, as there are many empty houses nearby. Star Spirit, can you transport a batch of arms to a designated location? Su Pingan asked Star Spirit in his mind. It's better not to have too many people and not to be far away. If I use too much energy, I will be locked by the will of the dimension. Although such a long time has passed, who knows if the will of the dimension is still staring at the Earth. You should have experienced it that time in J-City. Once he locks on you, he can make you disappear in 1/1,000,000th of a second. Even if I can't die, I will be seriously injured, Xingling warned Su Pingan again. Let me solve this matter. Don't do it. Everything is not as important as you, Su Pingan said very seriously. Xingling is the foundation of Su Pingan. As long as Xingling is there are infinite possibilities. Even if all his business is gone, Xingling cannot get into trouble. Su Pingan is firm in his thoughts. After Su Pingan's will was firm, Xingling smiled with satisfaction. Being able to give up such a foundation can be regarded as passing the assessment. Do you need to equip the 12 people who come here with weapons? If it's just these 12 people, I don't consume much energy, so I can do it. Xingling's voice appeared again. No, your safety is the first priority. It's nothing more than spending a little more money. If money can solve everything, it's not a problem. Try to reduce the number of times you take action. This is good for all of us. Su Pingan said seriously. Okay, keep me informed. I will control the energy, Xingli said, and stopped talking. This time, Su Pingan's performance has won a lot of recognition from the star spirits. The higher the recognition between the star spirits and the host, the closer the connection will be, and the deeper the assistance to the host will be. In the high-dimensional world, there are many star spirits who are willing to die with a host. Sorry for coming back late due to the rain and traffic jam. Chapter 200 Just kick him out. The next day, Su Pingan met with the mayor of Innsbruck, Garner, and they had a very happy conversation. After a conversation, a grant of 300,000 euros was exchanged for 20 sets of special police equipment and 30 pistols, which could only be used in the institute. The transaction was completed, and the two of them drank red wine and each took what they needed. This kind of thing must be approved by the municipal government. Otherwise, Su Pingan would go directly to the police chief, but the police chief must also be found. In the afternoon, Su Pingan met with a police chief Olivier in the hotel, and it was also very smooth. Donating 100,000 euros to a fund, the Apocalypse Biological Research Institute can purchase 10 bases of ammunition and some police equipment. Anyway, there is an approval document from the municipal government, and it does not stipulate how much ammunition to buy. It can be operated with confidence. Just arrange someone to check it regularly. How to check is up to the police station. Pippin went to handle the procedures, which was very fast. It cost tens of thousands of euros in scattered pieces. It took 3 days to complete. Su Pingan was relieved. He was a little arrogant. If it weren't for the star spirit reminding him, he really made a big mistake. The reason why Su Pingan asked Xingling to take action was to shock Pippin. The Golden Grass project was too involved and there could not be any mistakes. With a shock, Pippin would be more attentive. Now it seems that he still lacked consideration. After a day of rest, Su Pinggan left Austria. This trip to Austria was really a big surprise. This matter could not be rushed. It must be well planned. It is not so delicious to eat alone. European and American tobacco groups will definitely not watch the Apocalypse Group eat alone. The profit here is too big. It cannot be stopped by the patent law. At that time, they will definitely use various means to secretly give you. The current Apocalypse Group cannot withstand these blows. Without a strong military force in hand, you are really helpless. Moreover, domestic interest groups will definitely not watch the Apocalypse Group eat alone. There will definitely be a confrontation between open and secret swords. In the past 2 days, Su Pinggan has been thinking about how to make the Golden Grass project come out perfectly and make the Golden Grass become real gold. The technical difficulty here is not small. Germany, Dresden. Su Pinggan walked out of the airport passage. Bruce was waiting outside with a motorcade. Su Pinggan shook hands with Bruce and they all got in the car. Kent arranged for someone to take over the motorcade, and the original staff took a taxi back by themselves. It was still the original hotel, Habiger Manor. Kent took people to check the room with instruments before leaving. Su Pinggan put away the gift and talked with Bruce in the living room. "How are you doing recently?" Su Pinggan asked. "I don't need to run around recently. It's very relaxing. By the way, Alman is very likely to win this time. Bowen, who was supported by their party, has been killed. He had a power for sex transaction with a female intern from the university. His reputation is completely ruined. Not only did he withdraw from the mayoral election, but his political career is basically over," Bruce said with a smile. "Oh, how much hope does Alman have to win this time?" Su Pinggan said with a smile. "There have been a lot of good news recently. The hope is very high. Now the key lies in the negotiation between Alman and his party. If his party fully supports him, it is basically a sure thing. If it does not support him, it is a 50% chance," Bruce said, picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Bruce, I don't quite understand. Since Alman is the only candidate in their group, does their party have any choice? Will they not support him?" Su Pinggan was very curious about this. "Boss, although Bowen is finished, he still has a certain influence in the group. This time Alman joined forces with others to kill Bowen, and used means that made many bigwigs in the party dissatisfied. Therefore, there is no unified opinion in the group now. Alman is really very annoyed at the moment. I heard that he has the idea of quitting the party and forming a new party alone," Bruce explained. "Bruce, you have been in Dresden for a long time. Analyze whether it is better for us to stay in the group or to form a party alone." Su Pinggan looked at Bruce meaningfully. Bruce began to think deeply for a long time. "Boss, this matter has its pros and cons. I think it will be more beneficial for us if Alman creates a new group. The interests within the original group have been divided up almost, and there is no need to worry so much about independence. Another thing is that after Alman forms an independent group, he will need our support even more. He must stick closely to his supporters. We are the ones who currently provide him with the greatest financial support." Bruce looked at Su Pinggan and expressed his opinion. "Bruce, Apocalypse Group is definitely a large international company. We need partners at the top level. The influence of local governments is limited. You understand what I mean?" Su Pinggan said with a frown. "Boss, I have seriously considered this issue. Supporting Alman's independence will benefit us more. During the election, local forces have a lot of say, and protecting some companies is also one of the trading items. The key now is whether Alman has the strength to lead a group. We invested in supporting him, but his group collapsed in a few years, and our efforts were wasted. There is another key issue. Alman's original group controls the parliament, which is a very deadly place. If Alman cannot solve this problem, even if Alman wins, he will be strongly restricted." Bruce frowned and expressed his concerns. "It seems that we must have a good talk with Alman," Su Pinggan said slowly while holding the tea. "Boss is here. I believe Alman will visit the boss in person tomorrow," Bruce said with a smile, and Su Pinggan also smiled, understanding Bruce's meaning. "It depends on the situation. You will accompany me to the institute tomorrow. It has been a year. I don't know if the projects of the institute have made any progress," Su Pinggan said with a smile, becoming much calmer than before. "Well, I'm really free recently," Bruce said with a smile. Su Pinggan smiled and patted Bruce's shoulder. The two chatted for a while and Bruce said goodbye. Su Pinggan just came here and must need a rest. Su Pinggan sent Bruce away, took a shower and went to rest. During lunch, Alman called and had something important to discuss with Su Pinggan. The time was set in the evening, and they met at 9 o'clock at the hotel where Su Pinggan was staying. Su Pinggan sat on the sofa thinking about Alman's matters. Ingling, can you make an evaluation of Alman? Is he worth investing in, or plan his growth route, and what is the probability of his development? It didn't take long. Zingling gave his own analysis. The probability of development is only 26%. This probability is not high. Su Pinggan began to think about it. In the evening, Alman drove over alone, shook hands with Su Pinggan at the door, and the two walked into the villa together. Arrange it, don't let anyone disturb our conversation, Su Pinggan said to the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard nodded and went out. Alman couldn't be more satisfied with Su Pinggan's arrangement. Su Pinggan is the one who can do big things. He is cautious and trustworthy. Alman, what makes you so anxious? Su Pinggan asked while making tea. Su, the group I belong to may not fully support my candidacy. They think that my killing Bowen is a betrayal. A bunch of old bastards are fucking damned, Alman said with hatred. What are you going to do? Su Pinggan asked calmly. Su, I need your strong support, not the kind of small-scale support. I plan to withdraw from the group and directly set up a new group to fight for the position of mayor. I have a good chance of winning, I discussed with the people in the group. If we jump out and run for election alone, it will make the people recognize my courage and my courage to reform. The citizens are very dissatisfied with the current stagnant situation in Dresden. I have a great chance of winning, Alman said seriously. If you win, what are you going to do? Su Pinggan continued to ask. This matter is not a trivial matter and must be asked clearly. If I win, I must carry out reforms. Some interests in the city will be redistributed. This is one of the reasons why those people support me, Alman said while looking at Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan frowned and thought about it. After thinking for a while, he asked again. He would just treat it as an experiment for himself. Sooner or later, he would inevitably come into contact with this kind of thing. If he failed, he would just treat it as paying tuition. I'm asking how you plan to treat your original group. Su Pinggan stared at Alman's eyes and said slowly. What you mean is, Alman looked at Su Pinggan with a gloomy face. He could understand what Su Pinggan meant, but this matter was not so easy to do. Alman, you know the positioning of the Apocalypse Group very well. A large international company cannot always deal with local forces. It must have supporters at the top level. I think you should know who the Apocalypse Group deals with in France. So far, the Apocalypse Group still has zero senior management in Germany. I think you should understand what I mean, Su Pinggan said his words calmly. Alman fell into deep thought, and did not speak for a long time. Both of them drank tea silently. Su, I am in a very difficult situation now. The group controls the parliament. It will take me a long time to straighten out the relationship here. As for the top level, I have no ability at the moment. I can only rely on you to find a solution. Alman sighed and told the truth. The reality is like this. There is no point in quibbling. How do you plan to defeat your competitor? Su Pinggan changed the direction of the conversation. This is very simple. Now I am ahead of my opponent in all aspects. Next month is the voting time. As long as the group behind me does not play dirty tricks on me, I will have no problem winning. I can just kick him out, Alman said very easily. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.